1, 2, check Chuffy, 1, 2. And I'm just going to do this. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the? 1, 2, check Chuffy, 1, 2. You can all hear me and see me, yeah? You can hear me and see me all right? How are you in chat? Dylan, Debs, Gandalf, Suzanne, Foxy, you can hear me and see me? I'm rolling. Can you confirm with me, please, that you can hear me and see me, please? Thank you. Hear me all right? How are you in chat? Can you confirm? No, I'm invisible. I'm here. You can hear me. So this is... Oh, she is so hot, says Alan. She is so hot. This is Nicole. That's my thumbnail for an upcoming upload. We did Alan Watch on Twitch. Now listen, you chuffers. Twitch is free to view. You don't have to be a subscriber over there to view it. But when I do something that I want to upload to YouTube from now on, what I'm thinking is I will end the stream as normal and then I'll make it subscribers only. So the stream from the other day is subscribers only. I've made some cuts. Some of those cuts are available on Twitch still, but I'm going to put them on Super Chuffer for you. And the Shannon Watts, Angry Alan versus Shannon Watts, basically. He said some fucking things. The Chuffer. Where is he now? I've got too many windows. More windows than Buckingham Palace. Time to close some windows. So what I'm going to do is we're launching memberships on this channel. Here's Angry Alan's channel. He's not on yet. He's still got 5 minutes to go. We're launching memberships on this channel. A little soft launch. They're available now. If you want to have a membership and be a member, it's available now. I'm not offering anything. We will do a members stream once a month, maybe. I'm not really offering anything. It's a soft launch. I might put it on the main channel and offer something proper there, but it's a soft launch here. It's available if you want to be a member or offer other people memberships. It's spelled Shannon. Is it not? I thought because... okay, well, I'll get to that in a minute, about spelling Shannon another time, yeah? We'll talk about it in another minute. But anyway, like, the point being that memberships are now available on this channel. I'm not really offering anything. We're doing the Angry Alan art competition. Tomorrow's episode, I've got an episode lined up about art that I want to do and look at Alan's art. But tonight we're here to hear his Q&A, because I think if he's doing one of his boring, like, you know, case shows, then I don't have to necessarily cover it. But we did cover the boring case show. Where does this thumbnail come from? What's this thumbnail for? Is I've done the video. Listen, stick this in your pipe. Look, I can't get my words out. Where's me? Battery exhausted. Right? Where's Alan? Here's Alan. On his lives, he did psychic powers. They all think Chris Watts. He did that. I covered it. I restreamed it, but not on the B-side channel on Twitch. We just ended up doing it. It just happened. So I covered it sort of over on Twitch in secret. So I've recorded it as a video. I've got my reaction to that recorded as a video. It's going to go up on this channel. There's no point in putting it up now because you're watching this now. You're watching us now. You're about to do Alan. So it will come up on this channel. But what I could do is I could make it members available. But then that's a bit harsh on everyone else, isn't it? So what I might do is I might make it as a premiere at the end of today's episode. So you've got double bubble if you want at the end of today's episode. You've got my reaction to what he did yesterday. That's in the can. That's ready to go. And we're going to react to him today, aren't we? He's not there, obviously. Not yet, anyway. And that's what's happening on Alan Watch. Something else that happened, though, is while I was making this thumbnail. It's a good thumbnail, isn't it, this one? Do you like this thumbnail? Big ups, Georgia Shannon. Welcome to regular member. Boom. We don't have anything special that happens. It's a soft launch. You just are now a regular member. You get your priority, you know, whatever it is. You come up in chat with your like green. You are a member and I appreciate it. Actually, the main thing I appreciate is I get the money, don't I? So thank you for that. Thank you. Watch Twitch, you're confused. So you're watching me on YouTube right now, yeah? YouTube is a streaming service. It's a video service. It's run by the people that run Google. Twitch is basically a streaming service, a video service run by the people that run Amazon. So Twitch is very much like YouTube, but it's more streams than videos. So I've got a Twitch channel. I go there and I stream like you're watching me now streaming. I do the same thing on a different website called Twitch. It's an app as well on your phone. It's mainly for gaming, but sometimes when we're playing a game, a load of you chuffers turn up and we decide to have fun and look at something else. And I wasn't going to do is, you know, I've been looking into this case a little bit. It does make me feel sad. And I wasn't going to do a lot of live reaction to his study groups because they're so fucking dull. But the reason we're doing tonight is because it looks like it might be more fun. But I wanted to talk about this thumbnail. Is he on yet? He's not on yet, but Q&A seems like a lot more fun. I don't know if anyone's going to get in there. I don't know if anyone's going to have managed to infiltrated the group, but there's an opportunity for funny questions, but you have to be careful because you'll get banned. So, but I would hope that Q&A would open the door to some fun. I think as well, if he's relying on his chat to provide the content for Q&A, that's going to end up being woeful. It's a very dark side film move, so we're going to be watching that. That's going to be fun. But yeah, back to this. I've got the video ready to go. It's unlisted, limited monetization, limited. I was making this thumbnail. You know who that is, don't you, in the thumbnail? Everyone in chat, do you know who that is in the thumbnail? Don't say Alan. Do you know who that is in the thumbnail? Not for this video, but for the one that's about to drop. I mean, I've used a clip of this for today's video, but do you know who that is in the thumbnail? How'd you become a member? I don't know. Thanks, Slinky. I don't know. I think there must be a button on there somewhere. Oh, this is why I'm doing it as a soft launch, because if I want to do it on the main channel, I might offer actual stuff. But a lot of you like it here, want to become members. You've told me you wanted membership, so I switched it on to see how it works, to do it as a soft launch. Maybe in the future I might offer something. So it's just your support and your ability to have your name come up in green and all that at the moment. It's Nicole Kessinger, isn't it? Yes, it is, isn't it? With her wabs out. That's exactly who it is. That's exactly who it is. It's Nicole Kessinger, and obviously Alan. So I did this because fucking Alan, man, like he's a wild one. He did this episode yesterday was about the Chris Watts case. He was basically going over some of the stuff Nicole Kessinger was saying and doing. Like, I think he's got the hots for Nicole Kessinger. That wasn't the feature of it though. The worst bit came at the end. So I'm going to shout out the video, you know, that I reacted yesterday. He said at the end of it that he said Shannon's is it Alan's daughter with me in New York? He said that Alan said that Shannon's mother rang the school, like the friend rang Shannon's mother. Shannon's mother answered the phone. They said, "Where is Shannon? We don't know where she is. Can you help us? Maybe ring the school." And like she's then hung up, and instead of ringing Shannon, she's rung the school. And Alan said, "Well, she must have known she was already dead then." Essentially, what? That's horrific. Big up Jigsy Wigsy. Welcome to a regular member. Big ups Jigsy Wigsy. Put the join button in chat. I don't know how. Thanks, Gossip and Scandals. I don't know how. YouTube should take care of that. The thing he said was fucking awful about the mother. That was like fucking awful. And then he also said, he doubled down with Shannon Watts was no saint. And like, I've heard of the phrase, don't speak ill of the dead. I mean, I've heard that phrase, but I've never seen it needed to be reiterated so strongly as when because I haven't been around for all of the stuff he's been saying for years, but to hear him say out loud on his own YouTube channel, Shannon Watts was no saint. Like, what? You know the horrific nature of her murder. Yeah, I understand about all that, right? The horrific nature of her. Yeah, I understand about. Yeah. So you're going to go on the internet and say she's no saint? Yeah. What he did as well, it was really funny, a bit like this cult thing we were just watching earlier on Super Chuffer, is he danced around the subject for like an hour and 40 minutes. He had 2 things to say, I think, in total. And then the rest of it was, well, what do you think? And could it be this? And it might be that. And then there's more to come on the Armchair Detective. Stay tuned for episode 2 where there might be more. And is there more? And there could be more. And what do you think? And coming back on part 2 is, do you remember part 1 where we said there might be more and there could be more and there's more to think? And well, in part 2, I'm going to say there's more to think and there might be more. And then I'm going to finish it off with a couple of really horrific slurs just to tap the night out. You were waiting for him now. He's not on. So I've covered that anyway yesterday. That's coming up on this channel. And the thumbnail, right, this blew my mind. So I'm looking for Nicole Kessinger pictures for the first time ever on my computer. And I found a couple of saucy pictures of Nicole Kessinger. I just went Google Nicole Kessinger. Pictures come up. I clicked the saucy one. It took me to this website where there's these pictures of Nicole Kessinger and Chris Watts having fun. Someone's decided to get all the pictures together. Oh, that's interesting for a blog. It is interesting, you know, for a blog, getting all the pictures. Whoa, there's the saucy ones. So they don't get too saucy, don't worry, but there's the saucy ones. They're on the blog. Yeah. And I'm looking at this and I'm using it to make my thumbnail. And because I'm doing that, I'm having a look at who's done the blog and like whether I need to credits and, you know, what's going on. And I noticed it's called The Ward with Dr. B. It's written at the top. You can't quite see that. But this is The Ward with Dr. B. Maybe if I just take my main frame. Take the frame off. Can I take the frame off? Where's my main frame? We'll be with you in a minute, Alan, you silly chuffer. Take the top off. The Ward with Dr. B. And I think this website is Dr. B, like Alan's friend. They've got a YouTube channel. They've got another YouTube channel. Is this Dr. B? I'm well confused. But Alan, your music's annoying me. Hang on. We'll be with you in a second, Alan. You pipe down. Is that where I've got those rude pictures of the ward with Dr. B? It's just weird, isn't it? It's a weird coincidence. So maybe I'm tripping, or maybe because Natasha, known on the streets of YouTube as Dr. B, also known as Dr. B on the streets of YouTube. Natasha, that's Dr. B, isn't it? Welcome to, look at my members. Cornflower B, welcome to regular member. Bam, 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 get in the hole. Welcome to regular member, Andy. You've got yourself a lovely green spanner now, I think. Big ups. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you. Is that, I think that's Dr. B, and I think the reason I've got those saucy pictures for my thumbnail is from Dr. B's website. Well, it's a bit of a rabbit hole that I'm yet to really dig down, but interesting, isn't it? Okay. Oh, God.
Hello, my name's Alan. I am the
going for the devil in disguise look. Well, he's not in so much disguise. The devil in the deep blue, the deep red sea. What's going on here? Thank you, Pippa. Welcome to regular member. Bam, bam, bam. I should have called it something better than regular now, because I keep saying it out loud and it's like regular, but like I should call it like super, because I'm actually quite impressed that you're doing it. Thank you, thank you.
Detective, look at me. Sun-kissed. Sun-kissed. Never been kissed.
You look red. You look red. Sun-kissed, sunburned. What's going on? He's touching the microphone over there as well. It does my nut in. Like, why is it there? Please put it in front of your face. Please put it right. Why is he touching it like that? Like giving it a squeeze, like he loves the shape and the feel. It's not supposed to be over there.
Kissed. Never been kissed. Not for 5 years. Anyway, the weather's fantastic. Fine specimen of a male.
Here we are.
Years old, right?
Fine specimen.
Tonight I thought
I've seen some specimens.
Don't ever laugh. Do something different.
Stool specimen.
Q&A. What's
this
going
is
on
be great.
in AD's world, right?
AD's world. The narcissism.
Hello, sugar mama.
Hello, sugar mama.
Unbelievably, first off, I will say I'm still single. I don't want to be single. I'm looking for a wife. I can't find one. My standards are too high. To lower my standards, maybe I start looking at the Google grannies. Maybe it's time. Because the Google grannies watch me every night for 5 years, right? We hate that armchair detective. They watch me every night. They can tell you the last time I wore this t-shirt, what my conspiracy theory was on January the 1st, 2020, where I went on holiday, how much I won at poker, and everything you can imagine.
Big ups. Look, members flooding in. Ordbod, Suzanne Naylor. Big ups. Did I say Pippa already? I think I did, didn't I? Thank you. Big ups. Thank you. The membership's flooding in. I feel like I'm at like the news desk and the memberships are flooding in.
Added in to a load of lies. Speculation.
Look, there's Pippa in chat now. Look, you're green. I do notice it more. I actually do notice it more. Big ups, Pippa.
But we can say, thanks, Riffer. I've had just a great shower. You know when like you was sweating all day? I've been to the beach there. Swimming.
Been to the beach swimming. perving on people at the beach, sweating it up, waist deep in the sea, so you can't see what he's doing with his hands.
You finally have a shower. You finally have a shower and you think, oh, this shower's fantastic. And it was one of the most best showers I haven't had in my life.
Alan's been giving himself a hand job in the shower before he come on stream.
And I loved it. I'll say hello to all the new people here tonight. Shay is single. Shay, is that you? Shay, if you're single, so am I, and you have very, very, very nice eyes. Stuff the trolls. Oh, he's got a fetish about hair. No, I haven't got a fetish about hair. I'm not allowed to say you've got nice eyes, so I say you've got nice hair.
That's what I said. It's a code word. It's not that you're fetish about hair. That's the problem, Alan, is that you've decided to use a code word. You're right, actually, right, said Fred. I do need to look at other people, and I do look at other people, but this is going to be a fun one tonight, so we do have to, you know, there's people that look at different people all over. For some reason, Alan... Are you all right, you chopper? Are you all right? Alan seems to tick my boxes, doesn't it? Yeah.
Simple as that. That's one...
Big ups ABC, welcome to regular member. Let's look at that. Time Booth got my 50 quid, but now I've got ABC as a member, so who's winning now?
So tonight's going to be a Q&A, and I'm going to teach you stuff that you didn't know about AD.
Brilliant, I'm looking forward to this.
People have been lying about me for 5 years. So, 25 million views.
What? 60 million... Jews. Sorry, that was a really bad reference, but you know, he's not like Hitler, really, is he? But you know, 25 million views. It just sounded like that in my anyway. Like
25 million views. 100,000 supporters have subscribed to me.
No.
Where did it all go wrong? Where did it all go wrong? Well, it's because you're a con man and a crook.
This is incredible.
And you should be in jail. The con man and crook side of me as super chat the same as the Shanann's mum has. The con man and crook of me as memberships the same as Frankie Shanann's sister has.
Big up Slinky Socks. Welcome to regular member. I've got members like Alan. I'm a cron man and a crook. I can't. And it's not the way it's done. It's the methodology, isn't it? I've not told these people I've literally said to them, there is nothing. They just want to support. I'm really grateful, and they get their blue badge and their name in chat, and I can see them a bit more clearly in their members. Big up Zuzu Clover. Look at that, big ups. And I'm telling you, I'll be straight. I'm seeing it more as a boost to me when I see it come up in green, like someone's decided to do that. I'm not thinking of like cha-ching, I could work that out. There's like £1.50 in the thing. I'm not doing that. I'm looking at it and going like, wow, look, someone wants to be a member. Like, you know, like, it's like highlighted at my end. So yeah, it's like all good feelings. Whereas what you do, Alan, is like you con and grift, and we just watched a big episode about cult behaviour on Super Choffer, and a lot of it mirrored Alan and his goings on, taking you down a spiral that you can't get out of, and then you rely on Alan to sort of navigate the way. We don't like your behaviour, Alan.
You're making money out of dead people.
It's not just that you're making money out of dead people. Like, I really find it, I do think it is difficult, because in journalism you have to be respectful of the things you're covering, but also you have to talk about things. But also, like, Alan just, like, he's disgustingly, like, I watched some of his content this week, and I watched some of the Chris Watts stuff that other people had made, and I do feel that, like, you know, when do you get to let these people rest and, like, let these people have some peace? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just one of them, I suppose. When did membership start? Today. I've done it as a soft launch. Like, nothing snazzy, just you get membership. I just put it on, turned it on. And also, we've still got the coffee and the tippies, so I'm going to copy and paste that into chat. That's still running, if you want your thing to be read out on the thing. But yeah, we just turned them on. I want to see what it looks like, see how it works, get used to it, and maybe put it on the main channel. So you get what you get. You get a green, but you get your green stuff, and you get membered.
What the hell is Frankie Jr. doing?
Big up Smarty Hearty. Welcome to regular member.
5 years asking for money to get me. 5 years asking for money to get me. And I thought I'd teach you a bit about that first.
teach you about Frankie Rusick.
The tide has turned. The worm has turned.
You're the worm.
The people that have been given money all these 5 years are suddenly going, why did we do it? Why did we give them all that money? Well, because they want to get £75,000 to take you to court, they did. They've had over £1 million. And they want you to pay to take me to court for what? So take money off me. So you give them money, and they take me to court for money. And what's happened to your money?
Thank you very much, Anne Burrows, for becoming a member. Welcome to regular member. I'm going to say it like that from now on. Thank you, Jessica. Big ups, Jessica. Spanner. Welcome to regular member. Is membership free? No, it's not free. You have to pay money, Robert. All these people, what it is it's like a little bit of monies, and then they're a member, and I think I get half the monies from YouTube, and it goes into my YouTube monies. They get the benefit of coming up green on the thing. They get the badge, like part of the membership thing. In the future, we might actually put members' benefits on like some sort of special streams, stuff like that. But really, it's like giving me a bit of like crowdfunded money in a way. It's not real crowdfunding, and they don't let real. I don't think crowdfund. I don't know what you call it. You know, it's like giving me some monies. Like, thanks. It's like a different way to do tippies, I suppose. Like membership. Yeah, you don't have to do it. It's totally. It's not obligatory.
God, I have to laugh at the Google grannies, right? Trying to teach Americans about UK law.
I thought we were going to have some fun tonight, Alan. I thought it was Q&A, and we're doing this fucking legal bashing again. We're doing the Frankie Rusick bashing again, which is a bit of a shitter.
There's one in particular with no tooth called Claire Morgan.
Oh, there we go.
I'm sorry for that. I'm a retired solicitor.
This is brilliant. Well, just as I said, I was feeling disappointed in the offering. They unveil a third dish of succulent Chinese meal. Like, how dare he? You're not getting away with this, Alan. Let's edit, transform, reset that transform. What? Why is it like stupidly massive like that? That's not what I wanted to do. Let's edit, undo whatever I just did. What? Undo? Yeah. Right, now let's do this. Edit, transform, reset, transform. Thank you. And then let's have Alan. Let's have a little bit of Alan. I say a little bit. I want the main bit. I want the big bit, Alan. I want all Alan all the time. You and Alan. You're obsessed with this Alan. You and this Alan. You're obsessed with him. Look what the filter does to his face. Look, you and Alan. You won't stop going on about Alan. You and Alan. Am I missing? I hope I'm not paying. I need to pay more attention to more chat. I need to pay more attention to chat. Are you all good in chat? I'm just getting confused now. I'm just like lost in my own little world for a minute there. But look, me and Alan, you love this.
I'm a retired solicitor.
You love Alan. Yeah. You love that Alan. You're obsessed with him. You're fucking obsessed with that Alan. You are. You and that Alan. You want to fucking give him a kiss. You do. You want to fucking give that Alan a nice kissy on his lips. You do. You want to kiss him right on his fucking lips, you do. You want to get him and give him a good kissy right on his fucking dirty old little face, don't you? You want to give him a kissy on his fucking little lips, you do. You want to kiss Alan on his bumhole. You fucking love Alan, you do.
About UK law.
You just fucking love that fucking Alan.
There's one.
I'm gonna come round your fucking house and I'm gonna kick your fucking head in. Do it, Alan.
I'm sorry. I don't know any solicitors with no teeth. I don't know any solicitors that can't put a sentence together. I don't know any solicitors that look like a bag lady.
A bag lady?
I don't know any solicitors that storm.
Big ups, look at this. Look, the membership's flooding in. Flooding in. Big ups Gwenny. Welcome to regular member. Big ups Gwenny. Big ups Gail. Welcome to regular member. Like, big ups. The membership's flooding in. Absolutely flooding in. Look at that.
More solicitor than
Big ups Joe
the
Boy.
cleaning lady is. And yet she managed to convince some literate Americans that she was.
He never stops with this, does he?
They actually believe it. Oh, Claire. Oh, yeah, Claire, you take him down. She's failed at everything she's done. In fact, she made things worse.
That's you, Alan. Alan's failed.
This so-called fund to take me to court.
The shock. Alan's failed everything he's done.
Main person in it. She's the agent for Junior in my country. She's coordinating everything because she's a solicitor, don't you know?
He never stops going on about this bollocks. I wish they'd just hurry up and get him in court.
Spend most of that money fighting off the SRA, the Solicitors Union, and fighting off crowd justice because
Big ups. I'm sorry, Lottie. I really should be trying to help people more to help because it gives me money. So I really should be promoting it more. But I'm doing it as a soft launch where I've just switched it on, offering nothing. If you can figure it out, you do it because I don't know anything about the stuff. But I can see Audrey there. Look, Joe Boy, me too. I can see her standing out, and Gwenny there. They stand out in my chat now, and Suzanne. Look at that.
Fraudulent. So, and the final straw was when these clever clogs decided to use my name to add funds to Cohen's fund on his website. To
My name, my bum bum.
To make donations.
My daughter, my bum bum.
And my daughter. And
They said my daughter.
But not to worry because they know everything
good times,
about it.
Alan.
Morgan.
Do you remember when they set up that crowdfund?
No, it's a
good times there,
civil
Alan.
case. It's not a law. It's not like a crime. It's not a crime. It's a civil case. You can't go to jail for a civil case.
No, but you can get like if they win the civil case, you could be found liable for like damages, and then after that, if you don't pay, then you could be found in contempt of court. And also, if you continue doing the thing that you had found in breach of the libel law, then you can get put in contempt of court, which is a criminal offence.
We're going to put him in jail. We'll throw away the key. It's nothing to do with the police. It's not criminal. It's civil.
Not criminal.
That's the first thing I want to teach the Americans.
Let's them.
Do it together, guys. Simple terms.
Study
Frank's
group.
Money has lodged a civil case with the English courts. That doesn't mean to say there's a case. It means they would love to get my money off me by coming to an agreement.
But you haven't got any
with
money.
A court of money. That's what civil cases. 95% of civil cases are settled out of court.
Money.
We'll never get there. 95. Because it's friggin' expensive to do. There's no more. They don't want to go to court. They can't afford it. And yet I have to teach the Americans this because they believe, oh, Morgan, we're taking him to the county, the Crown Court, the King's Court, the Old Bailey, no less. BS.
But you keep lodging things with them.
It'd be here in Weston-super-Mare for a start. So I just say I ain't going to.
You don't live in Weston-super-Mare, you live in Exmouth, but you you would be lodging. You can't. Like, I'm not preaching to the choir here, am I? Like, I mean, I am, aren't I? Like, how do you become a member, Joe? There's a button. There's a button. What I don't understand, right, is that Alan has spent ages telling us that all these evidence has been lodged with the King's Court and hasn't he? He's been going on about how he keeps logging his evidence with the King's Court, and now he's telling us that the King's Court have nothing to do with it, and there's no evidence gone to the King's Court because it would happen in Weston-super-Mare anyway. Like, what?
But don't go your high horse. Oh, we're going to Old Bailey. No.
Discord. You want Discord? Remember, we're doing the art competition. Listen, you chuffers. Listen, you chuffers. We're doing the art competition. It's called the Angry Alan Art Competition. So you're quite within your rights to enter Angry Alan-based art. If it's got his face on, it can't go on a t-shirt. So we're having two parallel competitions. There's one competition where if you enter Angry Alan Art Competition and do Alan's face, you could win a prize, a mystery prize. But if you enter and do something to go on a t-shirt and it wins, I'll give you £100, and then we'll put them on t-shirts like I'm wearing now. We'll sell them on the channel as merchandise. You get your £100 and you have to just accept that. And I sell the t-shirts for the rest of my life if I want. But I can't be fucked to deal with like the pennies and pennies of like, oh, I sold another 12 t-shirts this month. So can you work out how much percentage that has come to? And like, you know, it's not going to be a lot of money. So like, it's a simple job of the winner gets the £100. It should be an amateur anyway, so you get the benefit of the £100, and we get the benefit of having some fun t-shirts that we can all put on the merchandise. And I won't do a lot of profit off it, so don't worry, they'll be as reasonably priced as they can, and it's all fun and games. So that's the competition. Do your art, get it in on Discord, send it to the art competition, talk to the mods, at the mods, this is my entry. They're doing a pinning of the entries on the thing. We're going to look through them. We're going to do the competition. We're going to pick a winner. The winner will go on the t-shirts. It's going to be badass. Big ups Joe Watson for the $1.99. You don't want to fight Eubank anymore. Depends what weight, doesn't it? He looked like he'd filled out the weight there a lot better than when he was cutting down from the Conor Ben situation. And the blinding leading the blind. Welcome to regular member. Big ups to the blind leading the blind. Enjoy your membership and being green in chat, which green's my favourite colour, really. Check my mod Discord. You want me to check my Discord, okay? You see how long this is going to take me in my brain now? This is the problem with this. I've got it open. Right there. Got it open. Okay, I don't know. You just keep an eye on it. You just keep an eye on it, yeah. Okay. You know what to do. You know what to do. I see what you're saying in the Discord. You know what to do. Keep an eye on it, but like, you know, the ban hammer can just be swiftly rallied. You know what to do. Yeah, so Alan.
You understand now, civil, okay? You know, like the glove, you know, O.J. Simpson. There was a trial when he got off, right?
I brought that up the other day.
Where he's found guilty, remember? Where they try to get money off him. Do you know how much money he paid them? Nothing. Civil cases aren't worth the paper they're written on. It's a total waste of money.
Monies.
Even if he won, I haven't got any money.
Monies.
So what's the point?
But you know, one of the ironies of all that was O.J. Simpson wrote a book, didn't he, called What I Would Have If I Had Done It. He wrote a book called If I Had Done It. And as part of the litigation, didn't the people that sued him, didn't they win the rights to the book? And they released it, and they took the if, and they made it really small, and they called it I Done It. That was quite an interesting bit.
Why have
are we
you
all right
given
now?
your money? And why is he still asking you for your money, and you're still giving it to him? Talk to Kelly the avocado about money. Talk to the woman that spent £25,000 about money. Talk about the people that donated loads of money and want their money back and can't get it about money. I'm sick of it. I've got this fund over my head for 2 years. It's raising money to come and get me in my own country from Carolina off this super intelligent young man over there. He's not even young anymore. He's got old now. This highly intelligent individual in Carolina who seems to think he knows the English law. He knows nothing. And nor do his advisors, Claire Morgan. Don't worry. Sandy says, impeccable investigation of what's case. So she really knows what she's talking about when she says Claire Morgan's a visitor, doesn't she? Yeah. So that's the situation with the case. And I want you to know, because it's important that all of you that sent in screenshots of me and videos that probably took up 1,000 hours of Cohen Davis minions, right? Looking at it, they didn't use any of it. I know because I've got the evidence.
Is he still going on about that? I zoned out for a minute there because I was just making my little reefer and getting myself sparked up. I cannot, like, big ups Deanne, welcome to regular member. Big ups. And I cannot for the life of me understand how he is reiterating these points over and over again. I really wish, it's getting to the point now where I just really wish they would just get him in the damn court and get it done.
The evidence they've used, and I swear on this, it's not the 60,000 hours that Claire Morgan got in a portal. That portal, all that's got on it really is all your names and addresses. And she showed the world that, which breaks the law in England. It can't go to court, man. She's broken every law there is. I hope you do get your money back. Really do. So all that effort and the whole case they've got is based on 2 videos of mine from a few years back.
And we've been through this, Alan, I keep reiterating this point, which is that when they take it to court, if they've got 60,000 videos, they do not make the court sit through 60,000 videos. They take the 2 best, most obvious cases of the problem, and then they show them to the court, and then the judge says, right, and you've got 60,000 more of these? And they say, absolutely, take a look. And the judge says, There's another one. Okay, I've had enough. Like, just the 2 is enough. This proves the point. That sets the precedent. As part of the ruling, all the other 60,000, if they're like that, must also go. Like, they're not going to make the court through 60,000. So they've just taken 2 that really conclusively prove their point, and they're going to just win with those.
Honestly, they've used 2 of my videos with me talking. That's it. That's it. And if you read
what's up, Joe?
fantastic.
We're going to dance if I don't read it out. What's happening? Where are you? Super chat being missed. Wait, I'm going back. You said you don't want to fight Eubank. I definitely talked about that one. Type whatever it is you want in chat now at me, and then I will read it out. I definitely talked about Eubank. I said that he was weight drained when they did the first fight, but he looked like he'd filled into the weight. So, like, I definitely took. I'm pretty sure I did, but it's all good. Read out Joe's super chat. I'm going back up the thing and looking for it. I don't want to fight Eubank anymore. Or is there another one that I've missed? Am I tripping? There's a fucking fly in the room which is doing my nut in now, because there's no way of me getting it out. I have to keep the door closed. Can you... All right, the fly's got 5 or 10 minutes to get out now. Less than that. The fly really needs to leave. That's the main one. It's not going to go past the curtains, is it? You're not going to go out through the curtains, you fucking idiot. Right, I'm considering that a draw with the fly. Are we good with the super chat? You can fight Liam Smith instead. He's got bendier legs than Kugan Cassius. Big ups Prophecy UK. Welcome to regular. Welcome to regular member. And if you go, just at me, Joe, if you want to say something, just put at and then talk it, and then I'll just pay attention and say whatever it was. Maybe you missed me reading it. Okay, we've covered it now. It's okay. We've covered it now. You don't have to fight Chris Eubank. He's going to go on and fight Triple G, or probably Conor Benn, really, isn't he? Just for the monies. But Conor Benn will come up in weight because he's had his eggs. So, but it was an excellent performance. I thought it was really good. It's the example of what happens when he listens to a trainer and he like respects his trainer, even for that short amount of time, just doing what he's told in the corner. Like, that made a big difference. It's all right. We all make mistakes.
Fantastic case. He started off by not naming me. Now he names me, Alan Vinnicombe. Alan Vinnicombe lied and said, I've got a record in America. Who wrote that? So you're basing your case on that I said that you've got a record, and you and your mum say you haven't got a record. You and your mum are the only ones that think you haven't got a record. The rest of the world knows the truth. Go into court. I said he's got a criminal record. I think you should watch some of the channels.
If he's got a criminal record and they're going to go in court for this defamation, and he's got a criminal record and you said he has, that's fine. You're not going to be in any trouble, Alan, because it's the truth. So,
who believed that and gave him money. So, is it okay to lie then? Is it okay to lie to the public to get money?
Yeah, big up Slotty. Other people have got links about the membership share. I don't know how it works really. I'm just doing it as a soft launch. And I'm really enthused to see so many of you joining the membership soft launch. But in the future, now, because this is the sort of thing that I didn't know would happen, like, I will look at these problems and I will try and sort them out so that if we do launch memberships on the main channel, these questions are all answered beforehand, because I don't know where the buttons are.
Claire's a solicitor. I haven't got a criminal record. Is it allowed? Not in my country, it's not. It'll never get to court. It's dead in the water. And then your gang of Diem and that, proven liars, all in trouble with the police. The police are acting and taking them down one by one. You'll notice there's not many of them about these days.
I knew it. When Martin Dean left, I said, what's Alan going to do? Because he's going to want to dance on his grave, and he's also going to want to make it look like Alan won, and that either Alan outlasted him on YouTube, or the other one I said, like, he'll make it look like Martin got taken down, like, you know, and because Martin's not going to come back and retaliate, therefore, like, Alan can say what he wants. Oh, that Martin Dean got removed by YouTube, or the police came round and dragged him off to prison. You know, if he's not going to come on YouTube and prove it, Alan can say what he wants, can't he? But we all know he just decided to move on with his life.
How sad. What a pity, never mind. Take me to court. Lock me up, throw away the key. I've never even sent anybody an email, let alone a threat. I'm talking about a Netflix movie. Yeah, you're talking about a Netflix movie. Yeah, I am, yeah. Well, you have theories.
Oh,
yeah,
Alan,
yeah.
Please move off this
Well,
bit.
They don't understand that a lot of the theories I looked at weren't my theories. There are other people.
Where's the question and answer?
Debunked them, or looked at their merits. They decided that everything I said was my theory, right? This is what I can't get through to the Americans' heads. Just because I look at a theory doesn't mean to say it's my theory. And they got me down as low intelligent, uneducated, stupid, drunk, con man, crook.
Tick, 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 tick.
And they throw these accusations around. There's one of them called Cheryl with a Z, right? It says, well, I'm not going to call him a P.
This is almost like, I tell you what, there's one of them, like Cheryl with a Z, right? And this fucking Cheryl, you should hear what she said. Like, this is almost like a stand-up comedy act, but with no jokes, no punchlines. Like, you're trying to deal with this membership thing, aren't you, in chat? Bless you. You want a link? Like, maybe I can find you a link because you're having troubles. And right, so I've got a membership button, and it says like this is what it looks like. Because my end, I'm the one that's done the member. I've got a join button there, but it doesn't take me to anything I can share as a link. Maybe I can get report. I can report myself. So I don't want to do that. There's nothing there I can do as a link, but it's a button at the top there for me on my desktop. But I can't join my own channel, so that's all the help I can be.
All my friends are absolutely sure he is a P. That's called passive.
We'll get it sorted in the future.
I'm not going to call him a P, but lots of my friends are absolutely sure he is. None of her friends know me. She's in Canada. None of her friends know me. None of my friends call me a P. They're my friends.
You don't have friends.
In the real world, I'm not a P. I'm a P to these idiots because they can say it.
No, you were on. For me, the reason that you might be a P, defile, is because I caught you on Smule singing with kids in a live room, and you could say it wasn't live and it wasn't this and it wasn't a duet. It was a collaboration room, and they fucking waved at you, the one of them, and you're on there in lockdown, leering over your phone. Once I was 7 years old, and I'd never seen anyone in their right mind be doing that, so that looked well off. And we followed it up with a further few interesting observations about your behaviour, your knowledge of how paedophiles want their children served, you know, all sorts of these clips, which sadly now Martin Dean's library of clips are not on, but there's lots of other channels that have also got bits and pieces of this, aren't there? But yeah, AD has a link he's put on his about page, so there must be a link. I'll just have to find it sometime, but I'm not doing it now, so sorry. There must be a way of doing it, but I'm not that. You know, this is why we do it as a soft launch, so that I can fix it later. But I apologise if you're desperate to be a member now and you just can't. I'm sorry. There must be a system somewhere. Yeah. Bad Alan.
The real world, I'm not a P.
You might be a P. You might, like, you actually might, like, I don't know. You might have been trading kids' pictures, your black room with your black bed and your black walls, and, like, you know, you might have been doing all sorts of fucking nefarious behaviour behind the scenes. You've got that lock-in at the pub with the 14-year-old girls, who, by all accounts, escaped. You've got the behaviour, like, the constant fascination and investigation of little girls on the internet, like, what's it called? You know, you do your true crime stuff, and it's all like there's this big list, isn't there? There's like if you keep going, like, and people are going to say, "Oh, you've missed this off the list. You've missed this off the list." Like when you went to Thailand, and about how he's got that weird Thai account on his PayPal, and about how you know, there's like this other thing, and there's this other thing, and there's this other thing. So there's a lot of reasons why this could be problematic for you, Alan. And then the main one is being caught on a website that is used by other paedophiles to groom children and to basically audition them, like doing something like singing with a load of kids on a live. Like, it's just fucking weird.
P to these idiots because they can say it without any recourse, because they can hide behind a name like Cheryl with a Z. Well, Cheryl with a Z, what's your
I'm
real
not
name?
hiding behind anything now these
days. If anybody knows
days.
Cheryl with a Z's real name, send it to AD subs 007.
No, I did that one video really carefully because I was worried about the defamation and all that. But these days I think Alan's not going to do anything about it because, like, you know, fuck Alan. So just said what I said, didn't I?
At gmail.com. Cheryl with a Z has called me all the names under the sun, who has watched me for 5 years solid. Every night of her life.
Paranormal Channel X having a known sex offender on his show, saying that it was okay for him to have a relation, not Alan, but this man, to have a relationship with a 13-year-old girl, encouraging his subs, as you say, to send him letters and become pen pals with a sex offender.
Just to hate me. But I'm not being called those words that she's implying. I'm not. And I'm not even people hiding. It means nothing when Cheryl with a Z says it, because that's not a name, is it?
Oh yeah, why is it doing battery acid batteries?
What job do you do? What family have you got? What do we know about you?
I'm still at battery exhausted, but I don't know why it's like changing, you know. I don't know why I shouldn't like you giving your name. It's changed to battery acid now, hasn't it? Because the reason is because one of the trolls called me battery acid because they thought it was a bit of a zinger, and I thought, oh, it sounds quite cool, so I just changed it for fun. I'll change it back in a bit.
I put my name out there. Put your name to me, and then call me a P, and see where we go.
We've been there.
Worse than the N-word. To call somebody a P is worse than the N-word.
Is it?
Yeah, these old ladies bandy it about as if it's okay. All my friends think he's a P. Oh yeah, I wouldn't let my children anywhere near him. Oh no. No, he's terrible. Get lost.
I'd keep my children as far away from you as you stay away from that microphone.
Like, to talk to Sherwood, is it? And find out a bit about her. I haven't started the questions yet. I'll start the questions when I've had my diatribe. So, that's where the case is. It's based on 2 videos, not on the massive amount of screenshots. Do you realise how much Cohen Davis charged you an hour to look all that crap you sent there? Claire Morgan, you wasted around, I would say, 2,000 hours of solicitors' time looking through all those videos. They didn't use one of them. I imagine the 50,000 went on that. And now Junior's 25,000 owing. Let alone take him into court. He's got to pay.
Is it off the super chats menu for some people? For some people, the join button might be off the super chats menu. It might be like a subsidiary of that. There's a little button with a heart and a like $sign in it.
Cohen Davis, TripAdvisor. Look it up. A fantastic lawyer says we got it's a unblemished investigation in the watch case. Top of the range. We got a top of the range solicitor. We got a brilliant solicitor, Cohen Davis.
He's getting angry.
Cheap.
Getting angry.
We got a cheap solicitor. We got a cheap.
The angry-ometer's starting to rise.
And we had a terrible investigation of Mr.
How
Wood.
angry is he getting? It's starting to rise.
We need you to give us money. Well, they got a lot of money in America for, I won't even say. You can look up yourself. What's on Justified? Kaka, put on Justified's video up into the finances that the R's made out of the case so far. Look it up. On Justified.
I think in a way, right? I think in a way, it's almost like Alan's just doing the same thing on repeat over and over again. And the weird thing about it is that people are turning up to listen to it. Like, hasn't he said this before? Isn't it? I feel like I'm watching, you know, when you're watching a rerun of EastEnders and you're like, hang on, you're watching about 20 minutes of it before you realise, oh, didn't start watching the start of this one. I just caught this one from the middle and I'm watching a rerun. Hang on. This is one of these where it's like, is Alan doing a rerun?
Right. So I ain't got much more to say other than hello. And I hope you get your money back. Those of you who want your money back, I hope you get it back.
I apologise to anyone who can't join on an iPhone. We'll look into it in the future. But otherwise, just enjoy the show. Sorry about that. Everyone else that managed to join and become members are better than you, frankly. So you should feel bad, you and your iPhone. Look at your iPhone tonight and think about how bad it is that he couldn't let you be a member. Take that with you. Smoke that in your pipe.
Would you like to ask me a question? I can answer questions.
Oh, this is good. Okay.
I can answer the Watts case, the Bully case, the
Let's go back to the question. Come on, Alan.
My life.
Your life.
Am I a sex offender? No, I haven't got one court appearance or one mugshot. I've never, ever been arrested. Can they all say that?
Is that the first question? I can definitely say the same thing. I've never been arrested. Don't have any court appearances or mugshots. I did go to court once for reckless driving, actually, for a driving offence, where I pled guilty and got my points on my licence. So like that did happen when I crashed into the back of someone's bumper once. Big ups Gainer Turley, 199 super chat. Thank you very much for that, Gainer. Thank you. Yeah.
But I will not be called a P by old ladies in Canada and around the world or in England.
What about the singing with the kids on Smule? Do you want to go over that again, Alan? That was fucking horrific. Like, if anyone hasn't seen that, obviously, it's on the internet, isn't it? If you go to Send Trees. What? I need to update this with a new video at some point soon. Send Trees. We've got the original. There's Alan and his prey. That's not good. So, you know who we're talking about, Alan? You're talking about you.
With zero proof. Just because they don't like me. Well, it must be true because we don't like him. Or is it sketchy, Pet? We're sketchy. No, I'm not. I'm just a normal old granddad that never goes out.
You're not a normal... Like this. Your behaviour is far from normal, isn't it? Like, look at you. You look like the Terminator with your one red eye. You're sat in front of this background, which is the inverse of some water-coloured red. I mean, what is it even? Is it supposed to be a sky? Is it? It reminds me of being drowned under a pool of blood. It feels like some sort of hellscape. And then you've got the microphone off to the side, which just highlights some. Like, it makes you look well whack. That in itself, it's like, you know, when you know someone's imbalanced. Like, you know, you might be talking to someone in a bar or whatever, and you look down, they've only got one shoe on. And you think, hang on, I've been talking to you for 20 minutes. You're only wearing one shoe. Like, you're not writing the ticket. You're not writing the ticket there. You've not, you know, you're not a fucking, you're a, you're a screwdriver short of a toolbox. Where's your shoe? Like, this whole thing, this whole arrangement of his stream makes him look like a fucking nut job. I'm just a normal old granddad. Just doing normal old granddad stuff. Talking endlessly about my upcoming court case for litigation because I'm being done for defamation by the family of a, like, there's been this remarkable case in America where this horrific event happened. It's like some sort of horrible horror movie. And for years and years, I've been talking about it on the internet to the point that I'm having to suffer litigation from the family of the victims. Normal granddad stuff, really. Bit of gardening. Do a bit of gardening sometimes. I like to go to the beach. Thought I might pick up bridge, although I don't have a partner. So instead I decided to talk endlessly about the murders of little girls on the internet. Just normal granddad stuff. Big ups, Keely. Big ups. Look, people who... Big ups, Sandy Sweets. Welcome to regular member. I have to keep saying that now. We're going to have to think of something better for me to say because I don't have an automatic thing. I have to do it. So we're going to have to think of something better for me to say when it happens. But thank you very much, Sandy Sweets, for joining the Super Chuff and Mimp Squad on the B-side here. The soft launch of memberships. You have your name green, and I get some of the monies. So it's a good deal all round, really. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, so if you want to ask me a question, put hashtag. I'm ready. Let's go.
Let's
Give
go.
It to me.
Give it to me.
brother.
All these years of banning people has led to this point. Who's going to ask you a question, and what are they going to ask you? If anyone in your chat that is able to exist in that toxic environment, Alan, if anyone in your chat that's able to exist had any questions, they would long ago have been asked and they would have been weeded out. No one's allowed to question the master. Like, what are you talking about? No one's... Yo, there are different options of monetary membership. There's a massive one for people that are off their nuts. And, oh look, have you sorted it out? Look. Dover and Dolly's mom's fixed it. And then there's a normal one, like a regular, and then there's like a large one, like extra large or something, I don't know. You know, I just tried to base it on McDonald's meals.
Do you like my scenery? It's good, isn't it? My t-shirt, yeah?
Exactly, your scenery and your t-shirt. Listen.
Hashtag. I'm ready. Let's go.
You're not just a normal old man.
Give it to me, brother.
How can this get any worse?
My t-shirt, yeah. Hello, everyone. Hello. It's nice to have a relaxing evening without a case. Just a little chat, heart to heart, my heart to your heart. I'll try to tell you what I can.
Go on then.
But you have to put hashtag.
You have to put hashtag. I'm ready. This couldn't go bad. I know this is going to go badly. This is like a party where you put out all the drinks and then you take, okay, this is like you get invited to a party by someone that you kind of know at school. So you grab a bottle of Jack Daniels on your way down there, you roll a spliff, and you're halfway through smoking it. You think, I'll put that out and I'll smoke the rest of that when we get there. You knock the door, you open it up, like, oh, hello, come into the party. Could you take your shoes off, please? Says this nice lady. And you think, what the fuck? And then you go in, and your nice friend from school is very religious, and at the party is like their sister, their uncle, like their cousin, their grandparents. There's like nice food laid out on a table with a nice cake. You're the only other person in the room that's the same age as like you've been invited as their one friend from school, and it's not often this happens at their house that a friend from school comes round, and you have to like hide the Jack. I brought the Jack Daniels thinking it was sorry about that. It's a joke present, and like, you know, then you have to sit through like, you know, 2 hours of photographs of when he was a kid. Like, who's going to ask Alan a question? Does anyone want to ask Alan a question? Anyone that exists in any of the cockroaches that exist in the toxic environment that is his chat? Has anyone got a question for Alan? Like, not after all these years, Alan. I don't think there's anything they could possibly ask you. And I've got loads. To be honest, though, Alan, I've got loads. We should have done this stream together because I've got loads. Big ups, new member, Linda Wilson. Welcome to regular.
Single. Okay, Shay, well...
Thank you, Lisa. Sorry, I said your name wrong. That's the worst thing to get it. You're welcome to memberships, Lisa Wilson. I've got it wrong again. I can't. There's something wrong with me. Winson. I can't. In my head, that for you forever. It's you, me, Tom Hanks, and that basketball out. It's not even a basketball. See, there's something wrong. Big ups, Lisa Winson. Thank you very much for your membership. Welcome to regular. Welcome to regular Lee. Just straight Lee there. I can remember that. Thank you. Thank you for your memberships. Gainer, welcome to regular. Big ups. Thank you. And 1-1 maths. Welcome to regular. You know what those numbers mean? They make 2. It takes 2, baby. Or actually fucking loads of you, to be honest. Look at this, Alan. Alan, you should be seeing this in my chat. Red fan, welcome to large. Look at that. Welcome to large. Ooh, that gets my nuts going. Look at welcome to all you regulars out there. You all thought you were special. You're not special anymore. Now we've got large. Thank you, Red Fan. Red Fan gives out loads of gifted subs on Twitch as well. Big supporter on the Twitch side of things. Thank you for all that memberships. Thank you, Keely. Welcome to regular. Welcome to the Mimp Squad. She's already in the Mimp Squad, but welcome to it. You know, join in. Thank you, Keely. Thank you. Look at all this. Alan, it's like an outpouring of support again. It's incredible. Outpouring of support. We switched on memberships. Alan's going to be furious. Look at his face, though. For now, he's in his actual element. Alan's having a better time than me even. All these memberships like lighting up my face. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. For Alan, it's even better. It's time for everyone to talk about him.
adsubs007@gmail.com. I like the cut of your jib, Shay. You look very attractive. If you're not a catfish, you could be in luck.
Oh, I forgot that. I forgot that. He's trying to get a shag on.
I'm allowed to want a partner, you know?
Yeah, but your position as content creator does preclude you from soliciting. It does it, Alan. I do think it should preclude you from soliciting directly from your audience. Like, this is not. What's the one? Tinder. It's not Tinder, is it, Alan?
It's okay. Shay could be a man. I don't know. This is the trouble. Shay could live in Outer Mongolia. I don't know. That's another problem. Why
don't you meet her and find out?
No Google Granny. Ask me a question. Anything you want. Why aren't you asking me questions?
Because who's going to have anything to ask you? Oh, this is brilliant.
I have to look on here. Okay. First question comes from You're real, Shay. Okay, well, send me a picture to adsubs007@gmail.com.
What's happening? Send me a picture. Send me a picture. Send me a picture.
Shay's flirting with me in chat. I like
Big ups, Foxy. Welcome to regular.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Foxy.
No questions. Okay.
Foxy. When my dog hears the word Foxy, he goes fucking nuts. I've trained him to the word Foxy, Mr. Deer, and Adolf Hitler. And I tell you what, Adolf Hitler's the worst. If you go on about Adolf Hitler to my dog, he goes fucking nuts. You'll go out in the garden, fucking going nuts. Rah, 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 rah. He does not like Adolf Hitler one bit. I've trained him. Foxy's the base. He gets well excited for Foxy and he goes nuts about it. Then the one up from that is Mr. Deer. And we only do that in the woods because I don't want to mess. Like around the house, I'll say Foxy every now and then, but only in the woods for Mr. Deer, only when it's serious. And then Adolf Hitler is when I really get him wound up and get him eggy. And I say, Adolf Hitler's in the garden. And he's like, no, not that. And he's out there in the garden. Adolf, 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 Adolf.
Hey, you're not putting hashtags in front of it, are you?
Adolf.
I've got one. Riff Raff.
Get out my garden.
What do you think Chris got out the car? Good question. Don't ask any more questions till I answer this question. That's another rule. Spanish, right? If I'm answering a question,
fly land on me,
don't let people ask more questions because I'll miss them. I will say when I want another question. I've got to answer this question.
Oh, give me questions. Not now. Not questions now. I've got a question now. Stop asking questions now. Question tap off. Right? Question tap off. Big ups, Joe. Don't worry. You're ever present. Yeah, I see you as a specialist mimp anyway. So don't worry. You're the alpha mimp. the the tap is to be turned off. We don't want any more questions right now. I'm in the process of answering a question. King Alan is holding court. This is glorious. It is actually glorious. I'm glad there's a joyous, like, after all the horror of what he did yesterday, I want some joy. This is pure narcissism. Can you believe it? Asking, can you do chat? Can you ask questions in chat, please? Hashtag though, only hashtag. Right now, I want you to stop. Not right now.
Because I like the question.
Imagine trying to no, not like that. Not like that. No, harder. Squeeze it harder. Right now, move. No, faster. Round the top. Harder. Squeeze. Oh, jerk your own fucking weenus off, Alan. I've had it with you. Jerk your own fucking weenus. I'm going in the fucking lounge. What? Come back. Did you miss anything fun? Check out this narcissism snood.
That's another rule, Spanish, right? If I'm answering a question, don't let people ask more questions because I'll miss them. I will say when I want another question.
He's doing Q&A, but unlike Phil, he's unable to deal with the chat. So he's decided to limit questions to just exactly the moment that he wants them. Can you sort this out in chat for me?
Don't ask any more questions till I answer this question. That's another rule, Spanish, right? If I'm answering a question, don't let people ask more questions because I'll miss them. I will say when I want another question. I've got to answer this question because I like the question.
Question rule.
What do I think Chris got at the car?
Why do I think what? Sorry?
I've got to answer this question because I like the question.
I like the question.
What do I think Chris got at the car?
What do I think Chris got out the car? So in the... I can't believe it. I said I don't want to deal with this. In the body cam footage, when they went to Chris Chops that killed his missus, opens up the garage, and the first thing he does is he goes in past her car and he opens the passenger door. Is it passenger? I don't know, I'm English, the Americans. Yeah, it's the passenger door in America, and he looks in the car and he picks something up or whatever, and then he goes in the house, like, and like, did he get something out of the car? That's a lovely question for Alan's Q&A. That's a lovely question, isn't it? For Alan's Q&A.
Here's the thing. He had no idea that he was going to be called back to Saratoga Trail. Did he?
Sorry?
On his way back, the only thing on his mind was, I'm going through the garage, I've got to get something out of the car or put it in. See, that's the thing. Did he put something in the car or take something out, ladies and gentlemen? Did he put something in the car to make it look like, oh, she's in? Or did he take something out? Eh?
Could you answer it?
That's the question. And you know what? I don't know. All I saw him was open the door, drop something on the ground, and pick it up. So what would that be? It's likely to be the car keys. So he's either getting the car keys.
Lottie's a member, but her name is 11 Maths. Love it. I fucking love it. You get special. I need to find out a way of making some special things for the special members, because 11 Maths is now super special. I like the fact that you've got a special different name. I think that's even better. Well done.
From the Lexus. Or he's putting the car keys for Lexus in the car. I would say he's putting the keys to the Lexus in the car because the police are there. There you go. All right. Next question.
Next question. You like this game? I like it too.
You understand what's going on in this, Spanish? If I'm answering a question, don't put any more questions.
Right. Okay, kids. It's Trivial Pursuit, right? Now listen. I want your mother to read the questions. You ought to do the timer. You ought to do the timer, but you have to start the timer at the end of the question. All right? It's okay. I'm not being funny, but you know, you don't know when the question's going to end, do you? So like, Mum ends the question, and then you're like, okay, I'll do the timer now. And like, he gets it wrong, or like, saying, you didn't start the timer. You started the timer at the wrong time. I'm not having this. We're having another question. I want to be in. In fact, I'm in charge of the questions from now on. I'm reading myself the questions. I'm in charge. I'll roll the dice for you. You don't need to move. Stay here. You need to answer questions when it's your go, which it never will be.
Oh, you're putting a red ball instead. Okay, red ball. Okay, big red ball. Okay, it's a big red ball. Okay, so who is September Lady? I like that question. Notice it's all what's case questions.
Notice they are what's case questions, lady, because you're not allowed to talk about anything else other than agree with him about the what's case on his channel. So the content of these questions are going to be heavily narrowed and filtered down this very specific niche. The only people who like Alan are people who really want to see Nicole Kessinger. I think we all want to see Nicole Kessinger. Oh God, don't! They'll kill me for that, won't they? They'll beat me for that. So instead, let's. Well, they did because they put the pictures on their website. I didn't put the pictures on the website. People who really want to see Nicole Kessinger, the people who really hate Nicole Kessinger and they really want to see her burn, they're supporting Alan and basically paying for him to say that on the internet at this point. That's what it's down to. It's down to about 2 or 3 people, maybe 1 or 2, that really don't like Nicole Kessinger, and they pay for Alan to exist on the internet. So
There's 2, one in the daytime, one at night. Did you know that? Who invented the term September Lady? Who invented who invented the most hated bush in the world? Who invented September Lady? It was me. Okay, so September Lady daytime was the lady that sat by Chris in the sentencing. I forgot her name now. She's about 30 with brown hair. She went there to...
I saw the phrase "the most hated bush in the world" in the comments of a video that was the footage. I think it's just a meme in comments. I think Anna's just stolen it from comments, to be honest.
Organise the shifting of stuff out of the house, I think. Catherine Harold, Chris Watch's lawyer. She was organising the emptying of the house, right?
This is jovial, isn't it? This is a nice question and answer session from hell.
Everything in that house went to North Carolina. That's not paid for. That's not paid for. That's not paid for. That dining room table's reserved.
Oh, the delight in his eyes while he's talking about this.
That's not paid for. That's not paid for. Get it out. They took it all. It was organising the emptying of the house. September Lady was Catherine Harold.
All the kids'
Nighttime
stuff.
Lady was someone completely different. The nighttime lady wanted something out the cellar. I think it might be an Oxy. Okay, so there you go.
So there you go.
So I'm looking for red dots, am I? Okay.
Oh, you were saying that Nicole Kessinger went there at night to get oxycodone out of the cellar because oxycodone was given to Chris to administer to Shanann so that she was docile so he could murder her, and he got the oxycodone from an unknown source who he said that he would not reveal, and he would take it to his grave. And you think that's Nicole Kessinger, but for some reason I can say it but Alan can't.
I'm good at this, aren't I? My knowledge is deep. AD, he has a very low IQ. He's stupid. He's a con man. He's not allowed. I said a good one. I'm not allowed to own a company, right? Which means I'm not allowed to be in business. Google grannies, you don't know anything. I took voluntary 6-year break from being a company director, so I wanted to clear my name. So I took 6 years off being a company director.
So you were disqualified from running a business, and it was reported in the news. Let me get this straight, Alan. Alan Vinnicombe tax. Let me get this straight, right? Before you go on. West Country restaurateur banned over lack of accounting records. A restaurateur from Weston-super-Mare has been given a 6-year disqualification for failing to maintain the company's books and records. Alan Vinnicombe, you've heard that name, was a director of Pop-Up Kitchen Limited. Set up in 2015, the company traded as a consultancy for the catering industry before taking over the licence and management of the kitchen at the Blue Ball Inn in Exeter. In October 2018, well, that all sounded dodgy. In October 2018, Pop-Up Kitchen entered into insolvency proceedings, which brought the company and Vinnicombe's conduct to the attention of the Insolvency Service. According to Vinnicombe, he suspended his directorship due to personal reasons, and a third party took over the management of the company. However, this was not recorded at Company's House, and investigators were unable to verify his account of what happened. The lack of company records also meant investigators were unable to clarify the company's trading activities. This was the cause of their insolvency. So they didn't manage to find out their expenditure or what tax the company paid. And so due to a total lack of records, it made it impossible for them to determine whether there was other, more serious misconduct at the company. And that's reflected in Alan Vinnicombe's lengthy period of disqualification. They're saying they think it's not just tax. He might have been hiding something darker. And so we're going to really go heavy and throw the book at him. Disqualified. That's in Accountancy Daily. It's a news source for people who are really interested in things like that, and they reported it. And you saying they're lying, Alan? Because it wasn't just them, it was also the Weston-super-Mare Mercury. They reported it as well, and DirectGov, which is the government website, describes you as disqualified. So all the evidence goes hand in hand. Check that out with your detective license, your special detective skills. Check that out, you fucking nonce.
That's ended now. I can be a company director, but it's next year or something, right? But it doesn't stop me owning a business. I just can't be a company. you understand the difference? Sole trader, I can own a garage, I can own a sweet shop, I can own anything. I can own anything, but I can't be a company. That's all. I can't be a company. I can own a business. Google Grant, you can't work. He is banned from owning a business. Claire's never owned a business in her life. None of them have ever done anything like other than get, I don't know what, work in Sainsbury's or on medication, on no job, unemployed. They're the low level. These people that pretending to be solicitors are the lowest level in my country of people. And you Americans, you're going, oh yeah, Claire, yeah. What a guy. Oh, what a gal. What a gal, Claire. You're the greatest.
What was the question again?
You're the greatest, Claire. What a solicitor you are. They must feel fucking stupid now. Listening to believing she's a solicitor. America.
America.
Take it in, man.
You
we were all laughing.
fucking...
We were all laughing at the Google Grannies, and you were taking them serious. And I'm a bit ashamed to say that I have respect for genetic code and salty mum.
Salty bitch. Those two have been back on the tubes. That's why I'm called Battery Acid at the moment, because I thought it was quite a fun name that they threw at me as a snide. They've been on YouTube to go over again what happened several years ago. Like, I'll tell you what gets my goat now is all this Frankie Rusick bollocks, right? Like, it's not bollocks, obviously. That was being disrespectful to him. But what I mean is all this stuff, if they're so eggy and they want their money back, like, they probably put £5 into a crowdfund. Like, between them, it's probably about 30 quid. Like, I could just refund them myself. Like, it just... There is not this, like, huge ground. It's like one or two bitter, weird people talking about what went on several years ago, and they won't let it go. And, like, it would all come to resolution when and if the court case... I mean, more when than if the court case comes to resolution, won't it? So, like, let's, like, hope that day rolls on real quick.
They have actually brains. They do have brains.
Brains?
Yeah, they believed Claire Morgan. I can't remember yet, right? Yeah, Claire. What a gal. What a gal. You're going to close down his channel. You've 17 strikes. What a gal. It will close by Monday. Let's have a party. It was the easiest battle ever had. She didn't even know how to defend a strike, let alone give a strike. She didn't know how to give a strike even. And then she used poor old Mr. Frank as like, she made him commit perjury, right? He pretended he owned the photographs. He made him pretend to. So I took him to court in America, California, and they never showed.
Gaslighting for an hour and a half with Alan Vinnicombe.
What happens is, if you strike AD...
What he's doing with his lips is he's mimicking people who have no teeth.
In California, which is where the head office of YouTube is, California. So I applied for a court date in California to take Mr. R and Claire to court in America, right?
Right.
Suddenly, they give up. They give up. They give up. Because they don't own the copyright. Embarrassing. Badly advised. Mr. Rusick, employ lawyers that cost you money instead of these lovers of you. Makes a difference.
What was the question?
Right.
What was the question?
Ashton Page asked the question. Are you still making a DV documentary with all our invested funds? Go on.
I love it. I love it. That is a fucking solid question. This is such good content. Are you still making a DVD? Alan did his own crowdfund in the past for a documentary project. He did the crowdfund. He got the money. He took the money. There was no documentary. Okay? He's going to say, I rolled it into the book or something like that. At the end of the day, he did a crowdfund. They paid him the money. They didn't get the documentary. Do you want to go out? You're going to come with me. I'm doing the ranting on the internet. You can do some ranting as well. Come on. He paid the money. Like, this one's going to be great. Big ups for Regardation Police. Anna's giving you loads of dynamite here.
No. The invested funds for the documentary, we bought software and that to try to make it.
There you go. Told you he's going to roll it into something else. We bought software and that. Witness a liar in action.
Documentary. We bought software and that.
Covering the face immediately. The sense of self panic, like this isn't Jupiter's delight here. This is like you know, the nerves go up as the lie kicks in. He's covering the face. This is a practice lie rather than an immediate lie, but it is an immediate lie, you know, in the moment, so to speak. But this is Alan, you know, absolutely bang caught in a lie. It's fucking amazing that you should even read the question.
Going forward. No. The invested funds for the documentary, we bought software and that to try to make it. And then we ran into trouble with the book and had to spend all the money that we had on copyrights for the book.
So why didn't you make the documentary with the money that they gave you then? Because that's got nothing to do with needing to buy software. Big ups Regardation Police. That's got nothing to do with needing to buy software. He has his own Project 7. Well, sort of, yeah. I mean, he's done a lot of content, hasn't he, in the past? But he was going to make a doc, yeah. It's basically, yeah. I'll just say, yeah. He didn't, because with Project 7, there were actually, actual things they made beforehand, weren't there? Before the falling apart, like, and the big thing. But he just did a straight up crowdfund bundle the money. Like, I think he got about $9,000.
I'm afraid the money, the documentary, has all been spent in arranging a documentary, but we haven't got any money left. So no, there won't be a documentary, not to that standard.
So you spent all the money making the documentary, but then you didn't, like, what kind of person, do you know what I mean? Like, so at no point should anyone give Alan any more money, because he's just explained to you, you can give him a great nice sum of money, and he hasn't got the foresight to say, right, if I spend this now, I won't have it later. And what will I need in order to complete this project? And will this amount of money allow me to complete the project? Because if I just buy myself a nice computer, some software. What software? What software do you need to make a documentary? The editing software. Right, so if you buy a really expensive editing software and that's all the money. I mean, there is no editing software that can cost that amount of money. There is no software that can cost the amount of money that Alan had. Right, and then he rolled it into the book, but that was a mistake as well. So if you take the money to make a documentary and you think it's going to cost, you need to budget it so you can make, so in the future, if you fail to do that and you just spent all the money instead, then maybe we shouldn't give you any more money for anything.
But the funds you invested in the Armchair Detective went towards the book and everything else, the whole thing.
Poker.
Thank you, Mr. Pope. You're a one, you are.
They all went on poker.
Okay.
I can't believe he was able to face that down on his own show.
Put a dot if you want to ask something.
The funds all went to the Armchair Detective, so that's fine. What happened to the documentary? We're not doing it. We planned it, we bought all the stuff, and then we stopped because we ran out of money.
Okay, so
and that's that. So shut up.
Question.
I like that one.
Q&A.
Q&A. Let's get the next one going. You all right?
Do I get a break? Do I get a break every time there's not a question? Thanks. I drink my blueberry blue lips. Look, blue lips. Oh, my new girlfriend's not going to like blue lips. Where's she gone?
Okay, what's going on is that Alan has got some sort of sore on his lips. You are watching him through a really heavy filter, but about in the middle there, it almost looks like someone's been punched and he's bit on his lip. Or maybe he's been doing a sex and he's been biting on his lip. Or maybe he's been doing something to someone and they've bitten his lip. That's probably the worst of them. Maybe he's been doing something to someone and they've bitten his lip. But he looks like someone's bitten his lip there. He looks like he's got some discoloration of the lip. And so he's covering it with a bottle of blue liquid. Oh, I'm drinking this blue liquid and it's made my lip look funny. But he's concerned about it because he's bringing it to attention all the time. And you can see there is because it's heavy filter, it's hard to see. And this is a heavy filter as well. This is heavy filter. I mean, this is insane, right? I've not seen anything this insane for a long time. Armchair Detective. If I just quickly pop on his channel, and then we did it the other day. I searched for altercation because he did the same video twice. He did recently, and this is kind of funny in a way. His recent Nicola Bully video is called Nicola Bully Altercation or Someone on the Towpath. Yeah, and actually several months ago, about 5 months ago, he did an episode called Nicola Bully. There was an exchange about the dog and the lead. It had the same thumbnail. So 5 months ago, he did the same episode. But watch this. This is incredible. 5 months ago, he looked like this. This is his actual face. He's in a hotel room. This is before I started covering him. He looked like this 5 months ago. So how come his face is all gone all smooth and tanned and like Ken doll? What's going on? What's going on? Filters, mate, innit? Filters, mate. And he's got something going on his lip, and he's trying to cover it. And it might be that he's been holding someone down and trying to kiss them, and they've said, no, get off me. And he's going, yeah, and then they bit in his lip. It could be that.
Where's she gone? Has she sent me a picture yet? I'm going to look in my... Has she sent me a picture of a lovely self yet? No. Right. Okay.
It's like Les Dawson.
NK...
He's excited about this picture.
What? $6 million question.
There's a question.
I don't know.
Because if you named it, if you did know, isn't it? I don't know the law. Maybe you might know. Other people might know the law. But when someone's protected, like we have the same thing with some criminals in the UK. Like it's actually illegal to. Like if you found out that you were living up the road from so and so and they're in witness protection, like it's actually illegal to reveal their identity. I think, but yeah.
I know that they went to court, and they dragged the R's solicitor there with them, and they had a quiet meeting with a judge about a change in her name and what the rule gets to say about her. And from that day, everything changed. So they changed her name, and they got the R's to toe the line. That was the important bit, was to change the narrative. So that's that. What can we, the world public, do to get NK investigated properly? We, the British public, we had a law called the poll tax, and we protested enough that we stopped the law. We were able to stop a law by enough of us. If enough people protest, something happens.
But the bill that you were arguing against the other day, hang on, am I going? Actually, I don't want to get too deep into the political bills and what he was and what, I don't know. I'm not an expert on which bill is what, but we've had this bill about right to protest, like your rights, like because don't get me too deep on this, but because we left the EU, like your human rights are now up for grabs, and your right to protest. And obviously, people are angry about these Just Oil people. What are you doing in the road? Right, let's get rid of protesting, but protesting's still quite important, even if Just Oil people are nuts, like. And they're not nuts. They're just like even if you don't agree with what they're doing, which I'm not saying I do, I'm saying that right to protest is really important. But I don't know if it's true that in the UK, I honestly dispute the idea that in the UK there could be a grassroots movement that wants justice for Shanann in some aspect. Like there is already justice because obviously Chris is in prison, but further justice in that they want. Like, do you think there'd be enough? Like, when there was the poll tax riots, like there won't. Like, you're not going to get gangs of youths tearing up the high street, like firebombing shops because they want Nicole Kessinger to be gone in prison. Like, what's going on?
Right.
He's laughing.
If you can form a pressure group in America to get this reinvestigated, it will be, but it has to be done as a pressure group. A big pressure group. A big pressure group. Rourke's got to go. You have to wait till he's gone.
Big ups, Reform BBC. Welcome to regular. Big ups. Meow. You got a meow from the cat there. She won't escape. Thank you for the membership. Big ups, Reform BBC. Thank you.
Because Mr. Rourke got one of Rourke's deputies killed his wife with a gun and said that it was her own fault. And somehow he got off. Rourke got him out. You can read about that. So I don't like.
We shouldn't have to. You should really bring it to our attention if it's true.
Maybe we can do something. All right, Ashton, mate. Do my best. I am transparent. You won't believe how much it cost me to get a copyright. You know my.
What was that? Oh, you know what's coming. Just, Alan, open it up a bit. Open it up more. Okay, right. Do your hand. Alan, do your hand. Alan, you're supposed to be doing your show. Alan. Things happening now on the other. I've got to check the tweets. About the paint. Is that we're going to do an episode on the art. I've got that in the pipeline, so to speak.
Magnifying glass. I had to copyright that. It cost 1,500 quid to get a
Trademark
copyright in America. 1,500 quid to get a copyright of that.
You're getting ripped off. I think when you create something, you own the work. I mean, I don't really want to get into copyright law and stuff. I think you might mean trademark it, because I think when you create a novel work, you own the copyright exists as part of the fact that you created it. You don't have to. There's no copyright shop where I go and get everything copyrighted once I've written an album. I own the copyright because I write written and recorded by Scott Jessup, and I recorded it and it's mine. I own the copyright.
I had to copyright the Shadow Man book, £1,200. Cost a fortune.
What are you all laughing at now? Oh, you're laughing at me putting my Willis in his... Yeah, sorry.
Of course, Google Grant.
You sent a link on Twitter. Is it... What is it? Hang on. Is this him on afterwards? Okay. Thanks for that. We'll roll into that. We will.
They said he fraudulently made copyrights. They got all mixed up between copyright claims and me copyrighting my looking glass so I can strike people if they use my film. That's all it was for. So I could stop trolls using my films.
You're a bit confused on how it works, Alan.
AD steals all his content. And why they're saying AD steals all his content, they got me playing behind them. Excuse me, I should tap onto it. You are stealing my content now. You've got me on your screen.
It's not theft, it's fair use. There's a difference. If you take someone else's video and just put it in your edit, like without transformation, like the way you did with the RBOS thing was a good example. Like someone else made a video, you just took it and used it, it's yours now. That's not allowed to, but because I'm doing what's called fair use commentary, reaction, like I'm transforming your work, you're in this frame, there's background music, I'm here talking, we're pausing you. Like, you know it, Alan, you know this down to your bones. Like, I'm allowed to do this, but you're not really capable of doing it. So sometimes when you use copyright material, you just let it play, and then what's happening? You're just utilizing copyright material, and that's you, a copyright thief. Not only that, you plagiarize. Plagiarize is even worse, because although there's not a real strict YouTube button to click for plagiarism, there is actually laws, and look into the music industry about plagiarism and stuff like that. There are actually laws and things in place if people want to go, again, civil cases, but it's just, this DSP says this exactly, it's just fucking ridiculous. It's just the most ridiculous thing I've heard in such a long time as well. Alan, like coming from Alan, like at least DSP understand, like when he does DSP reacts, he won't watch things because of copyright. Whereas what Alan will do is to see someone else's video that he likes. If it's a small channel, he will just download it entirely and upload it to his own channel, and there it is, it's his. Like he did that with one of the things I edited. Within his own content, he'll say, right, today we're going to be talking about this subject. Here's the news. I did it on Super Chuff earlier. I had a news documentary on, and then I kept pausing it and doing the react. Alan will just say, here's the news, right? I'm off for an hour. Watch that. And it's insanity. It's insanity. Alan does steal his content, both by plagiarizing it and by literally stealing it.
You're stealing my content. AD steals everything he does is stolen from someone else.
And the reason, I clicked the button, I'm an idiot. The reason I'm doing this,
he has a very low IQ.
The reason I'm doing this,
you won't believe how much it cost me
is because he stole my content.
House. The Caliber dogs are low in the gym clothes. Questions from him. They said he's fraudulently made copyrights. They got all mixed up between copyright claims and me copyrighting my looking glass so I can strike people if they use my film. That's all it was for. So I could stop trolls using my films.
Pity party.
This is the joke about trolls. AD steals all his content. And why they're saying AD steals all his content, they got me playing behind them. Excuse me, I should tap onto it. You are stealing my content now. You've got me on your screen. You are stealing my content. AD steals everything he does is stolen.
Good point, Prophecy UK member. How can he copyright an image of a magnifying glass? Didn't the BBC use exact same image of the titles for QI? Yeah, I thought it rang a bell. Like he can't. He's copywriting generic imagery anyway. I think he means trademark, because I think that actually matters. Like I think copywriting is when you make I mean, I might be wrong, but I think copywriting is like when you make a creative work, you own their copyright and no one can just take it and use it for stuff. Like
from someone, excuse me, you're using me. You're using hashtag Armchair Detective to get people to look at your views, and you're using my footage to get clout. AD stealing, see? Hypocritical? Yeah,
no, the equivalent to be hypocritical, Alan, would be to watch a video that you'd done where you brought something new and fresh to the table, your own fresh take. I suppose the only thing that I could think of recently was when you said that Shanann Watt's mum probably knew that she was dead when that woman called her and called the school instead of calling Shanann because she knew Shanann was dead. And I imagine that, which is an awful thing to say. I find that absolutely deplorable. The equivalent would be, Alan, if I now did an episode saying Shanann's mom why didn't she call Shanann? She should have fucking called Shanann. Instead, she called the school. She knew she was dead, and I did it as my video, having heard you say it. Like that would be the equivalent, Alan. Because what happened in the other way around is not only did you take a video that I edited and just put it on your channel because you thought it was from someone small like Sentries, who are they, but also you took the things I said in videos, and you did it with Eddie's Final Break as well, the things we said in videos, and then you just reported on them, but as if they were your own like ideas, like as if you'd come up with them yourself, and that's called plagiarism, and it was really blatant. Stole his name to begin with off a podcaster, says Brian James. Yeah, with that background, he could complete the image with a set of Devil's Horn, says one to our maths or Lottie. Big ups, LJ in Cornwall. Welcome to Large. Oh, look at that. Oh, get me nuts tweaked. Someone give them a squeeze. Welcome to Large. I like it. Big ups, LJ in Cornwall. Large member. I like it. Thank you.
Right.
Sorry about the adverts. I must have left that on today, or maybe deliberately pressed it to make more money. But this stuff gets unmonetizable immediately after it goes on as a video, so I need to do my best.
No more questions for the minute. I've got enough questions for the minute.
No more questions for the minute.
Does Sandy know Claire Morgan is fake? Kate, I can tell you that Kelly the Advocate has told her that Claire's fake. I can tell you that Frankie's been told by everybody in Timbuktu that Claire's fake. They just don't want to say it. They know it, but they don't want to say it because it ruins their life, doesn't it? Oh my God, of course they're worried about it, but they won't speak. Claire is a fraud. And if it ever goes to court, I'm going to get her arrested. I'm going to subpoena her and get her arrested in the court if it ever goes to court. She started this fund. That fund's in her name because Frankie's not allowed to have a fund in England. They broke the law.
So basically, you can go to a party that Alan's at and you can sit down next to him. You just go up to him. I do this to some of my relatives sometimes because I know the little things that make the family angry between the family resentment, and you can just sit down next to her and you can say, so has that Claire ever been done for being a fake lawyer yet or what? And then he's off now like this.
They got around the law, circumvented the law to have an agent over it, and that's Claire. She started that fund. She started it and raised money on YouTube to get by using her status as a solicitor, which she's not. She's not. I promise you, she's not. Why she's not been arrested, I don't know. We've reported her. Other people reported her. I don't know why she's not arrested. Why do you think Chris Watts was threatened?
Next question.
Hey, you got two questions. Why was he threatened? Who by? Oh, I'll leave that. Threatened? Who by? Why did Paul Ansell change the gym clothes when it wasn't necessary? I don't know. Other than
you don't know why Paul Ansell changed into his gym clothes on the day that his wife was mysteriously dead in the river during the same time frame that if he was involved in any way with her murder, he would have had to have changed his clothes.
Then he thought, I'll go straight to the gym after I go to the bank. I don't think he did anything wrong. I think he thought, I'll go there, I'll probably find her, and I'll go straight to the gym. That's what I thought. No big deal. I get changed all the time. I got changed just now. Why did I get changed?
Because you're about to go on the internet and you don't want people to see you wearing the fucking weird clothes that you wear around the house. Because the tutu and the tight latex black top are not going to, like, you know, the ball in your mouth is not going to cut it on the stream. You have to take that out. Big up Silver Moon Warrior. Welcome to regular. Thank you, Silver Moon Warrior. Thank you for becoming a member. Super Mimp Squad. It's going really well. It's going really well. The membership thing's going really well. Thank you, everyone.
You just do. Okay. Question.
But
you enjoying
I
this
do know. Wait, but the tippies.
Only a small crowd, but it's a bit of fun, right?
There's fewer tippies, and I get more of a cut from the tippies. So maybe this is a mistake. I need to cross-reference whether you've been people that would normally tip. I need spreadsheets to cross-reference it. Wait, that's not spreadsheets. I could cross-reference that. Hang on. Back to Alan. This Alan. No, not Alan the old one from the past. Alan the new one that looks like this with his tongue out. You alright, Alan? Are you looking at that picture of that woman? She sent him a saucy picture.
Are you having a Halloween episode? Yeah, I expect so. It's not Halloween yet, is it?
It will be. Every day's Halloween in your house, you fucking
monster. Do you feel there was a safe house?
Every day's Halloween in your house, you fucking monster. That was a good one. Come on, that was a good one.
Chris Watts case. Well, the dog alerted to a house. The caliber dogs alerted to a house down the road. So something of Shanann Watts or the girls was in that house.
Or someone.
Woof.
No. Wait. To a house down the road? You mean a different house? A cadaver dog can alert to just the scent of death, so it could have been someone else that died in a different house.
Well, that's an alert to the smell of the person it's looking for. The dog smelt the sliders and sandals of the girls, and he took his handler to a house down the road.
Really?
No doubt about it. And when I put this to the actual handler, he went mad. He closed his site down on YouTube. He's a like a big organization. He closed down his page. I frightened him to death.
Well, that doesn't sound right, does it then, Alan? I feel like we're only getting one side of the story here, aren't we? Big ups in chat. Snood, Spanner, regular member. Big up Snood. And BCTV, a different videographer with opinions. Make sure to check out their channel. Big ups. Welcome to regular. Big ups BCTV. Thank you very much, you super member chuffers.
Oh my God, they found out. And he closed down and started writing stuff. He got really scared.
We just did it as a soft launch today, but loads of you have decided to become members, so I haven't offered you anything. But we'll have to do a special member stream or something. I'll have to I might start dropping certain uploads to members first or some shit like that. I don't know. Polly Darton, welcome to regular. Big ups, Polly Darton. Thank you for your membership. I really appreciate it.
So yeah, something went on in one of those houses.
Thank you. Yes. I do appreciate it. Oh look, actual tippies.
Sharon
this is
Wilkinson
the liquidity
tippies.
of my business.
Hi Scott, he'll stick with tippies.
It's raining again.
Thank you,
Super
Sharon.
Chuffer owes 3 hugs. Tippies.
And then whoosh.
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you for the tippies. I get more of a cut that way, but also memberships offer you this green stuff and it's cool to be members. Whatever you'd like is whatever you like
Lisa
is cool.
sent tippies.
Thank you,
Here's
Lisa.
some tippies towards a lovely t-shirt like AD.
I've got a lovely t-shirt.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Mine says vegan. You want me to get one of those from TK Maxx? Where's he pulled this from, this t-shirt? We should alight on it. Thank you for the tippies. Thank you. We should alight on this a little longer. He's worn it before. It's all roses and thorns and snakes. And it just makes you think of bad... what does he think he's wearing? Why does he feel it's... roses, thorns, snakes. Oh, they call me the Wild Rose. Yeah, her name was Eliza Dean. What are you doing?
There was a safe house.
A safe house.
I haven't committed any crimes whatsoever. I've got a clean criminal record.
Is that one of the questions?
I'm not a sex offender like they say I am. I want these people. I'm going to get these people that say that. You can't do that because it sticks, right?
You said on your channel that I sexually assaulted your daughter. So you're in this wheelhouse, Alan.
Word. Call somebody the P word is worse than the M.
Scarlett. Oh, do you think it's a little message to Scarlett? Big ups, Nigel. Nigel, thank you. Classic. Welcome to regular. Classic. Nigel Mimp Squad, classic. Beryl Poletrace, welcome to regular. Thank you very much. If Alan sees this back, he's going to be... God, it's going to make him cross. All those members. God, it's going to make him cross. Thank you. Thank you. You all requested it. I just did it because, you know, you wanted it.
Sex offender, like they say I am.
He thinks it's funny. Good point, Snood. Like, yeah. People say it's almost like he's doing one of those Jupiter's Delights, isn't it? It's almost like he's finding it funny when he's saying that he's not a sex offender. Imagine reading a question on your question and answer that says, do you have a criminal record? And you manage to turn it into, I'm not a sex offender. Like, you can ask anyone the question, do you have a criminal record? And then they might answer it. But they might not say, I'm definitely not a sex offender.
Sure. There was a safe house.
And having the criminal record and getting away with the crime are two different things.
I haven't committed any crimes whatsoever. I've got a clean criminal record.
Because the question is, have you committed crimes, not have you got a clean criminal record?
I'm not a sex offender, like they say I am. I want these people. I'm going to get these people that say that. You can't
Sex
do that
offender.
because it sticks, right?
Sex
Worse
offender.
than the N-word. Call somebody the P word is worse than the N-word.
Well, it's worse than the N-word for you because you're not black. So if I called you the N-word, then you wouldn't be that afraid of it, would you? Because you're not black. Big ups Kooky Wookie. Welcome to regular. Not that black people are afraid of the N-word, but you know what I mean. Kooky Wookie. I like your style. Kooky Wookie. Welcome to regular. Thank you.
Don't do it. Don't even imply it.
Don't even imply it.
P word's worse than the N-word. Don't do it. Don't even imply it.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do it. Do it. Alan wants to have sex with Nicole Kessinger. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do it. Do it. He also would like to have sex with the dead children in all the cases he's been on. Do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do it. Do it. Alan would just take his chances wherever he can get them. He's a nasty person. He'll sell pictures of children on the internet. Like, do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do it. Do it. You can get your pictures from... Thanks for breaking me out of that.
Sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thanks. Thanks for breaking me out of that.
Get these people that say that.
That's what Alan will need to say when he goes to prison.
Do that because it sticks, right? Worse
Thanks
than
for
the
breaking me
N-word.
out.
Call somebody the P word.
Someone
worse than the
sent
N-word.
tippies.
Don't do it.
Super
Thanks,
Chuffer
someone.
owes 10 hugs.
Thank you. Thank you. This is all going really well.
Don't even imply it.
Thank you.
I'm coming.
You're coming. Oh, he's good at regardation police.
Don't do it. Don't even imply it. I'm coming.
He's coming.
And if you do know that woman called Zoe with a Z,
Yeah?
who implies that I'm a
It's
pig,
raining
I
again.
want
I couldn't be happier.
Kiwi
Thank you,
sent
Keely.
tippies.
Monies.
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 Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Monies from heaven. Thank you. Thank you, Keely. Monies from heaven. At this juncture, I would like to take a little musical break. I put it as a community post. Don't know how many people watch my community
It's raining
posts, but
again. I couldn't
at this
be
juncture...
The
happier.
blind leading the blind sent tippies. Top show Scotty Hottie.
Thank you.
Treat us to a bit of Jamie's AI song, please. Great chat tonight.
Look
Super
at that.
Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Psychic. What do you think? I literally just brought it up as your tippies come in. I said at this point I'd like to take a musical break, and the tippies came in. Like, that is like psychic. I thought now's the right time for this. Now's the right time for this. And I've got the copyright to this. Well, I'm sharing it with Jamie, I suppose. Jamie's done a bit of work on this. Big ups, Jamie M.
Well, this one's about a girl like you. Let's say, or you can say she's a big bitch. Real trouble looking though. The time you go makes you want to hit her. While you do the wild thing you're thinking, should I get away with choking her this time? A fine wine, and do I you go? Go for money in the river in a Vinnicombe sheet. But she is a slam. She don't want me back, don't want me back. You don't want me, When I go out drinking, I see her dancing with little guys for the parking side. I know she takes the pole and lets them tear up her asshole. That is on her new diseases. She's friends with all the front bouncers. One day they'll get what's coming. Listen on you fuckers, all you screw flash. She's a slut. She don't want me back. Don't want me back. She don't want me.
The bit at the end is really good as well. This is
Hello? I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
I love that bit at the end.
Hello? I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
It fits so well with the little dog. This is Jamie M. Make sure you get and subscribe to Jamie. There are some other songs that I can't really play because of copyright, but I'm going to try a little blast of this one. But obviously they're all copyright in the main, aren't they? YouTube will pick them up and be like, "You're playing ABBA," but it's a really good cover of Alan singing ABBA, like, so it's fucking cool. But this one I just fucking love so much, so I'm going to take the risk.
There you are, Richard B. Tore up on a fucking pier. I'm joking now. Out of trees, huh? Tram. Floating round the pole, tramming I'm floating round the pole. My goals got them bitches, so I'm taking from my goal. Tramming I'm floating.
So if you want to hear the full versions, you have to head over to Jamie M and check out his channel. I really like it. I really like it. And in the same vein, we've got in chat today, Regardation Police. Regardation Police in the same vein. I really enjoy their work, as you know. And we've also got Slinky Socks, who is fast becoming her own editing impresario. And I like her work too. Make sure you get and support the people in chat who are also making content on this tip. I hope I don't give anyone the kiss of death, because you know what I'm like. I say that someone's a good channel, they end up saying hedgehogs don't exist. Martin Dean's even decided to leave the internet, so I'd have a bit of a bad track record with, you know.
Her real name, Alan Vinnicombe. No. adsubs007@gmail.com. I want to speak to her. Can I walk okay now? Yes, I can. I can walk fine, thanks. Yeah, all the pain's gone. All the pain's gone. It's just a matter of now exercising.
Bit of herky-jerky internet though.
There are a bunch of crybabies who hide behind false names, ladies and gentlemen, and are prepared to call me a P behind a laptop. Would they call me it to my face?
Yes. As soon as I saw you, first thing I'd do is I'd shout it from across the street.
You have proof, and if you got proof, you give it to the police. You don't accuse people of that on a public forum. It's disgraceful. Women may not understand. It's the worst thing you can do to a man.
I never even did, but it got worse.
Worst thing you can do to a man.
Like, all the other stuff came out about you, and I just thought, well, fuck it.
Money's better.
Your knee's better.
And
that's a good question.
It's better. I was scared for years, wasn't I? I was scared to do it for years.
But now you can run.
Google grannies, load of bollocks, all they talk. Imagine being a Google granny, watching me for 5 years, and going on panels and talking about AD for 5 hours. Remember when he did? Remember when he did? 5 hours. No one wants to listen, grannies.
What did you name
You
them?
can hate me. It's fine to hate me.
Which
At
particular
least do
panel are you
it with a
talking
bit
about?
of decorum. Like, hate me in a constructive way. Don't hate me by calling me a disgusting name.
Did you hear
That's
that?
it.
We've got the the seal of approval there. Hate him in a constructive way. So those songs, Regardation Police is cool edits, Slinky Socks is edits, what we do here, this is all constructive and like productive. I think you're allowed to do it in a creative way.
And I'm not low intelligence, thanks very much. I'm quite intelligent.
Do you think? Or is that the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Where's Maddie now? He's deceased. He
Where's,
was deceased on the
where's
weekend.
Maddie now? Madeleine McCann. Where is Maddie now is one of the questions. Madeleine McCann, rest in peace. The ocean, the Atlantic. This is her address now. Madeleine McCann, rest in peace. The Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Portugal.
It happened. No, so let's say the night. It could have been any time that week. She's deceased and hidden. Very well hidden body in Portugal.
In Portugal
Why do
somewhere.
I say that? Because the best caliber dogs in the world said that her dead body was in the apartment. Not any old dead body. Her dead body was in the apartment. One dog smelt the scent of death behind the sofa, and the other dog found her blood. When I say her blood, when they lifted the tile, 15 out of 18 markers was Maddie McCann. In England, they'd be in jail now, the McCanns. Because they're in Portugal, it has to be 18 out of 18.
There's another YouTuber. I want to give them their flowers for this. Super Chuffer AD, maybe? Let me bring up my stuff. Somebody made a video. I did watch it. They were talking about whether I can critique Alan on the Madeleine McCann case, and they themselves have done a lot of investigation on the Madeleine McCann case. Fuck, man, I need to get their actual. I feel bad for not. I watched their videos and like took it in, like looked at what they were saying. Alan is obviously. They made one about Alan as well recently. Hang on. Armchair Detective filters this week. Was it this week? I want to give them the credit. It's James Bogart. That's what it is. So James Bogart has done videos about their opinion on what happened to Madeleine McCann. So here we go. There's a playlist, is there? No, there's no playlist. You need to, James, if you're listening, if you're watching, please do a playlist. What I did was I went through and I watched all of these that have the red, the numbers. I watched all of them back to back. So I understand what James's perspective on it is. I totally agree with loads of it. Like, there was a couple of bits and pieces that I hadn't maybe pieced in the same way, but I totally agree with loads of it. So I think it's really good. And look, recently he's done an episode about James Bogart versus Armchair Detective. So obviously Alan is now aware, because when you put Armchair Detective and you do a video, Alan's searching for himself all the time. So, and he's noticed, I guess, I need to watch these recent uploads to see what's happening, but he's noticed, I guess, that Alan is going to be using his content. And what Alan just said there about the markers and these tiles, it's all in James Bogart's content, nicely, neatly laid out. So I think Alan is using that as his source material, and I think James has spotted it. So it's just interesting there. Just a little point.
The reason it was 18 out of 15, because the other three were ruined by bleach. So there you go. That's where she is now.
Glad we got that cleared up. What about your questions?
I want to ask you Americans something.
You want to ask us a question?
I don't understand Americans.
Oh no, not this.
I think I do, but I made this short video, and I want your help. If you're American, listen carefully.
Because if I'd have known, I'd have never wasted my time with him in the first place. Like, none of this would ever even occur.
If he takes her out of the picture, you're never going to know that she was pregnant, right?
What do you mean takes her out of the picture? Like,
If he murdered her, she's out of the picture.
So what's happening here is our dear friend is trying to say you're the motive for murder, right? It's only short. It's only 1 minute.
Where did this come from?
With murder, you're not going to. I got divorced from my wife. You say, do you understand what I'm saying?
Don't lead,
It's so loud compared to him and
I
his
understand what
bad
that means.
microphone.
Hypothetically,
please.
I'm going to quickly take a bathroom break while he does this.
if she,
Okay.
you understand where I'm going. If
Right,
you
but you're-
didn't know,
You're leading into questions that are nothing with your,
if you didn't know though,
wait, Nick.
That she was there.
Did you hear?
That line there, she was there. He's talking to her dad, saying, "You didn't know that she was there." Listen.
Wait, Nick.
That she was there.
Did you hear what I said?
I'm following.
Wait, Nick.
That she was there.
Did you hear what?
She was there, right? To me, in England, right, that's the policeman telling her dad she was there. Your daughter was there. That's what she's saying. But I'm told by Americans, it means she was going out with him. I don't understand. American.
What I said?
I'm following.
If you didn't know, though, wait, Nick. That if you didn't know, though, that she was there. What does that mean? She was there. What does that
If you
mean
didn't
to
know,
Americans?
though.
I
Oosh.
need to know.
If you want me covering, because he said this yesterday, so if you want me covering this, then we're going to release it as a video. I've got it all ready to go.
Yeah?
It's got a really cool thumbnail.
Tell me, American. What does it mean? Anaphylaxis. What does that sentence mean? That she was there.
My problem with this is I don't have the full context of the question beforehand. Even again today, I don't really feel I got the full context of the question beforehand. Like, I think what he's saying is that if if Chris doesn't have a wife, would you go out with him? In any sort, like, if Shannon wasn't there, would you go out with Chris? Would you be his girlfriend? I think that's the question, and I think Alan's misconstrued it. Me and Green did a large membership, did they?
She was there.
Wait, let me scroll back.
She
Me and
was
Green,
there.
welcome to large. Me and Green, big stinking large. Get me a large. Fetch me a large. Would you like fries with that? Just fetch me a large. Thank
You're
you.
leading
Thank
into
you.
questions that are nothing with your.
If you didn't know, though,
Wait, Nick.
that she was there.
Did you hear what I said?
She was there. Come on. Am I right or wrong?
I don't know, Alan. It's confusing.
She was there.
Gaslighting me now.
I'm following you. I just
The
want to
thing
answer
that I
your question.
honestly thought of when I played this scenario.
Sugar.
Out of nowhere, right? We're now suddenly being gaslit about Nicole Kessinger.
Sugar Mama says she
This
was
is
in
Nicole
his life,
Kessinger.
meaning she was there. You understand?
Over
Okay.
my head is that maybe they woke up and saw him doing it to their mom.
This is Nicole Kessinger.
Now I gotta do this too. I don't know. I'm like, why? Because they were like his little lifeline.
She was there.
The Armchair detective is slightly different. But I want to read her comment because it's, to be fair, right? She said,
What do you think,
What?
guys? Yeah, who's Nick? Well, Nick is his daughter.
We just heard a voice then. We just heard someone else's voice, and I believe that voice was, well,
Wait, Nick. He's saying,
part of the Bin crew. I'll just say that, part of the Bin crew.
Nick, wait. Don't say anything. That's Nick. Right, there's this guy, I don't know why he's called Rabid Dog. I don't know if he's on my side or not, but I'm not happy about this.
All right, I might have got that wrong. Maybe no. I think he is part of the Bin crew.
bit coming up here, right?
says, in trying to bring AD down for his fabrications, the most terrible fabrications have been made about him, e.g. sex farm in Thailand, child trafficking, and worst of all, the P word.
Now, this guy has got his own channel, and he's managing to get views because he's talking about me. That's fine. People do that to get views. He probably never had so many views. But anyway, he's sort of defending me, saying that people say that I do child trafficking and stuff like that, and the P word, right? Which is fair enough. And he knows it's not true. He knows
the
it's
laugh.
fabrication. He knows
Wait, Alan. I actually do find this really troubling now, Alan. Really troubling now, because Snood pointed out earlier, it's part of the duper's delight, isn't it? It's when you do a lie, it's like a little tell. You do the laughing, and like you brought up the sex trafficking of children. That for some reason is funny.
He probably never had so many views. But anyway,
Like the sex trafficking of children bit for some reason requires this strange response.
he's sort of defending me, saying that people say that I do child trafficking and stuff like that, and the P word, right? Which is fair enough. And he knows it's not true. He knows it's fabrication. He knows that by people that hate me, okay?
To name just a few. So what would you... And obviously there's the recent thing with this super chuffer asshole.
Oh, I'm an arsehole. Oh, he's got me. Oh, I love it. Okay, I think this is one of the Bin Bin crew then. I don't really know. I don't know who this person is that he's got up. You know, I don't really know. But I think I might have heard their name in Bin Bin chat or something like that. So Alan's got this person up to insult me on his stream because Alan won't do it. Alan won't like he's too scared, but he's using this person as a proxy. So there you go. Put Alan's using you on his stream now.
He knows it's not true. He knows it's fabrication. He knows that by people that hate me. Okay.
To name just a few. So what would you? And obviously, there's the recent thing with this super chuffer asshole. What he's tried to say about Armchair Detective.
No, what I caught him doing.
I like him saying that. This so now this is where this Cheryl with his.
Oh, you did call me an arsehole then, but sort of with all the laughing from behind the keyboard.
Comes in from Canada. I'm pretty good detective.
I could be an arsehole. It's fine. I'll be the
listen to
arsehole.
what she says.
The super chuffer thing. This is where I stand on this because this is where I try to draw the line between my actual feelings.
What's going on here? Is these are the Google grannies then that he's going on about? This is cut from a live stream of people talking about other people. This is like, I said this the other day on the street, like I did a react yesterday, again, it's got its own thumbnail, you're going to get to see it probably at the end of this episode. It's really good. Is that a few of these chuffers, right, they go on like, there's levels, like at the real bottom end of the bin scrapings, Bin, who is literally like housebound, racking up lines, smoking cigarettes, ranting into a microphone for 8 hours a day. Listening to them is the equivalent of listening to some guy in a phone box who's pissed himself and he's trying to get his crack pipe working, and you've opened up the phone box because you go, hey, fucking you fucking get out of here, you fucking, it's my phone box. And you're like, all right, okay, sorry, you have the phone box. I don't need to make a call that badly, actually. I'll just wait till I get home with my mobile top-ups. Like, you know, and you just don't even bother arguing with them. Like, you know, you're in the pub, someone's wet themselves in the corner, and hey, fucking, oh, you talk to them. Like, I don't need to. Like, so I don't, like, there's levels, there's layers, and like, there's this just one above Bin, which is like the, they got together as the truther community. They're not the truther community like everyone else on the internet understands it, being the conspiracy world truthers. What they are is they're people that want the truth about the Chris Watts case because Alan kept telling a load of lies. So they call themselves the truther community because Alan told a load of lies and they came together to debunk his lies. So they're the truther community, and they still get together and do a weekly live stream together where they get together and talk. And this is genetic code, and like they're just one level above Bin. And again, it's not really worth like me caring what they think or say. Like, Alan's carefully edited some of their opinions, but I really don't care for them. They're irrelevant to me.
Especially when I'm talking publicly.
She puts herself up there, right? Well, I draw the line between my feelings and when I'm talking to my public. When she's talking to her public, she won't say I'm a P. But when she's not, she says I'm a P, right? Listen.
Feelings and not being a hypocrite, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And
you are a hypocrite. Because
yeah, this is easy pickings though, Alan. This is why I don't even bother with this, is because like you could listen to big up Susie Evans, welcome to regular. Sanderson Rose, membership missed. I love the way you're drawing my attention to it. Thank you. Sanderson Rose, welcome to regular. Thank you, because I'm watching on like multiple monitors and stuff. I really appreciate the fact you're drawing my attention to it. Thank you. I don't want to miss a member. Thank you. It's lovely to see the memberships pouring in like this and so many names turning green. It's quite amazing, actually. Thank you. Good night, Paranormal Channel. Obviously, there'll be more of this nonsense. So you can get it on demand at your leisure. Thank you.
You hate me. You feel Shirley in Alaska. You are.
Yeah, so I lost my train of thought a little bit. Big up Collie Wobbles. Welcome to regular. Big ups Collie Wobbles. Thank you. Collie Wobbles. Got the Collie Wobbles. These people and their opinions, yeah, they flip-flop, they talk like they're really angry about this old stuff, like they're inconsequential, they've got beef from 5 years ago, they're still doing, it's like with Alan, still doing the same show. I don't really care what they say, I'm not really bothered by it.
and not being a hypocrite, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And
you are a hypocrite. Because you hate me, you feel Shirley in Alaska. You are a hypocrite because you don't like me, but you've watched me for 5 years. You feel it's okay to portray me as a P, don't you? Alaska.
Well, there's paedophile nonsense again.
Please don't be mad at me, but I hate to do this. But,
Alan, I think you might be a nonce.
you know, there was accusations made about you recently.
Now, poor old Rabid Duck, he got accusations of him. Every man on YouTube get these accusations, right?
No,
If you
no, that's not the case. Thankfully, nobody's going around saying that about me, other than you, Alan, who said that I sexually assaulted your daughter on the internet for that song.
If you're a woman, you're a prostitute and a drug dealer and a drunk. If you're a man, you're definitely a P and a sex offender. That's how it works. You just throw these things around. As long as you can hide behind a phone.
Is that your defence? You're not a paedophile because people use it as a slur on the internet. But what about you and your behaviour and the fact you were singing with those kids on that app? Oh yeah, but I'm not a paedophile because just people just say it on the internet.
name? Like Shirley from Alaska here.
With zero proof. Zero proof.
Like this shows a little, and then the level of stuff as well. I was talking about these levels. I've kind of got derailed from my thought a little bit, but don't worry. The strange thing here is that these are people, like there's a small group of them, like I said, they exist to detract Alan. They're hooked up on this Chris Watts, Frankie Rusick, Shannon, the slurs, the inconsistencies, Alan taking money. Like they want this court case either to go to resolution, or some of them actually want their money back and all this business. Like it's old news, like, but they've got this little group and they talk together on the internet sort of weekly, and they just say the same things every week. So like it's of no consequence. So I don't know why Alan's now decided to edit it and bring it to the attention of the mainstream, like to bring it on his main. Like this is a really weird choice in a way for me. He's literally, like, bear in mind, these are people that are his trolls, essentially. Like, they're his trolls. His detractors, like, some of them are more creative and do better detracting than others. But these ones in this gang are a bit, like, they're on the bin side for me. Well, they hate me as well, don't they? They slag me. And the reason they slag me is because I came in out of nowhere, don't know anything about the backstory of Alan or what he's done, took over from them and started saying he was a paedophile. And what happened then was, because I said he was a paedophile with no evidence whatsoever, apparently, that rubbished everything they'd been doing, and that gave him all this ammunition to say, oh, they're just calling me these names, and it rubbished what they were doing, and that I think I'm the great Jesus online and I've come to save them, and I've done more damage to Alan than they've done in 5 years, and that because of that whole narrative, I'm a bad chuffer and they hate me. That's their side of why they hate me. So okay. In counter to that, I would say when I came in out of nowhere, I did speak to some people at length about Alan. Quite a few people. A few people actually let me record the interviews just in case I ever should want to go back over them and rewatch them to, get into my head things that I might not remember on the day. Some really lovely people who I think are really valuable and really excellent people. And maybe I didn't call all of these people in their little weird group. Maybe I didn't call all of them. And they feel that Martin Dehan was supplying me with information, which he wasn't. I watched all of these different channels, took in loads of stuff. They don't know what I was doing. They've got no idea. And then through the process, we were watching Alan on a stream. We found him doing the kids, watching him sing with the kids. We brought that to attention. It's not nothing. It's not nonsense out of nowhere. Alan is doing noncy things. Like, we all know about them. We've got a long litany of them, and they're angry because I'm saying he's a paedophile. You shouldn't say Alan's a paedophile on the internet without no evidence. It wasn't that. I said he wasn't a paedophile, but look at all this stuff that makes him look like he is. Like they've got their knickers in a twist. Like, what do I give a shit?
Zero proof that I'm a P, right? She admits that, yeah?
Right.
There isn't zero proof. There's loads of circumstantial evidence, and you've said some really fucking creepy things. I mean, saying yourself that you were searching for child porn on the internet, Alan, that was fucking fucked up.
I have a problem, and it's not just with AD. I have a problem. Again, like I said, I try to handle myself a little differently online than how I talk privately, but people making accusations without proof.
People making accusations without proof, even in Code Alaska, is wrong. It's downright wrong. And you shouldn't do it. It's worse than the N-word.
I agree. A lot of his stuff is definitely sketchy. It's definitely sketchy. And
my stuff is sketchy because she hates me.
I am friends with people who 100% believe.
So anything she says that you agree with is fine, and that's completely right. And anything that she says that you don't agree with is because she hates you, and it's wrong. And we're just going to pick and choose now.
That he is that P word.
Now that
believe
because she hates me.
I am friends with people who 100% believe that he is that P word.
I'm friends with people who 100% believe that Alan is a paedophile, she said. So I don't know how that helps you, Alan.
Now that is...
Oh, one of these people is in Alaska, I think. Like this little group are from all over the world, actually, I think, some of them. It's a strange little like community they've built and hold on to. And like I said, like, I mean, an example of this would be they do it, I don't know, I see I'm getting dragged down this now by Alan. Like, I haven't planned to cover this on my stream, thanks. But Genetic Toad, she fucking, I'm having, like, she's live now having a rant. Like,
false suggestions.
This is live now, right? It's the equivalent of what Alan's doing. Look, they've got the Cohen, the solicitors, Claire, the fake lawyer, defamation against Frankie.
As lawyer.
You talking? Oh, I've got it on mute. Hang on. Do you talking
Maybe
then?
she ended. There you are.
Couldn't have hung on for just a couple more minutes. but the silver lining is that, oh shit, oh fuck, that was my pipe that just dropped. In 4 hours, that's only the second drop, period.
Okay.
So
Well, this is what I was saying to the class while you were gone. I think this is a good place to end it. That was from Jared Cohen specifically to Claire. Claire, are you able to identify instances of defamation against Frankie? For example, false suggestions that he has a criminal record. Thank you. Yeah. And that's why I said that's a perfect place for me to take my fare thee well.
Okay, so, you know, they're still talking, like, it's like a support group for people who thought Armchair Detective was bad quite a few years ago. And, like, he's still bad now, but, like, they've not moved on from that one thing. Sorry, I've got too many windows open, more windows than, hello, Buckingham Palace, mate. Sorry, more windows than Buckingham Palace. Where's Alan? Yeah, so like how do I say this? There's like a phrase, isn't there? But it's going to make me sound arrogant, like, you know, about like a fly can sting a horse, but a fly is still a fly and a horse is still a horse. Like what they say in their little support group about who they think is an arsehole and whatever is inconsequential, really, isn't it? Like, I don't know why Alan's so pet up about it.
Passive aggression at its worst. I have friends who are absolutely sure he's that P word. She's in friggin' Alaska. I'm in Western Supermare.
It's a really weird, like, Snood's in chat. I kind of want to address this in terms of Alan. In terms of DSP. It's a really weird schism in that Alan had detractors, but they were legit, like, angry people who were angry about a specific incident and, like, you know, issue, which was his slandering of the family of the people who died. Like, Shanann Watts was killed, Cece and Bella were killed, she had her unborn child was killed, Chris Watts did it, and Alan made up all this weird shit. So Shanann's brother, she's dead, and her brother is now dragged into it, her mom, her dad. Alan says shit about them. He did it yesterday on his stream. We've got the video coming out soon. Like, he said these things, and, like, for some reason they've decided, you know, over all of this YouTube goings on, to take him to court, right? This is Nicole Kessinger, the picture, the lady that Chris Watts was sleeping with, his fancy woman, the lady that Alan, he's got the hots for Alan. Alan's got the hots for her. So Alan will like it that she keeps going on the screen like that, won't you, Alan? Because Alan's friend, Dr. B, compiled all the pictures. Yeah, so these people, it's like, you got legit detractors, like, let's say that, legit detractors. And then for some reason, somehow, like, instead of being a community of happy detractors, they've turned into, like, even Martin Dean and Helen have gone now recently off YouTube. There's some new ones, as we showcased today. Big up Smith Bear. But some of these detractors of Alan's, right, they've stuck in this time loop where they're still angry that Alan's being sued by Frankie Rusick, right? Alan's being sued by Frankie Rusick, but Frankie Rusick crowdfunded the money, and it might not be all above board, and maybe this woman Claire in England is a fake lawyer, and he's saying he's going to get the money, and he's using his solicitors, and Alan's not really going to get taken to court for the same reasons as we said, and like, we don't know about any of it until it goes through the court, and there's actually a legit filing in the UK courts for this court case. Big ups Grumpy Granny, welcome to regular. Big ups, thank you. So it's really interesting to me that like, it's like they've said their piece, and they've like stated their position, and then they've got nothing else to really say or do. And then they're just getting together every week to be like, you still cross about this thing? Yeah, I'm still cross. Do you remember when Alan first did this? Yeah, I remember when he fucking did this. What about these new people that are doing stuff? Fuck them and the new people. I want to stay here in fucking 1982. Like, or, you know, obviously I'm hyperbolizing the date there, but like they're stuck in this like little time loop, this little bubble. And like I said, you can go on the channel now, like Genetic Code, live now.
Literally up there lying on UCM's page that day. And she's saying, this is the charges that he pled down to, you know, get it right. And then he said, that's right, I've never been in trouble with the law. You have Mrs. Rusek on live stream saying, the police have never come and talked to my son about anything in his entire life. The police have never been to my home.
I had a
He's
pin
never.
post from Sandy from, well, I guess, well over a year ago that saying her son has never, you know, been in any kind of criminal trouble in his life.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they're literally talking about it now, yeah? And that's what Alan keeps bringing up and going over in the court case, and they're talking about it now. And I'd like to see the court case pushed to resolution, yes, but I just find it strange that they're so eggy and like, you know, it's like they're caught in a schism, like they're caught in their own little time loop. It's a weird thing in this detractor. Like, you know, Alan bred his own detractors. Some of them were like quite normal detractors, continued to make videos about him weekly, daily, holding him to account, funny edits, you know, like digging up things, like doing a bit of ops, like, well, not literal ops, but like when he was going poker, you know, finding where he was going to play poker and finding out his winnings and his losses and stuff like that, you know, proper detractor shit. And then there's these others who are like fucking stuck in this weird time warp about this man and his court case and the ins and outs and whether it's gonna and who's a fake lawyer. And like they also become in some way, like between me and Alan, Genetic Code hates me and she likes Alan, like versus me and Alan. She thinks Alan is right and I've called him a paedophile and I'm wrong and that I shouldn't have stepped on their toes and it's their patch in this business. Like, it's fucking weird. It is fucking weird.
They were absolutely certain I'm the P word. How are they absolutely certain?
And I lose focus about the fact that this is fucking hilarious. Like, again, I lose focus of the fact that another day, another live stream on Alan Armchair Detective's channel, where to the people that were watching, he's ranting about whether he's a paedophile or not. Like, if you've turned up to Alan's stream recently and decided to get involved in the true crime support groups that he runs, then you might also want to tune into tonight's episode where he tells you that he's definitely not a paedophile and plays audio evidence of somebody saying that they think he's a paedophile and then says that he's not, and like has an argument with himself on his own channel as to whether he's a paedophile or not. I mean, this is really not, I haven't seen many people on their live streams do special I'm not a pedo live streams midway through the Q&A as well. He broke into this midway through the Q&A. I forgot this as well. Like, he's doing a Q&A on his like the idea was a Q&A, but in case the Q&A needed spicing up, he's got this ready. He's got a video there to go. They called me a pedo. We'll do Q&A. They'll probably ask me about what, you know, what's for dinner. Do you like cheese? No, cheese is situational. It depends on the situation. So, next question. No, I've never seen Jim Carrey in real life. No. My favourite Bee Gees song, Love Me Tender. And yeah, also, I'm not a paedophile. I'm not. Would you like to abandon the Q&A for a little bit? And we can do I'm not a paedophile for a bit. I've got this lined up.
I've been to court. I've never been arrested. I have never done anything like that in my life. But they're absolutely...
I've never done anything like that in my life, because here's the first time he's actually tried to, like, I've not been to court and I've not been arrested is not I've never touched a child, is it? But here's the first time I've never done anything like that in my life. I wonder, because he's not actually denying the actual charge of being a paedophile. He's not saying I'm not a paedophile. He's saying I've not been arrested for being a paedophile. Therefore, ergo, I'm not a paedophile. But
so by her saying that to poor rabid dog subs, they're going to go, oh yeah, that Armchair Detective's a P. She's implied it. Implying it is just as bad, guys. Don't do it unless you have proof, and then you take it to the police. Because she hates me, she's trying to convince people that I'm a P. I'm not. Ask my friends.
Okay, I'm not. Ask my friends. Excuse me, are you friends with Alan? Yes. It's extraordinary to have... Wait, this isn't how it's going to go. How's it going to go? You tell them. Right, excuse me. Hello. Wait. Start this again. I'm going get up now and go and do the fucking door. Hang on. Hello? Hi, are you friends with Alan Vinnicombe? Sorry, could I take a minute of your time to discuss Alan Vinnicombe and your friendship with him? I'm not friends with Alan Vinnicombe. Sorry. See you, bye. Thanks. Now I've got to go walking around. Obviously, I'm not going walking anywhere, but imagine I go to the next house. I've got to get up again. I'm supposed to be the neighbours. I'm not going to knock anymore because the neighbours will hear me knocking and it will get hectic. All right, look. Are you friends with Alan Vinnicombe? No, I'm not. All right, next house. Like, you know, you ever had those cold callers on your phone? Hi, double glazing. No, today it's about Alan Vinnicombe. You'd have to go far and wide to find one. And if you did, and you asked them, is he a paedophile? Will they say yes or no? Answer on a postcard, please. It's irrelevant, isn't it, Alan? Whether your friends say you're a paedophile or not.
You know, I'm not going to argue with them because I can't. That's their belief based on the things that they see.
That's their belief because they've seen the things they've seen. What have they seen? Nothing. It's all BS from people behind like third-hand crap information that they exploit and exaggerate.
I just choose to not.
There's no third-hand crap information that we exploit and exaggerate. There's videos of you on the internet singing with kids.
So that's what I've got to put up with.
I'm glad you brought that to our attention on your main live stream.
And I don't like it. And I want her real name. Because you can't get away with that these days.
I think it's Sucker My Dick, which was a racial slur she used the other day to have as a profile avatar. She had herself as an Asian Leia from Star Wars, and her name was Sucker My Dick. So it's that or salty bitch. And I don't think it matters, Alan, really. Like, they could call you fucking whatever names under the sun. They're broadcasting to about 10 people, and they all get angry about wanting their money. Like, to be honest, like I've said this before, if they could just see, like, if they want the money back for this court case thing, if they're angry because they think the crowd fund was illegitimate, then I'll tell you what, come to me, show me the receipts of what you sent to the crowd fund, and I'll just fucking, it'll be about 30 quid, and I'll just refund it, and then you can just shut up. Call it my gift to Frankie Rusick, and then just shut up.
I'm sorting it out. I'm putting a stop to it. I'm putting a stop to it.
Are you?
The police are acting. They've already acted on a number of... You notice there's some creators gone missing lately?
Yeah, Martin Dean has not stopped creating because of the police. I told you he would do this. I predicted it in the video that's going to come out. I predicted it. I totally predicted it. It was on the Twitch yesterday. I predicted it. He's going to use the... Because Martin's not going to have a channel now, so Mark, you can say what you want. So you're going to say the police got to him. No, they didn't.
There'll be more.
No, they won't.
And if you're listening... Cheryl with a Z in Alaska. I want your real name.
Please supply
you
it.
implied that I'm a P to 1,000 people.
Please supply your real name
And
to
those
Alan.
1,000 people can tell 2,000 people. How would you like me to do that to someone in your family?
What?
How would you like me to say, a lot of my friends think that one of your relations is a P?
Yeah, but have you got any information on that, Alan? Because we've got these videos of you singing with kids on Smule. We've got the fact that you went out to Thailand for your little holidays and you got pictured in that bar with that person in your arms. We've got the fact that you've got the track record of the nefarious deeds. I mean, you could spin a bit of a healthy tale about losses in poker, couldn't you, Alan? And about, strange bolt holes in Cornwall that you get to go away to because you're friends with people who in some way have got holiday homes, strange properties. We could talk about trafficking. Kids like pizza, and the fact that you said that they made up this weird shit about pizza because you and Dr. B kept talking about pizza and they got it wrong, and then it turned out that pizza turned out to be an actual slang term for the bad stuff on the internet that people trade in. So all sorts of problems, weren't there, Alan? Like a whole list of them. It goes on and on and on.
With no proof, no nothing, other than I want to. Not that I would do that. I'm just trying to explain to you, Alaska, don't do this. Don't do this. It's 2023. It's got to stop. It's like using the N-word. We don't do it anymore. We don't use cheap
I never did.
accusations anymore. Hate me, yes. Don't call me a con man, because I just take super chat like everybody else.
You are a con man because you pretend that you're making content when in fact you're using other people's Like you're using levers to try and elicit emotional responses from your audience, and in the main, you target slightly older, slightly more emotionally vulnerable women. That's your target audience. It's not an audience, is it? It's like a con job, isn't it? So that's your target prey, or whatever you might call them. Of course you're a con. Like, let's not. Why do I? I'm not going down this road again. Like, of course you're a con man.
That doesn't work anymore. Your hero, Frankie, takes super chat. At least I do work for it. Okay, that's my soapbox. Right.
You don't do any work because everything gets like you wake up at whatever fucking time in the afternoon after your nap, and then you turn on the computer, play a few games of poker, and then one of your subs, your spanners, puts in your inbox tonight's episode. You open the file and start to read live on the internet. It's me, Alan, the Armchair Detective. It's something I've never seen before in my life. Like, you don't do any work. The only work you do is like the emotional manipulation work on people behind the scenes in emails and on private calls.
Back to the questions. Put a red ball in front of the question. And if you do know these people, let me know who they are. Because I'm not having it anymore.
You're not having it. You are having it. You're having it right up your pipe hole.
Right, so are we going to Patreon in a bit?
Like this
You want to
one.
follow me there? Any more
She
questions?
takes it. If there's any questions about this lady, she takes it up
You
the
can ask
pipe
me
hole.
anything. Don't be shy. Where's my new girlfriend gone?
Here she is.
She's gone.
Your new girlfriend, look. The new one's playing hard to get, are they, Alan?
Oh, I'll wait. Sam I Am's got a new profile picture. I noticed that. Does she sound like Genetic Code? No, not at all. Genetic Code is a friend of hers. Come on, Shay. Alaska girl is helping Lizzie. Yeah, she helps Lizzie hate me. Now, she belongs to a hate group run by Lizzie, right? So Lizzie has made her think that I'm this monster. And all they think about is hating me. That's all they think about. And both of them say, I'm not going to call him a P, but if that's what people want to think, then perhaps he is. It's disgusting. Old women with nothing better to do than spend the last years of their life watching me. It's pathetic.
That's
I'm
your
the
audience.
authority on the arm.
That's your literal audience. Old, like, listen to him describe it. Re-guidation police. This is such like gold for you.
Disgusting.
He's describing his own audience.
Disgusting. Old women with nothing better to do than spend the last years of their life watching me. It's pathetic. I'm an authority on the Armchair Detective. I hate him more than anybody. I hate him more than you. No, I hate him more than you do. Grow up. You can't grow up. You're too old to grow up.
Badass. Alan's a badass laying into the old women of YouTube. Have that, you fucking over 60 and female. Fuck you. Are you over 60 and female? Right, I'm coming for you. It's Vengeance Vinnicombe on the warpath. Over 60 and female? Vengeance Vinnicombe on the warpath. I love it. Alan, I'm shocked. Why? Oh, it's the mic I've got in shot here. There's the mic. So Alan's off way to the side. Alan, why would you want to target specifically this demographic? I know that they're the demographic that you target for your manipulation, but also for your bitterness. Like, everyone's got respect for their elders, and everyone's got respect for women, or should have. So to combine the two into a demographic and then be like, right, fuck you, that's like really, it's a move, it's a look.
Any more questions? Oh, right. Natural healing. Do you feel that Shanann Watts' body was put out at survey on the 14th, not the 13th?
That's a nice question.
I think she was. I think you're right. Because of the way that she wasn't dug up by the animals and stuff. I think you're right. Do you believe Christian broke had anything to do with Maddie's? None at all. Christian Brook had nothing to do with Maddie's disappearance. Nothing at all.
Exactly true.
Do you think there's a chance NK is in witness protection? Yeah, she is. It wouldn't have been till after she changed her own name in 2020. Do you think? I don't know. She's definitely. I don't know American law. I just know she got a deal. What's that other woman in Canada called? Hookney, Carly Hookney, or whatever she's called. Her and her boyfriend used to rape.
Oh, sorry, what?
Now, he got put in jail for a long time and she got a short time, right? Because she split on him first. I think NK split on Chris first to get off.
Yeah.
I think
because he murdered his kids.
NK threw him under the bus and got a great deal.
She got a sexy deal, didn't she, Alan? She got a sexy deal. Alan fucking loves this NK. He fucking loves her. Oh, sexy deal. She was going to do the bum sex with Chris Watts. She sent Chris Watts a message saying, about how she was all and everything, and then she went on the internet in the disclosure or whatever, the discovery. She'd been on the internet searching for how to prepare for the old bum sex. So I don't know how you do prepare. They didn't tell us what website she went on, but it probably said something like, "Shut up." Bend over and shut up. if you feel like complaining, shut up. That's how you prepare for the bum sex. You fucking bite down and shut the fuck up. Don't want to hear any more complaints out of you. Right. But she did. She gave it up to Chris Watts. Alan loves that bit of the story. He's Nicole Kessinger. This is what Alan gets, forget the Viagra. Although he doesn't, because if he did, he wouldn't be able to. But when he's on the Viagra, he gets it up for this. This is what he gets it up for. Gets it up for Nicole Kessinger. Alan fucking loves a bit of Kessinger.
Great deal.
Great deal. 2 for 1 on witness protection. You all right?
Yeah, Rabid Dog is neutral. I understand that. Yeah. But it's all very well.
Neutral. Listen, Rabid Dog might be neutral, but if they're in those fucking chats with those losers and if they're fucking saying bad things about me, then they're not neutral to me. I put them in the bin. In the bin. I just have no time for it. I'm surprised Alan's brought it up.
Neutral, but letting that woman.
Kesva, you don't find her attractive, yes, but I don't know if you can understand here. She's wearing a bikini and she's posing provocatively, and she, in this situation, has recently told Chris that she will take it up the bum. So you can just, what you have to be able to do is you have to be able to mentally just put the other things aside and just say, look, this is quite a good deal. I'm only saying these things because they're all the Kessinger people, all the Alan people are going to be like, I can't believe what he said. You know, when they all get eggy about me putting my wheelie in his mouth. If they want me to do stand-up routine about Nicole Kessinger and really offend everyone, I can go there. I can go there for hours. She could, I hear. She did for hours, didn't she? Three times nightly Kessinger. Oh, look, he's kissing her. Oh, Alan. Oh, that Chris Watts got to kiss her. And he got to do the murders. Oh, living the good life, eh? That's what Alan thinks, anyway. Alan's infatuated with these people because he wishes he could be them. Oh, look, she's kissing him, Alan, and he did the murders as well. Wow, double bubble. You know what she said she would do. Oh. There she is. She's not attractive. She's fucking psychotic, mate. She near enough is implicitly guilty in the murder of the kids, isn't she? In some ways, she was instrumental in driving Chris towards that end. It could be questioned about her involvement to some levels because we can never know. But the problem with that is that the aspect of not knowing is that her innocence cannot be proven because she deleted all the messages. So they might have been saucy and they might have been lurid, but if they didn't say anything about killing kids, then maybe you should have kept them. Anyway, that's Nicole Kessinger. I thought we'd have a little look at her and just talk about her for a minute. She's much, much more interesting than Alan.
On there, saying that I think all my friends think he's a P.
Obviously, she's a bad woman, a bad demon woman. Like, you know, we not on Team Kessinger.
And they said that rabid dog is a P. I say, get lost, get off. That's disgusting. I wouldn't have it. He let her say it. That's the difference. He let her make the accusations by hiding
Banging the
behind
microphone.
passive aggression. I'm too clever. I'd have had her off in seconds. If that woman come on here and said that rabid dog was a P, she'd have been lost, gone. But he let her stay.
Gone.
And that's the problem.
Gone.
That's the problem when you let people do this sort of thing. There should be zero tolerance. Zero.
Alan is more filtered than Kelly Arquette. Ellie Arquette. Alan is more filtered than her.
Rabid dog, zero tolerance to that sort of stuff. I wouldn't let anybody do it to you, yet you let her do it to me.
Ooh.
Bad. Very
Bad. Bad.
I wouldn't let anybody do it to you, yet you let her do it to me.
The condescending arsehole.
Zero.
Like, this is like school teacher mode, isn't it? Like parenting mode.
Do this sort of thing. There should be zero tolerance. Rabid dog, zero tolerance to that sort of stuff. I wouldn't let anybody do it to you, yet you let her do it to me. Bad. Very bad. Do you think CW was threatened by those involved to take full responsibility? He's definitely threatened by somebody. Well,
Earlier on, someone asked you a question about Chris Watts being threatened, and you said, oh, that's a weird question, I can't answer that. And now someone's asked you the same question with a little more context, and it's totally fine, and you agree that he was threatened by somebody.
Yeah. Mike Hunt's supposed to be me, right? He's here. He's not me.
I've got my mic where his mic
Hunt's
should be,
been
yeah.
knocking out the trolls lately.
Big up, Sandy.
Joe Deanna, I came on late. Are you saying that Frankie Jr. doesn't have a legal case against me? No, he hasn't. He wishes he did. It's not stood up.
Why did they ask him? Please, why did someone in chat ask him that? That must be a LARPer. That must be the troll. Come on. I mean, I don't want to reveal you if you are, but because Alan will watch this and be like, who said that? Maybe they are. But like, please, why are you asking him about this more?
Yet.
It's like asking Darkside Phil if he wants to overlook the schedule again one more time.
Do you think the case will come to light one day, go back to court and ask her the most important questions? Why did you Google? Yeah. No, I think she's got a deal. And that, like they said about that Canadian woman, they got a deal. They never go back on the deal.
Can you shush
now? They never go back on the deal, guys.
Can you shush now? Can you shush now?
Is it true the McCann's got a new fridge for the rented property? They did get a new fridge. Yeah, they did get a new fridge. That is true. They dumped the other fridge.
Is it true they got a new fridge? Is it? I don't know. You know, in their life, they got more than a new fridge, mate. They got a fucking £1 million house, didn't they? They got millions of pounds in the Madeleine McCann fund. New fridge. Fucking. Yeah, they got a new fridge. Confirmed. I think the idea is that they might have dumped the old fridge and therefore she could have been in the fridge when they dumped it, but that's just a pure red herring from the McCanns. They threw that out, like literally threw the fridge out there to cause confusion because she was long disposed of. Like they did not, like the fridge is not, there's no way if you had killed your daughter or were disposing of her corpse that you would put it in a fridge and then put it on a dump site and then be like, well, no one will ever see that again. So, you know, I'm glad that no one will ever open that fridge again.
Come on, throw some questions at me. I'm in the mood. Come on, give me some harder questions. These are too easy. Is that the best you can do?
Is that the best you can do? Alan's not happy with the Q&A, but the questions are fucking weird and they're all about murder and shit. But
what did you do with that gremlin with no teeth? What did
the Mike Hunt is in. Oh, it just got. Anytime I say it's rubbish, he gets it better. Mike Hunt is in. Alan's favourite troll, which is either himself or one of the Bin Bin crew doing it, or one of his spanners. Mike Hunt is in chat and he's asking a question.
Mike Hunt, what did you do with that gremlin with no teeth? What did you do to him? Did you change his mattress?
Oh no, he's talking to Mike Hunt. What?
They claim harassment. I never contacted him. He has not done anything ever. Always stayed in my lane based on evidence. That's right, Alan.
That's right, Alan.
Wow, I didn't see your question though. If MP is innocent, why was the whole thing so dodgy? Nicola Bully, MB. Nicola Bully. Was Nicola Bully innocent? What are you on about? You mean NK, right?
No, the question is, if Nicola Bully was innocent, as in Nicola Bully, then why was the whole circumstance of her death so dodgy? So the suggestion is, innocent people don't have to be like bundled into vans, and is there something darker at play? Like, can't you understand?
Was Shanann Watts taken at the back?
Obviously, I don't agree with what was said there, but that's the question.
I believe so. Or in the red car. Red car. You all saw the red car, right? You saw the red car, didn't you? It
No.
wasn't a battery light. It was a red car.
Didn't see that.
Where's Kim's question?
Battery light.
Where did I get my shirt? I can't remember. I've had it for like 5 years. I can't in London somewhere.
Oh, is it a posh one?
Carla Homocola. Carla Homocola got a deal. I wouldn't touch his mattress. It stinks of pee. Yeah, it probably does. Yeah, I think that.
Whose mattress?
I wouldn't touch his mattress. It stinks of pee. Yeah, it probably does. Yeah, I think he's alcoholic, isn't he?
Who are we talking
That's
about
pretty
now?
kind.
Someone's pissing their mattress.
Watt said in his sports interview, I miss putting the kids.
Please note as well, right? This stream here is what he does on his Patreon. We're going to watch his Patreon after this immediately. But like, he's like allowed his Patreon to bleed into this, and he doesn't have much to do on his Patreon. So
to bed. That's why I had to leave. Where did he go? I don't know what that means.
you don't know what that means.
Was the red car a rental? I don't know. How do I know? I know that Betty didn't have a red car. Do you think she's watching you on my show? I know that NK watched me because she put lots of strikes on me. Nicole Kessin.
Really? I hope she watches this. Nicole, if you're out there under witness protection and you want to have a saucy sex cult affair with somebody on the internet who can source you up with some sex power, come to Super Chuffer. I've got members. I've got members now. So I've got that internet clout. Come and get some saucy Scotty Hottie, Nicole Kessinger. We can run amok. You'd laugh. You'd find it really funny because you could come on stream and laugh at Alan. He wouldn't know it was you laughing at him. You'd think it was funny. You can come on the stream. It doesn't matter where you are in the world as well. We can be Snapchat friends or whatever. What was the app you were using? Secret Calculator or something. Nicole, if you're out there and you're watching this, I'll do your sex cult. It'll be great. We'll have a good time. I'm in quite a catch, Nicole. It doesn't matter what you think about it, Nicole. You might as well try it. I don't care. Look, everyone else is cross at you. Come and have a suck on this. Right, we've got that clear. Angry Alan fucking loves her. Angry Alan loves her.
Joe used to put strikes on me all the time. Yeah.
Nicole, to make that clear, I don't love you. I don't love you, but for one night only, I'll treat you like Alan's daughter.
What do I think happened to Nicola Bully and Madeline McCann? Madeline McCann in an accident died in the flat. I told you that 10 times.
More than one night if you come up to scratch.
Nicola Bully, I believe, slipped or fell into the water or was pushed.
All right, got that clear. I'm glad that we got that clear in the Q&A. Now you don't have to do weeks and weeks of fucking episodes, do you?
Why do you think the Ruseks are so against me?
Would I drink her voodoo juice? I'll get my tongue all cut up for that. I'll get my tongue all slurping at the font of Nicole Kessinger. It's getting a bit weird now. It's getting a bit weird. Look, I'm riffing on the fact that Alan fucking loves her, basically. That's the whole point. But if she is watching, then she should give me a call. So.
Obvious, isn't it? Don't need to answer that. The truth.
You're right, Alan?
MB was drowning. Why was the whole thing so dodgy? Well, you have to make your own decisions, guys. That's not a question I can answer. I can't. You have to study and make your own decisions.
But they have to study you and your opinions to make those decisions.
I can only answer questions. I can't think for you.
Why not answer that one? You're right, your eyebrows are going really fucking weird on that filter.
Anything else? Nazi says that the parents took away.
Because the filter, it could be seen more strongly on his glasses, right? What it does is it softens all the stuff, and then it gives some sharpness to some edges, that so you don't look weird, like all soft and weird. Like it picks out your eyes and picks out this and that. For Alan, it's picked out the glasses. They're nice and sharp. But like the spots on the side of his head, all this around his ear, all smoothed over, including some features that should be sharper but they're smoother. And then it gives this dark line in the middle of his lips, like where it's doing that. It's like contrast. Like the filter's doing a lot of work there.
Room. Where did they put it? You're talking about McCann's, right? How do I know where they put it?
He looks like a fucking villain.
I wasn't there. How do I know? They hid it.
How do you know where they put it? You weren't there. Because when Jerry was sighted by the Smith family at a certain distance from the fucking apartments on the night of Madeleine McCann's disappearance, carrying a child in his arms that appeared to be still, then it's got to be within that sort of radius. And then, for them to not find it in that area when they searched a couple of weeks later, he's probably gone and moved it. And because he's got the key to the church that was graciously given to him by those lovely people at the church, he's probably put it in the fucking crypt or in a coffin or some business down in the cellars of the church. You know, he's used the church. And then on a wild night, he's managed to slip away and bundle her off a boat. Or it was a daytime, I think. Bundle her off a boat, like just into the sea. Plop.
If I knew where, I'd tell the police. You're going to have to ask questions I can answer. They put her somewhere outside the room.
Obviously, rest in peace, Madeleine. Big ups, my girl Waffles. Morning from all from Australia. Australia. We did a bit of that earlier on the channel. Talks about Australia. Australia. G'day, mate. You flaming galah.
Do you believe NK left the USA?
Yes.
No, I don't ever believe she left the...
Do they do that? I don't know. What's the purpose in the internet? You are the internet, my chat. You are the internet for me now. In witness protection, do they go away from the... Because in witness protection, on some of the films, they like have to move to Europe or something. But in other films, they just move to like Pittsburgh. So like, how far away do you go for witness protection? I suppose you need to be kept reasonably close in case they want to bring you in for witness accounts again. Or... I don't know. So you need to tell me in chat, witness protection, are you off on a different holidays, on a different country, or are you like kept in a different state nearby? Where is she? Alan's love. Alan's Wonder Woman. It's just me and you, Nicole, and Alan. Just me, you and Alan. And we can treat him like your savage pet slave. Because he'll do it. He'll go in the bondage. He's Alan in the gimp suit, me and you doing the whatever. I don't know what'd you do? The sex magic. You can keep him in the basement. For you, he'll do that, Nicole. Give me a call. Give me a call.
USA. I believe she dyed her hair, changed her name, and is working somewhere in Alaska. Just a guess.
Alaska?
Perhaps you could ask Shraz.
I went and the weird humming because you're having an anxiety moment because you haven't got anything to say on your own stream and the questions aren't really good questions.
You run out of questions, right?
Yeah, exactly. See, run out of
I
questions.
thought you were like a study group. You should know. You should have loads. Once a week, we're going to do a Q&A. So really, you should have lots of questions.
It's going to be brilliant. I love it. I love it. Snood was in earlier. Alan. Dark Side Phil does Q&A at the end of most of his podcasts, but he says it's a rarity. And then he used to do an event. Like imagine I did a live stream event once a month or so, calling it Ask Scotty Hottie. He called it Ask the King, Dark Side Phil did. And it was a live stream event. So if you've got questions, put them in. And then on the live stream event, I will answer them. But isn't that what a stream is? Like if you've got questions now, you can just put them in chat now and I can answer them. So like, but they made it like Alan's doing the same thing. He's made it a special event, but nobody has got things they really want to ask or say. So making it its own event is a mistake, because then what's going to happen? Like, you know, do you have a favourite cheese? Like, what? And now Alan he's decided we're going to have a weekly live stream Q&A. This one's gone so well at this juncture, he's decided, like, this is regular now. It can only get better. Things can only get better. They can only get better. I'm pretty sure I'm having a baked potato for dinner that I made in the microwave. Things can only get better. Lost another £4 on the poker. Can only get better. That horse has got to come in. It's called Sherlock Bones. That horse has got to come in. Can only get better. Oh, that one's called Little Annie. Oh, I'll bet on that. Can only get better. That horse is called Dead Girl in the Cellar. I'll bet on that. Can only get better. Oh, man. I'm going to have to fucking do a tug over my fucking pictures of Nicole Kessinger again. They can only get better. I'm going on the internet to try and drum up some monies to put down the poker hole. They can only get better. Talking to poker holes, that Nicole Kessinger takes it up the batty hole. The things can only get better.
Changed the name and is working somewhere in Alaska.
There
Just
she is. If you spot her.
Patrick Adas Shraz. You're running out of questions, right?
Yeah.
I thought you were like a study group. You should know. You should have loads. Once a week, we're going to do a Q&A.
It's demeaning as well. This is demeaning the people in chat, isn't it? I thought you'd be better at this with your shit questions. So just buck up your ideas for next stream.
But really, you should have lots of questions.
You should have lots of questions, shouldn't
What
you?
is a question?
You shit.
What time is Patreon? What time is Patreon? I need you
Right
to join
now,
Patreon.
Alan.
I don't get paid by YouTube. You need to support the Armchair
The
Detective.
beg.
I'll be honest.
The
You
beg
do.
on top of it all. The beg.
I'm not going to start a GoFundMe. I just would like you to join Patreon.
Right.
How did the Fitbit record MB's heart rate? She would need to be near the phone for it to record on her phone. No. The Fitbit has nothing to do with her phone.
No.
You haven't got to be near your phone to transfer it to. It's not a problem.
Okay. He's talking to the mic now, all of a sudden.
Shay, where are you?
Nearly. Are we going to let this peter out and can
Any
we
more
move it over to Patreon? Can we, Alan, please? Can we hurry up? Oh, no, he's not going to show this at the end, is he? We're doing an art stream tomorrow because we've got this art competition. Win £100.
Helen told
Make me a t-shirt.
Martin DM, he has a beautiful smile. Yeah.
Yeah. Poo-poo Martin again. Little chance to poo-poo Martin before the end. Ha.
Shay, are you going to join Patreon? Seeing you absolutely love me. Oh, you're still painting?
Literally picked on someone in chat and said, are you going to join Patreon? Literally picked on someone like, thank you very much everyone that's become a member tonight, but I don't want to do it. I'm going to have to invent a name because otherwise one of you is going to feel victimised by or Snood, thank you very much for all your members tonight, but Snood, why haven't you become a member? Can you consider, because you are a member, that doesn't make it, you know what I mean? Can you consider becoming a member maybe before I go? Because, you know, I can see there that, have you joined Patreon? No? Can I press you into joining Patreon? Sorry, thank you. It's like being doorstepped, isn't it? It's like those people that come around and knock on the door. You're like, hello? And they're like, hi, I just wondered if I could interest you. And as soon as they've said that, you think, no, like, whatever, I don't care what it is. You could be interesting me in a fucking goose that shits golden eggs. Take it down the fucking road. I don't want it. I only want things that I've decided to go out and buy on my own steam. I don't want people to come to my house and suggest things for me to pay for. No. Go home. Stop it. I'm here on behalf of a charity. I don't know why they sent you. I've given money to them. We do charity donations on the stream. I don't know why they've sent you to my fucking doorstep. Whose idea was that? This doesn't seem right. Go, leave. Not now. Leave me to my business. It's like being doorstepped by Alan now in chat. Like, listen, I spotted you. You're not on Patreon. Do you think you might want to join Patreon?
Patron. Seeing you absolutely love me. Are you still painted? I have done my masterpiece, guys. I am a great supporter, and I
What was that face?
I have done my masterpiece, guys. I am a great supporter, and
Mommy, I've done my masterpiece. Come and look my painting. What's this? What's this? Mummy, I've done my masterpiece. Come look. Hands on my old.
I idolize a guy called Pablo Picasso.
You idolize
I'll show you
Picasso.
my best ever painting that I finished this afternoon. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Just so you can see the size of it.
Shit
It might
bag.
not come out very well on here because of the
Shitness of it.
it's my masterpiece. It's not coming out well because of the
Shitness of it, because of how shit it is.
screen. But if you go to my community tag, you can
Raining
see it.
again. I couldn't be happier.
Swish.
Only
and
eyes
then
2 cent
whoosh.
tippies. Hi. At Ganja Kid Gaming, I've been a big fan since your Heavy Rain playthrough in 2009. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you very much for the Deep Law crossover tip. I assume that's Snood. Thank you for the Deep Law crossover tip there. Thank you. I want to draw something to... I was going to draw this to our attention another time, but since we're doing it now, I wanted to draw everyone's attention to this, which came to me courtesy of Asher Ward on the old Twitter. This is Alan's latest community post of this painting, and they spotted that in the corner there on one of the pictures is his materials, and his materials are clearly acrylic paints. And Alan has been banging on about how expensive oil paint is and how he does his paintings in oil for his caricatures, but for this number has decided, maybe for all numbers, has decided he's on the squirty tubes of acrylic paint, mate. So this is not in oils. This is not in oils. And what he does is he gets a picture by Picasso and then he just tries to copy it, really. And because Picasso didn't do things with that much sort of detail, he did in some ways. This is no imitation of Picasso. Let's get that clear. Like, no one's going to accidentally think he's done a Picasso. Or you could swap that in the gallery for the real one. No. Like, you put them side by side and you see the clear difference. But Alan has chosen Picasso because you can't say he hasn't done the face right. Do you know what I mean? And this particular one, she's naked, she got a boobie out. He's done a naked woman, but he's done it with the man face. We're doing an art stream where we review his art. I like to give it a good review. I like to give it a psychoanalysis. So we'll come back to that.
All its beauty. I call this the Green Manalishi. It's my best ever painting.
They're always your best ever painting, you cock end.
Is AD talented or what?
What?
Yes, AD, you're very, very talented man.
Sorry?
Not what it looks like because it got the green screen, but if you...
It's not what it looks like.
The last one I did like that got sold for £500, just so you know.
Sold for £500 to the person at the back who needs to have their head screwed on. He's getting a message. Is that another question? Or is it someone sending you a saucy photograph? Or is it someone paying you some money for some saucy photographs? You buy one of those art pieces and it comes with dirty pictures of children stapled to the back.
Questions? Well, it seems I'm a con man crook with low intelligence. I'm backward and I'm a useless everything. I'm just a useless POS. I'm just a terrible man and I can't be trusted around children and need to be locked up and throw away the key. And yet, somehow, I've got 100,000 supporters and she's got none. It's funny, isn't it? No, she's got one. Lizzie, of course, a friend.
100,000. 100,000.
No, I haven't got nothing against Rabid Dog, but you have to. We as men, he's a man.
I'm not doing
I'm a man.
anything funny. I'm just
This is
rearranging
nearly all
myself.
women on here. We have to protect each other, and he should have put a stop to that because she's spreading malicious lies about me. Malicious lies. The worst lie you can do.
Don't tell me you wouldn't be blown away if I showed you an original Alan painting. I was considering buying one, but I'd have to give him details. And I'd like to own one of these monstrosities in a way for kitsch, nuanced value. There is some there are people. Alan doesn't really know about what do they call it? there's a word for it where people are not trained painters, but they just start painting. I think it's called primitive painting. I think it's called. Hang on, let me quickly. And there is actually a real market for it, especially with like serial killers. All right, this is the video of Alan singing with a kid. Sorry, I just had this on this window. So there's that. That's Alan with that kid. So I'll use this window. But primitive painting, if I spell it right, primitive painting, isn't it? Painting, mate. Primitive painting. Grandma Moses, America's most loved painter of folk art. So this is not a trained artist by any means, but she did paintings, and like people really think they're fucking good. Yeah, but like there's a naivety to them. Like if you're a trained artist, you would say, well, you know, she could learn a bit about perspective, couldn't she? But despite the naivety, like they're called primitive paintings. No one thought they were good. No one pretended to be an artist. It was just someone wanted to make some nice paintings, and it turned out that the primitive artist can still be considered good. And there are outsiders, like usually it's like someone nuts, like a serial killer. So if I do primitive painting, and I just go Google up, like Charles Bronson's a good example of this. Serial killer. Like here is some art that's made by serial killers just off Google. It's considered primitive painting again because they're not considered to be, you know, knowledgeable in the art world. They don't know what they're doing, but they've just knocked together some art and this is what they've done. And like primitive art is not necessarily valueless because you're not a trained artist and you don't know what you're doing and you're not very good, because art is more than the aesthetic ability to replicate something on a canvas. Like, you know, if you really want a really good replication of something like an image, then just take a photo, you nutter. Like, stop trying to draw exactly the same as real life. Although that's a really interesting skill. But like primitive art can be considered to be art. Like you can just start being an artist, and if people like what you do, then it can be considered to be art, I think. So, but they call it primitive because you haven't got any sort of training. So Alan really is a primitive artist himself. But his doesn't contain, like, this was a good example, actually. That's a particularly good example. That was Gacy. You know, like, he actually has some ability here, doesn't he? Like, it's not shit like what Alan does. Gacy did that. But the subject medium and matter and, like, obviously, like, you know, Gacy did that. Like, fuck, it's fucking savage as well, isn't it? And weird, so... but yeah, we're going to do an episode about art. We're doing one, so.
She was spreading it on his show, and he let her. In fact, he made her a moderator, so he's going to let her say anything. But I wouldn't have it. I wouldn't have it on my show. I was quite, you know, I thought, okay, Simcast, Rabid Dog, they're in the middle, right? Well, this one's not. He let me down badly. A fellow man as well.
A man as well, not being sexist.
Anyway, it's done now, isn't it?
You all right on your phone, Alan?
I don't know what the Australian mushroom case is.
What happened was a lady fed mushrooms to her family, apparently, and they all ate them in the food, and then they were really poisonous, and they all got poreless, and I think some of them died. But fortunately, she didn't eat them, and I think one other member of her family who she wanted to keep safe, they didn't eat them either. So the question is, did she just poison her family, or did she accidentally give them mushrooms? And that's it. Welcome to Regular. Big ups, Anita.
Oh, you're going to join forces with those other creators who've been
Thank you for your membership.
To...
Even at this late hour in the stream, the memberships continue to flood in, and I'm going to push into the midnight hour with the patron after this immediately. So
shed new light on the Watts case. Oh my lord! I've been using the Discovery files for 5 years to shed light on the Watts case. The other creators have come about like Johnny Come Lately. So how can I join them when I'm the original?
Oh, I love it.
They joined me. I can't be in their gang. They're in my gang.
My gang, my gang. Do you want to be in my gang?
I didn't break your heart, Shay. I told you to email me, Shay. Why have I broke your heart? It's weird. Did you send a picture to? No. Someone asked, why do you call it the Billy Club? I don't know what you're on about, Lisa. because a sharp stick sounds rude. I've no idea what you're talking about. Something to do with Mike Hunt, I think.
He does know what she's talking about. She was making references to weapons. So he's just playing dumb.
Oh, look. These guys, they don't want to work with me because they think I'm bad. They've been told I'm bad. I stay in my lane and work alone. Because if I was to invite another creator on here, he would get sent messages by people like this show.
Have me on. Have me.
With a Z. What a terrible man I am. There's no point, is there?
Or you come on here.
As long as I've got these full-time 5-year trolls, there's no point in me trying to get other creators on here.
What about me? Mm-hmm.
Better off on my own. You're right. I don't want to work with someone else and then they fall out with me and start bad-mouthing me and show my screenshots. And
I think they were talking about your relationships in general. Noxious man.
Right, I'm going to Patreon now. I'm going to make a cup of coffee. Thank you very much for listening to this old man. This old man.
Right, you bastard. We're going to do his Patreon now. I need to refill my water bottle. And at the back of my window, I can hear an alarm going off. Now, there is a part of my brain that's saying, like, that's a rape alarm. And the reason someone's pulled it is because they need help. And what are you doing listening to it and not running out of the house and getting in your car? And like, I've told this story before, so people will know from way back. Sometimes it's like a feature of my paranoia. I think it's because I've been smoking. Like, sometimes I need to just jump in the car and drive around the block with a hammer. Like, just in case someone's having, like being attacked, and I drive towards the alarm and then they're being attacked, and I can jump out with the hammer and go, get away from her, you. And then, like, they say, don't you fucking tell me. And I go, wallop with the hammer. And I'm like, oh, I've been waiting for this. But I'm not going to do that now. But if I can hear the alarm in the background, and you can too, you just know that that's going through my head. It's bad, though, because if anything happened, if there was, like, a sex crime, and then the police are in the area and they catch me driving around with a hammer, they're going to say, can you get out of the car, please, sir? What's the hammer for? I'm going to say, it's in case I get trapped in the car and I need to break the windows in case of a flood. Got that planned. So, yeah.
He played 16. Anyway.
I've only done it a couple of times. Like, once out the back of my window, I heard screaming in the night. I swear I heard screaming in the night. Oh, it's a fox. It was a fox. Was it, though? I swear I heard screaming in the night. And I just had to go for a little dawn patrol, you know. A little quick drive around with the hammer. It's probably not normal behaviour, is it? Midnight. It's always midnight. Thank you very much. Lottie, 1-to-1 maths. Thank you very much. It's midnight. It's always midnight.
There you go. And remember, be nice to people. Don't call people P-words.
You massive paedophile, Alan.
For God's sake. It's disgusting.
It's disgusting. The things you do, Alan, behind closed doors, the things you've done, the things you've looked at on the internet, the things you bought and sold, you disgust me.
It sticks. I am a grandfather and a father. It's not right. It's not right. How much you hate me, it's not right. I'll leave you with that thought. Thank you for watching Armchair Detective. I see you in Patreon after I make a coffee and walk the dog.
Ah, coffee and walk the dog? Don't tell me Winston's there. What do you mean, walk the dog? What dog you got to... Don't tell me... Walk the dog? Are you nuts? Don't you... Walk the dog. We're going straight there. This video is entitled... Things Are Looking Up. I don't know why he decided to call it that. He uses the same thumbnail as he used for the recent live. But things are looking up.
Boo. I thought I'd come on with no introduction.
Good, because you don't need one, because you're a twat. And everyone knows who you are, as it's your own channel, you fucking knob. It's your own patron on your own channel. There is no requirement for any sort of... And ladies and gentlemen, bring to you, all the way from... Exmouth.
Why not? Lovely day.
I'm just going to grab a chocolate milk. The sweaty bastard and carry on talking.
Other than hello. Let's see. So I did a Q&A tonight on the main channel. But I got a bit upset about, you know, I'm a normal grandfather with children and grandchildren. Calling me a P is a cheap shot. It's a cheap shot with no proof and no credibility. I have hundreds of friends. Not one of them would look at me as a P. They look at me as a fool, or an artist, or a friend.
This is incredible. You cannot take a 15-minute break to get a cup of... This is incredible. We're on his Patreon now, bearing in mind. All of you, the hardcore that watch to the end, look. All of you late-nighters. This is... Alan's taken a small break, and he's gone and got himself a coffee. And he's right. These people that have paid the extra money, these people that support me in the Patreon, they paid the extra. Tonight, following my question and answer session, which got slightly derailed into whether I'm a paedophile or not. Sorry. That's actually quite funny, isn't it, when I say it out loud? My God, you know, I'm on the phone quickly in between sessions, just, oh yeah, I've got to get back on in a minute because, you know, we're doing the Patreon. Oh, what's the subject of tonight? Well, I did a Q&A and it got slightly derailed into people questioning whether I was a paedophile or not. So I thought I'd go straight on and repeat everything I said in that question and answer. Are you sure that's a good idea? No, honestly, it's a good idea. I'll just repeat everything I just said in that question and answer. But they just heard it, didn't they? They're all the people that were in the stream. Yeah, mainly, yeah. And you were saying about you being a paedophile again. Yeah. So do you think that's really a good idea, though? Because, what, I should really drum it in. What, that I'm not a paedophile? Do you think the more you talk about not being a paedophile, it makes people think you might be a paedophile? No.
Comedian, not a P. You should.
Let us not have me. Oh, Scott stops it all the time and talks too much. Let us not have me talk over this. His friends refer to him as a comedian. This is David Brent in action, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of you in chat are Brits. This is David Brent from The Office. My friends might refer to me as, I don't know, you know, a fool or a comedian.
Friends, not one of them would look at me as a P. They look at me as a fool, or an artist, or a friend, comedian.
A fool, yes. Artist, no. Friend, your friends might look at you as a friend. I think that's taken for granted. And comedian, no. So I'm going to say you don't have friends.
Not a P. You should never call anybody that. I'm going to hunt them down. I'm going to hunt these people down.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Big ups, Obsoletist. I love your style. I love your tone and your voice. The things you say as well, you know, your ideas as well. Right, please make more. Just more power to you. Another wonderful Alan detractor and also versatile content creator in chat. Big ups, Obsoletist. And thank you, Smarty Hearty, for this. But really, Alan's doing the comedy. Alan just said he was the comedian. Let's not ever get that wrong. Alan is the lol cow. He's the thing that we are laughing at. My friends refer to me as a comedian. You know?
Well, look at me as a P.
I'm not a paedophile.
As a fool, or an artist, or a friend.
My friends, it's like, can you imagine this as an advert? Like the first time you ever turn up on Alan's stream, right? First time you ever turn up on stream, they do one of those little, some people have a little 3-minute video, you know, welcome to the channel. This is my channel. On this channel, we do this and this. And Alan would say, hi, I'm Alan. I'm definitely not a paedophile. That would be his opening, like, hi, I'm Alan. I'm the Armchair Detective. I'm definitely not a paedophile. Yeah. Most people see me as a mentor, a shoulder to cry on, thief, liar, con man, crook. Definitely not a paedophile. What's this on your CV? Definitely not a paedophile. I'm applying for the job of trolley collector at Tesco's. And what's this on your CV? I've just thought, well, you know, just put everything on there. So, Armchair Detective, yeah? What does it even mean? I've been on the internet now for several years. 100,000 people support me, and I've had 25 million views. So, I mean, I solved the case of the missing shadows, and I'm the Armchair Detective. Really? underneath it, you've put definitely not a paedophile. Yeah, and well, there wasn't a box for ticking not a paedophile, so I thought I'd write it in on the CV. What do you mean there wasn't a box? There's no box. You had one for ethnicity, one for religion, other, do not, other. You haven't got one for not a paedophile. Do we need one? Well, just saying, otherwise you might have paedophiles working there. Why do you want to work here then? Do you want to buy any pictures? I'm going to move on to the next applicant. If you'd like to leave out the... Definitely not a paedophile. Hi, I'm Alan Vinnicombe. Comedian, author, definitely not a paedophile. Yeah, things went well. Like, good boy goes to the local paper shop the next day to buy the newspaper. He's in the local paper shop buying the newspaper. Good morning, Mr. Vinnicombe, they say. He says, good morning. How did it go last night on your show, Mr. Vinnicombe? Oh, I did an hour and a half on not being a paedophile. Yeah. Pretty good, I think. There's this lady she's a fake lawyer, and she says, here's your paper, Mr. Vinnicombe. Thanks now. There's other customers I need to serve. All right. Rude. As he shuffles past the other customers, murmuring to himself, definitely not a paedophile. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, sorry, definitely not a paedophile. Comedian.
Not a P. You should never call anybody that. I'm going to hunt them down. I'm going to hunt these people down.
I'm going to hunt them down? What are you going to do? Come and tickle me to death? You're going to hunt them down? With my crossbow? Fucking hunt them down. Don't think a crossbow will do it, Alan. Don't think because crossbows are silent and violent. You still get done for that shit. It seems to be a weapon of choice amongst some of the... But don't think that. Round our way in the countryside, people roll down Rodeo with a shotgun, don't they? Round our way in the countryside. I wouldn't... What are you going to do? You're going to hunt me down? Alan's going to hunt people. My plan for Patreon tonight, to appease the people who have paid this little bit extra. They need a little bit extra, Alan. So I'm going to go hard on the machismo, and I'm going to threaten to hunt people down like animals. It's almost like the Nazis. Didn't they say that about the Jews, like hunting them? Dehumanizing Alan. It's fucking hectic. Alan's life and his brain inside his head, like, I've never seen anything like it. And I've watched, Snoods in chat. We've got probably some other detractors that know of Dark Side Phil. I mean, did Dark Side Phil ever threaten to hunt people down? I suppose it veers into, like, some of them, like Cyrax and other things, like, make some lurid claims and threats, don't they? Some of the other lolcows do make threats. But this, like... in chat, Seaman, Shinobi. That's it. Yeah, I can imagine Alan going out in his ninja kit. I'm on the hunt tonight, and I'm not coming home until I've got all the ears of the people who said that I was a P laced around my neck. Yes, very often, lots of threats, I suppose. Yeah, but to literally physically, yeah. But I see. When I hear Phil saying I would punch someone's face in, I think he just, like, he obviously doesn't mean he's going to literally go and punch their face in. But I think Alan in some way feels like like he really kind of feels like he could back this up in some delusional part of his mind. Like he's going to hunt people down. I will not stop. It's because it's part of it also. With this narcissism, is you're like a scared child inside, and you've learned how to theatrically behave because of the telly and what appeases mommy, and like, so I will never stop fighting. I will hunt them down. Like you talk in these like cinematic hyperboles, because it's all a big drama effect show, isn't it? So I don't know, maybe it's a bit of that as well. But I will hunt them down. Caught me off guard. I fucking love it. Comedian.
Not a P. You should never call anybody that. I'm going to hunt them down. I'm going to hunt these people down. Until they understand. Can't do it. And if you're hiding behind a false name, then you're not even worth My spit.
Whoa! The spit out of your burned or bitten lip. Like, how do you do that on your lip? Have you got herpes, or have you had something come up on your lip? Like, what have you done to your lip? That is fucking weird, Alan. I'm noticing it more despite the filter here. Got a problem on your lip there. You drew it to our attention earlier. I'll, redirect our attention to it. There is something going on with his lip. Big tough Alan tonight. I'm going to fucking hunt them down and spit on them. If you're doing it behind a false name on the internet, if you don't self-dox on the internet, then you're not worth Alan's spit. He says to people in his chat who inevitably will be using false names and what?
Me spitting on you. You what? I said Mike Hunt. I am Mike Hunt. Do you know what I mean? I am Mike Hunt. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. What? Yeah, I know. It's, I'm trying to stamp this crap out. In this day and age, it's different than going down the pub and saying, "Oh, I think that bloke's a P." You're telling like everyone.
That's different, right? If you went down my local pub and said so and so's a P, you would very quickly have to back up what you were saying. Like, honest, even doesn't matter. Like, there might be dodgy this and that. People are going to want to know you're fucking on what you're saying, because they're going to very quickly want to talk to whoever you're saying is a P. But first, they're very going to quickly want to verify what you're saying. They're not going to want to do what they're going to do based on you just said it. So you will be grabbed hold of, and they will say, "Mate, say that again. Show us what you mean." And like, it would become very serious very quickly in my local pub. So I'm not going to go in my local pub and say, "Oh, so and so is a paedophile." But in Alan's pub, if I went in Alan's local pub and like Alan came in, I'd say, "There's that guy. He sang with kids on Smule. Loads of people think he's a paedophile. Here's why." It's different, I suppose. But yeah, you don't... I get it. Like, we're on the internet. No, everyone's saying Alan's a paedophile. We're on this still, though.
And by saying it, as long as it's up there, people can... When I'm dead, they'll see that. I didn't know.
No, when you're dead, people are not going to continue searching for Alan Vinnicombe, whether he's a paedophile or not. Maybe some victims might come forward, like Jimmy Savile. Who knows?
He was a P? It's not fair, is it? It's not fair. And it's something that... it's a weapon that people shouldn't fire. Honestly, it's not.
You were found singing with kids on Smule. I brought it to everyone's attention. When I investigated Smule, I found out that other paedophiles use it like as a little network for getting kids. They use particular songs that kids like singing on. They lure kids in. They like, I don't know. I said we weren't a paedophile at that point. But the more you go on about it, the worse this gets.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Swish!
Red Fan
And then
30
whoosh!
centipedes.
Thank you, Red Fan.
Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you, Red Fan. Thank you. Big ups. You want me to give you the Discord link? I'm doing it. Invite people. Copy. Because no one else can put fucking links in chat, can they? Thank you. Thank you for the tippies. Thank you. Thank you. Holding this chuffer to account. It's his own words and his own behaviour. Like, most of us have not gone on the internet and done karaoke on an app and had an open room with kids in that's converted in some way to these duet performances, these sewn together performances, that when you do an open collaboration room, seems like it's live and these people are there with you. Don't get me on the ins and outs and that, oh, but I wasn't doing it live. I don't know. I think I should allow that yo-yo. I'm not technically adept. I thought by making the mods, it would allow them the ability, but unfortunately it hasn't. So there's another button I need to press in some way. Thank you for the tippy. The tip, like the actual, like, the advice. Sorry. Good point, yo-yo. Yeah, I should. So it's not like, yeah, I don't think the behaviour of Alan, like, when you add it all together in this line, like Asmongold says, you get 2 points, but they make a line, you know what I mean? And what does a line do is it points to something. So the problem with Alan is that all the circumstantial evidence that starts to add up and the things you accidentally find and see and hear, like, doesn't look good, Alan, does it? Doesn't look good. Doing the drinking together, look. Synchronised drinking. Synchronised drinking, look.
Unless, of course, you are a convicted one. Then, you're quite... Yeah, you should tell people then.
And if someone's convicted of paedophilia, then you should definitely tell people, yeah? But if they're not,
It's
then
raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Body sculpture sent
Thank
to
you.
keys. Has the modern day version of Jack the Ripper with glasses. I can just see him in a shop and some girl says, "Can you just watch my pushchair whilst I pay for this item?" She looks round, pushchair empty, and Alan Saville legging it down the road with the kid under his arm. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
I'm laughing, but there's every chance that he could have been the Bristol pusher. That was brilliant. It could be well wrong. Like, you know, we see the facade and the show, but, you know, like you say, in the shop down the road, we don't see that. Could be well wrong, couldn't he? Oh, look, you can post the Discord link. Oh, you can? Well, there you go. Well, from now on, you're in charge of the Discord link. I'm not doing it anymore.
Make sure nobody speaks to him.
Got yourself a new job there, Spanners.
I agree with that situation. Well, I just hope.
I know what I was saying, though, is that if someone is a paedophile and you think they're a paedophile, then it's your social obligation to do as much outing of them as possible. It's difficult on social media because I could have lost my whole channel by being like, you know, defamation, this and that, but I was careful about it. Like, you know, we've gone a bit way beyond that now. But like, you shouldn't say that people shouldn't call out paedophiles. You should say they definitely should call them out. Like, just because they're not convicted, hopefully this will lead to a conviction. Like, Alan's on the side of don't say anything until they're convicted. But how are you going to get them convicted then?
Defend me when you see that sort of crap. You are my army. I expect you to put up a brave fight. If you hear anybody saying that sort of thing about not just me, anyone, say you can't do that, man.
You're not. The people in his Patreon are not obligated to be his army and to fight his battles on social media. People in my chat, when you've joined as a member today, what you're going to get is fucking nothing extra, I've told you. But also, big up Snips, how you doing? I've told you you're not getting anything extra today. However, we might do a members only stream. You know, we might do that because I feel really grateful that you're becoming members. So I feel like we should. Like, just do a little thing here and there. Maybe get a few videos early here and there. It's not going to be anything spazazz. Spazazz? That wasn't supposed to... Pizzazz. It's not going to be... It's going to be little sprinkles on top. That's what I was going to... The S came from. The sprinkles on top. But thank you for that. But also, don't feel that you're now my army on social media that has to fight my personal battles if anyone were to accuse me of being a pedophile. Like, they pay to be in this Patreon, and then you're telling them they have to go and do your bidding.
Yeah, Anna knows. They wouldn't do it. But here's the worst thing. They don't even use their real name. They're too cowardly to use their real name to do it, right? Oh, I'm the battery boy. Won't use his real name, will he?
Of course I'll do my name. I'm Scott Jessup. At the start of every episode, I say, hello, my name is Scott. I say, hello, you're with Scott. That's the first thing I say at the start of every fucking episode. My early ASMR's got my fucking name on it. My hairdressing shop had my name on it. When I won the fucking Gilet trophy from France at under 15 level in fencing sabre, and was the first British fencer to win a competition internationally, even though it was small time under 15 level for a good while, did manage to get my little accolade. They put my fucking name on it. I'm not afraid of who I am. Alan, you're saying Battery Boy because I've got multiple channels with different names. The channels have names. I am Scott. It is fine. I don't hide behind fake names. You were John Bray on Smule. You were Joe Lawson on Facebook. You still have a fake name on Facebook. You still have fake accounts on the internet. Mike Hunt. What are you talking about?
Cowardly to use their real name to do it, right? Oh, I'm the battery boy. Won't use his real name, will he? No. Oh, cup of tea. When it's hot, I drink tea, just so you know. When it's cold, I drink coffee.
And when it's Wednesday, you drink gin.
When it's hot, I drink tea. Mud sticks, yeah. Yeah. Well, you can do that to anyone, can't you? Well, what proof do you have? None. Oh, just my friends say so. My friends say so because they hate him. So they must be right, my friends. But where did they find it? Well, they're in Alaska. They know all about AD in Alaska. He's very famous in Alaska. I wouldn't do it to anyone. I would never, ever do that to anyone.
You're such a good guy.
And don't forget, they use my name to get people to watch them. So if they're using my name to get people to watch them, and then they stick this woman on and says, "Oh, my friends think he's a P," they're not only that channel is using my name to get people to watch, and then they're throwing that accusation at people that come on to hear about me. It's not right.
I think I might be, I think at some point this level of gaslighting might be doing something to my brain. We watch this ironically, remember, and I can pause it and talk, and you get a bit of a break from it. Oh yeah, you're right, Prophecy UK. The Armchair Detective. Good afternoon. I am the Armchair Detective. Yeah, hiding behind a fake persona, essentially. The whole thing, imagine you paid to be in, this is what I still, I can understand us watching it ironically and having a laugh and seeing him as an idiot and all this, the lolcow stuff, but I can't understand, and this is the same with Darkside Phil and his they call them dents. I don't like to use the word dents because I feel like it might be a bit of a disability slur, but they call them dents. Like the people that support Darkside Phil, I don't like, I can't, I find in most psychological situations, I think I can put myself in the mind of different people and think, what are their thoughts? How are their motivations? Where they come from? Why are they thinking this? Like with the people that are in Alan's chat, until recently, the only thing I can think of is they're just so hell-bent on slaying Nicole Kessinger. They just really hate Nicole Kessinger so much that if this man's prepared to say these bad things about Nicole Kessinger, I've closed all the pictures of her now. That's a shame. I only got that. Where it's gone? No. Where's my Kessinger? Oh, there she is. They must hate her so much that they're prepared to just listen to Alan's drivel and give him monies so that he'll keep shouting about her. But I'm surprised by that because there's other people out on the internet that do better jobs of talking about Nicole Kessinger. It does do a number on you. That's the point of the gaslighting, isn't it? The problem with it is that we've got the sort of protective layer, the protective shell of being able to pause, have a laugh, know that he's talking shit, reiterate the points. We do find ourselves going over and over the same old ground a lot with Alan because he takes us over it. But if you're in the situation voluntarily, you're being manipulated and gaslit, and you're sort of, got it on as a podcast that you enjoy while you're sort of eating your crunchy and your Mars bar. And then the Kit Kat, because that's a bit that's fibre, that's got biscuit in it, and the Snickers as well, that's got nuts. That's one of your 5 a day. While you're doing that and listening to Alan drivel on, you're being heavy manipulated, and it's hard work. I wonder who. Bearing in mind we've run his stream and then the Patreon straight after. Obviously I paused it a lot, but these people, they're in for this. They don't get a lot tonight on Patreon, only 20 minutes, thank fucking God, but
I'm going to stamp it out. Mud sticks. Okay, so it's going to be a short one tonight. I just wanted to say hello because it's my job. Because without Patreon, I'll be stuffed. Without Patreon, I couldn't pay my rent.
Well, giving the hard beg to the people who've already given you the money seems a little bit... bear in mind, we're looking at a grown man here who's on the internet talking to people who have paid money to listen to him talk. And he's, in a way, saying thank you, I suppose. But it comes out like a grift.
That's how tight it is now. 2 years ago, when it was COVID, yeah, I used to get a lot more money. Now it's tight. Time I pay this and that, I just about pay my rent. No money for poker anymore. No pleasures for me. No wife, no girlfriend, no poker. No
What'd you do then? Just sit at home wanking off over pictures of Nicole Kessinger? Is that all there is left, Alan? No poker. Don't tell me you don't play poker. You're a gambling addict. There's always money for poker. Small time, big time, little flutter here. Or is it just wanking off over pictures of Nicole Kessinger? Is that all that's left? Why are you doing the pity party complaint that you have no pleasures to your patrons? Do you really need them to give you more monies? Has Nancy's $100 gone already? Like, what's going on here?
But I do like to walk, and we live near the sea, so there's that. I don't care. I don't need loads of money. As long as I break even.
As long as I break even. Because what he means is, at the end of every month, he spends everything he's got. Because if he has, he says, I'm a sole trader and this and that. If you're a sole trader and you're on the pension and all this business, you've got to do your accounts to the HMRC, and you've got to monthly say your ins and your outs. And for Alan, it's got to end up saying zero. Doesn't matter if he took £1 million this month, he's got to spend it, because otherwise tax problems, they're going to want that money, you're going to end up being liable. You've got these things, at the moment, living hand to mouth, you can't pay your rent and you can't pay this, therefore you can't pay the fines. But Alan makes sure, and especially if he's get done for the court case, big up Snips, welcome to Large, supersized, large and in charge, American size. Big up Snips, thank you, longest supporter, big spanner. Thank you, Snips. Thank you. Welcome to the membership. I just did a quiet membership launch on this channel because people requested it, and it's gone really well. Loads of people have decided to be members. I'm surprised, especially since I'm offering nothing. But thank you. Thank you. Large and in charge when I'm yawning in the morning. Hauling in the favours, man, I'm calling in the debts. Pull the anchor up, it's bad enough I'll hit the decks. I'm like iceberg cold while the whole world's manic. Other MCs are get wrecked like Titanic. Other MCs are not much, we're very many. We can battle it out like Kenny versus Spenny. Yeah. So Alan's in PayPal, in Patreon, requesting, I think he's requesting a beg here, isn't he? He's saying to people, you've paid money to listen to me talk, so maybe you might consider me giving me some extra money. I heard it too. It's not our cat. Listen, it's not our cat. Our cat's in here. Minka's in here. So, yeah, and I was also saying that Alan has to make sure he spends all his money, because if he goes through that court case and it turns out he's got £1 million in the bank, they're going to take it off him, aren't they? So he's scared of that. So he makes sure that every month it ends up at zero.
Of course, without me, they don't have views, right? So hot. Things are very expensive in this country now.
Come here.
Very expensive.
Come here. You nutter. Did he just say things are very expensive in this country while I was just saying about the dog? This is insane. Like, you can't, like... Right, enough now. Enough now. Daddy's heard it. It's nothing. No, it's nothing. No, Daddy heard it. Daddy's heard it. Okay, Daddy's going to have a look. No, you're not going to. I'm not going to look. Oh look, there's nothing. It's nothing. Just forget it. Get back up there with your mum and you. Oosh. You can't be a grown man on the internet. I mean, you can, in a way, I suppose, if you want to. The dog just heard a cat meow outside, and our cat's inside, so it's not our cat, so we don't have to all stress. Everyone has to be responsible for their own cat. It's only a cat meowing. You can't be a grown man on the internet in 2023 and saying to people, things are very expensive in my country, living in fucking England, in Western capitalist luxury. Alan's not poverty stricken. He's not on, like, he hasn't been washed out of his home by recent flooding. He hasn't had a war decimate his hometown. Alan's not in Alan's doing the big pity beg, and it feels a little bit unfair and a little bit weird that I think there's worse words for it than unfair and weird. Alan is now lowering himself to the position of someone who comes up to you on the street and appears to be in a state of distress in some way, and like you feel, oh, I'll help you, I'll give you £1, and then they put that £1 in their big bag of pounds and they go and buy loads of heroin. Like, it's just, this is real bad begging. Like, things are expensive in my country. Like, what are you on about? You don't live in fucking Somalia or Venezuela. You don't even live in Venezuela where the inflation just destroyed the country, do you? Like, what do you mean things are expensive? Like, you're living in the same country as everyone else here, Alan. Like, if you live in America and England, it's pretty similar. Like, America's have probably got a better deal on prices at the moment, or whatever. I don't know. Like, I feel really like, what? What did you say?
They don't have views, right?
This is shameless.
Go hot. Things are very expensive in this country now. Very expensive. So I did Riff Raff's dog. I can show you the picture now, Riff Raff, but it ruined the surprise, wouldn't it? I don't want to do that. It's sent and it's tracked. But
Very quick.
I did an extra large one this time. It's really
For oils, very quick for oils to dry, isn't it?
big. So it doesn't fit through a letterbox, which means it's got to go in a van. It takes an extra week to get there. Sorry. I learned my lesson now. I do smaller ones.
There's the blag. So I'm not going to do big paintings anymore because they don't go in letterboxes. So from now on, it's letterbox size only.
Sam,
Prices are staying the same.
Damn, a nuisance, isn't it? Just about surviving, right? I'm not doing that so you give me money. None of you can give me super chat on here. Oh, he's trying to pity party to get money. No, you can't pay me any money on here.
They can just pay you through all the other mechanisms that you've set up, Alan, can't they? They can just pay you direct. The people in here have been offered your PayPal direct, I imagine. Why not, if you're considering tipping me, have my direct PayPal so you can just give me the money straight? Like...
But that's not true either. Hot. Oh, you want a hoodie, Katie Mick? Yeah, good. Nice hair. What happened to that woman that was tracking me on the show just now? What's she called? She's supposed to be sending a picture to AD subs. I bet she doesn't.
Oh my God.
It's not a real picture.
Oh, do you think he's such a fucking horn dog? At his age as well, this dirty old man. So some woman in his chat who had nice hair said that she, like, you know, he said, oh, I need a wife. I said it on my chat a few times. Like, I've said, oh, I need to get a wife. I mean it. Like, I need to get a fucking wife. Like, that's all right for me to say that at 40 years old. I need to get a fucking wife. I need to get a move on and have some kids. But I don't expect, like, you know, blind date in chat. Like, someone's come forward. They said they might be up for the sauce. So can you get your email into me, please? Where's your picture? And like, that happened, and he's made a feature of it now. Now it's a thing. Like, does anyone in chat know who she is? Can anyone get that picture to me, please? Oh.
It's a trick. It's a catfish to get me excited.
Oh, a catfish.
And she's actually not the person in the picture. I know what they do. I know what they do. What would be your ideal first date? That's a great question, Guy. What would be my ideal first date?
Why didn't they ask that question earlier in the Q&A?
Hey, Leslie.
This will be interesting. What's your ideal first date? I'll tell you mine before we get going, Alan. I do think dinner should be... I like dinner with a new... I like to sit down in a nice place and have some foods, but it doesn't have to be that big and formal. So maybe something chill, like, you know, like early evening somewhere, like not really big formal restaurants, somewhere a bit chill. But like eating together is a good first date, in my opinion. Like, we don't have to go out and do anything like extravagant. Another thing I would like to do, if it wasn't going to be like, you know, something more simple and traditional like that, is I'd like to go to an art gallery or something and walk around the art gallery and talk, because then you can stop and look at things and say, what do you think about this? And tell me about that. Oh, I think that, and that's interesting. And then at the end of walking around the art gallery, I can say, would you like to come and get some food with me, or do you fucking hate me now? And then they can say, oh, I fucking hated you the whole time, but, you know, I liked listening to you talk about art. Should I buy a hat, says Joe? That's a good question.
So I had a date. Ideal first date. Ooh.
I used to like the zoo.
Well,
I used to like the zoo as a good format for like getting to know someone and walking and talking, but now I'm vegan, I don't think it's such a good go. But an art gallery, wander around, get some food afterward, like, or even a gig, like, is a possibility. But with things like gigs and stuff, it's loud and you can't really hear each other and talk. Like, a film's no good to me, because what I'm going to do is sit down next to you quietly. Like, how do I learn about you in that way? Some people find dining together a bit formal, so I wouldn't want to push people into feeling that it's such a, you know, big formal thing. On the other hand, some people, like, you get a different vibe off different people. Some people want that formal thing. They want the first date to involve, you know, dinner and dancing and, you know, get dressed up. So they might want that. So like, I might offer that. I don't know, like, just normal sort of stuff. But I'm saying the art gallery because you get to walk and talk. I really am going to be interested to see what Alan's got up his sleeve for this.
To involve talking, wouldn't it? when we go and dancing, when we go to see a band because they're too noisy.
This is the same thing as I just said. Wow, we've got so much in common. It'd have to involve talking because they need to listen to you in your indoctrination, Alan.
So it'd be based on speech.
Based on speech. Wait.
And it depends on what time of year. If it was now,
Yeah.
I'd take her to a pub that's got a nice beer garden, an English beer garden, with nice umbrellas, so you can sit in the shade. Preferably a beer garden by the sea, but not on the beach, too messy.
I think that's a little bit, like, my opinion. I mean, I'm being really fair to him here. I just think it's a little bit not enough. Like, I know an art gallery's not like me doing anything special, but it's like something slightly different that you do, like a day out, isn't it? You know what I mean? And like going to dinner, like, even though I'd say, somewhere slightly informal, like at least you're booked for a date. When we turn up, I will be there at a certain time. Maybe we meet up somewhere beforehand, have a little drink, walk up there, and then like booked for 8, table for 2, name of Jessup. Yeah, like, would you like this table, or do you want me to ask them? I can change the table if you want. Would you prefer to sit in the window? Do you like it over there when you can watch the people in the window? Yeah, well, just, excuse me, can we go and sit in the window instead? Sorry, I'm not being funny. Is that table taking? It says it's reserved. We're reserved as well, and that one's reserved. So why don't we just switch them over? And like, we're here now, so I'm sitting in the window. Look, she's already sat down now. You can't disappoint me. Okay, like, we can go and, like, I think there's just something a bit zoom in. You can see if I can see my own stream reflection in his glasses. Yeah, but it's a lot later now. This isn't live now. We're we're hours behind Alan now. Alan's already gone bed, or whatever the fuck he does, and he's got his green screen technologist going. It's hard to see. Yeah, it's hard to see. If he had better quality webcam, and if he had not got that weird filter on, it'd be easier to see, I think. But yeah, anyway, I was just going through the process of going to dinner with someone in my brain. Alan's just like, get in the beer garden, shut up and listen to this.
Beer garden, only worldly, views of the sea, views of the sky, a little breeze.
Views of the sky.
Sit there, have a drink, bottle of wine, something between us, and just talk. I mean, I can talk, I promise you.
I bet you could.
That would be my ideal first date.
See, that's the thing. I can talk.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos
Big up,
says
Sid.
Sippies. Alan's first date should be at Snaresbrook Crown Court and his second and third dates. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
That's a good one. Alan's court date, yeah. The interesting thing with what Alan just said then is that I can talk. That's not what you should do, Alan. Like, here's a top tip for anyone, and maybe this is me being a bit sexist now, so I'm going to say this, but you're going to have to take it with a pinch of salt. I actually think that this is a top tip for the men in the audience, and maybe not so much the ladies, who should feel, maybe my opinion might sound a bit tired and dated here, but maybe some of the ladies should be feeling a little bit like looked after on a date, and that they don't have to worry about when the booking is made for and like who's going to settle the bill and things like that. They just need to turn up and be themselves, and or maybe another way of looking at that was 50 Cent said it about like whoever asked you out on the date should take care of that sort of stuff. Maybe that's a bit more of a modern way of looking at it, but anyway, the principle here is that a good top tip, Scotty's top tip, if you're on a date with someone, like, I'm going to ask a lady questions about herself and about her life and about her thoughts and about her feelings, and they're going to open up topics and conversations, and then I'm going to ask more questions and I'm going to find out more stuff, because the purpose of me being on the date is to ask you and find out about you and learn about how I feel about you, yeah? And if you've got questions of me, like, there'll be times where I can quite happily open up and answer the questions, whatever you want to know, with the, a little bit now as a grown-up, a bit more guarded and grown up now. Like, obviously it's not like just like I'm going to wear my heart on my sleeve and like pour everything out over dinner, and then it's going to be like, fucking hell, he's a bit intense, like that. Not that sort of thing, but just like, if there's anything you want to ask, I'm an open book. You've got that respect and right if I feel like I want to enter into a romantic relationship with you, yeah? So that's sort of the purpose of it, isn't it? Like you said about talking, but not talking I've got a lot to say, but talking I've got a lot to ask. And a real good tip for this one, for anyone who needs any tips, I don't think anyone in my chat does, but in my opinion, a real good tip for this one is starting sentences with you instead of I. Because it's quite easy to fall in, oh, I think this, oh, I think that. When I. But if you're with someone and you want to learn about them, or, you know, make sure they feel that they're the centre of your world, then asking them, so you did this, and what did you think about that? And tell me about when you were. And you know, if you start your sentences with you, then you get a lot more. You don't have to do so much talking then as well. A lot of people feel nervous about talking to people on a date, one-to-one. Oh no, it's just me and so gonna clam up, don't know what to say. But if you start your sentences with you, did you always drink cider? You know, whatever. Like, if you always start your sentences with you, then they give them the open floor. Like a question, like, you know, a simple joke there I made, but did you always drink cider? You know, can you handle those 2 pints yourself, or did you want me to carry one? Oh no, they're both for you. Okay. You know, like, did you always, that opens the floor, and someone can say, oh, I drank cider when I was a kid. Yeah, we grew up in this sort of part of the world, and cider was a big part of the community, and like, we used to press it ourselves actually. Did you live on a farm? Like, no, we didn't live on a farm, but like, yeah, like you open the floor to other people to open up themselves and speak and talk. Like, so especially on a date. But what Alan revealed is, what he'd like to do is get someone in one of his favourite environments. Because I expect Alan would quite like to be in the beer garden. Alan would quite like to be by the sea in the beer garden. And then you can just sit there and listen to me while I drink a bottle of wine, and I'll just fucking rattle off my life's fucking... Imagine, like, because we've had to listen to it on the internet. I didn't expect it would be, but it probably is on like this on a date. There's this fucking woman and she's a fake lawyer, and my mate says that she said that I said that she was this, and they said I was a pedo, and I'm not a pedo. I imagine I'm not a pedo might come out after he's finished with the first bottle. You know, there's probably a measure. His family probably know this. Scarlett, I'm talking to you. You know this. He's going to get crossed again. Scarlett, I'm talking to you. You know this. He's got a. If you don't know it, you can quickly think back and you'll be able to click into place. You'll have a levels meter. It probably starts with a couple of bottles of beer or a pint or two, and at a certain point you know that he's getting a bit drunk because he'll start saying something that he always says about something. You know, there'll be these like repeating motifs like he does on his streams, and then it'll be after he's had a bottle of wine, he's on to the story about what fucking so and so said about this, and the when I was a big poker player, or the Armchair Detective. And after the second bottle, and like I do my joke about Kirsty, he's in. What's he doing, Mom? Kirsty, what's he doing, Mom? Kirsty, he's in Marks and Spencer's. We need a Sarah Lee. What's he doing, Mom? You know, that joke. That probably happens. And like after bottle 3, it's everyone in the family knows once he started going on about fucking I'm not a pedo, night's over. Like he's probably got like an Allen scale of how drunk I'm getting, and you know how drunk he's getting based on what his verbal diarrhea is at this moment. Like broken record. I bet they're all well fed up with it. And he's going to do it on a date to his date. He wants you to sit there and listen to him talk. Couldn't think of anything worse, to be honest. Sitting in a beer garden, listening to Alan with his stink breath, going on about himself.
Have a drink, bottle of wine, something between us, and just talk. I mean, I can talk, I promise you. That would be my ideal first date. Nothing too heavy, that's it. Maybe just lemonade even.
Lemonade?
No, I wouldn't take her for dinner first date. Too much pressure on the food, isn't it? Gee, I don't find food. You might come as a shock to you.
Pressure on the food. I was worried about pressure on my date, feeling that they had to live up to some sort of expectation of being glamorous, or you know, this is a posh restaurant and all this business, and well, I wonder who's going to pay. I don't want them to feel uncomfortable in any sort of way. So I definitely like food. I think it's quite a normal, common human thing to want to go for food together, and it sets. I do like the idea of setting a tone. Like, this isn't just me and you meeting up at the cafe for a coffee. I'm asking you on a proper date. Like, I want to make that clear. So I'm taking you to this restaurant. We're going to turn up at 8 o'clock. I would say this to somebody, like if they agreed to come on the date with me, I wouldn't say I'm now officially making it a date. I'd say, you know, I would like to take you out, you know, in a sort of serious capacity. Would you like to go for dinner? It sets a tone where you know that like this person's not just saying, oh, do you want to be my mate and maybe hang out at the skate park. Skate park. But you know, you know what I mean? Like, it sets like a sort of grown-up tone to the idea that, yes, I'm asking you out for a proper date. So we don't have to go too mad. Like, if you want to, here's a choice of restaurants that I think are good. I think you might enjoy this place. I really enjoy this place. This is a bit more informal. Where would you like to go? That's wonderful. I'll book the table for 8. You know, I'll see you in this so-and-so nearby at 7, and we can have a drink and walk up. Lovely. I'll see you there. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's good to set that tone, because then you know what sort of level you're on as a, you know, isn't it nice to actually go on a date? Right? Or do you want someone to just think, well, I'll take you down I'm going down the local anyway to sit in the beer garden and drink 6 pints. So I'd like you to sit there next to me, because I'll need someone to run to the one stop to get me cigarettes at some point.
I don't find food romantic. I don't honestly, these days, if I eat a big meal, I'm knackered. It takes all your energy goes to your stomach to digest the food.
Well, just have a salad and get shagging. What are you on about?
Right? So if I'm there and I'm in a good mood and I want to talk to someone, the last thing I want to do is fill myself up with food and become extremely tired.
You don't have to, just because you're in a restaurant doesn't mean you have to, you're not Henry VIII. It's not chicken legs obligatory.
Uncomfortable with food. No, it wouldn't be a dinner date. No. Apart from that, it's too expensive.
Oh God, you can't, you don't want to spend the monies. Well, that's a good look, isn't it, on your foot? Like, there's a number of reasons. I'll be frank about this. I'll be real honest about this, right? I'll be absolutely straight and clear. I'm not made of monies, but I don't want some new person that I'm gonna romantically be. I don't want them thinking that I'm trying to like penny and nickel and dime them over bits of monies. Like, I'll pay. Like, if I can't afford to pay for it, I don't think I should be asking for you to come and do it. That's the bottom line. If I don't think I can afford to pay for it, and like, you know, it might not be that I want to do this every night of the week and that I'm made of monies and that, you know, like, I live some sort of champagne lifestyle, and I'm not going to be like, sit down, okay, let's have the lobster. Can we have 5 lobsters, please? And can you fucking pour champagne on the floor before you get them for me? Because I just want to see some champagne on the... Don't ask me. I'm paying. Don't ask me. Don't fucking argue. I'm paying. Pour that champagne on the fucking floor, my good man. I'm sorry, what? Get the champagne and pour it. I want to impress my date over here. I want to pour that champagne on the fucking floor, my good man. Fetch a second bottle. Elon Musk tonight, baby. I'm not going to be doing that, obviously, but I want someone to feel like secure, safe, that they understand that I know that I've like not real role expectation, like I should pay for everything and you're just a little woman in the kitchen. But, you know, like, I'm not going to be requesting that you fucking split the bill on the first date, or any date, to be honest. If I want to invite you to eat dinner with me, I will pay for the dinner. Don't even think about it. I've got the tip as well. You just don't think about it. If you want to buy me something in a coffee shop one day and I don't ask you to, and you buy me a cake, I'm not going to complain. Oh, take that back. Women don't pay for things. Only men do. It's not like that. It's just that on dates that I ask you to come on, I'm paying. And I don't care how expensive it is. For me, it's a joy to be able to, like, you know, some people might want to go out and spend a bit of money on the gambling, for example. I don't want to do that. I'd rather spend it on time spent with someone that I like, want to be with, in a really nice environment, having a nice time. So whether that be like a theatre or the dinner, or, you know, whatever, like, it's not wasted money and penny pinch. This is my life. These are the things, the experiences that I enjoy and the people I want to share them with. So that's what the money's for. I don't know, man. I just I'm not made of monies, but I'm happy to like share it and enjoy it. And thank you to everyone tonight who's joined up and become a member, and like, thank you to all the people for the tippies that helped me to do this in my life anyway. Like, you know, I'm not out there, you know, tonight doing Elon Musk dinners or anything, but if I were to go on a date, the bottom line is I wouldn't be angry about how much it cost. The anger, the anger at the expense wouldn't even cross my mind. It's like what it would be like is, I mean, for me, I guess what it would be like is, if an analogy, if you really like cars, and I don't really like cars that much, I don't care, but if you really fucking like cars and you think cars are the fucking bomb and they're brilliant and everything, and you want to get a Ferrari all your life and all this, and then, like, you know, a Ferrari comes along and you want to get a Ferrari, and someone says, well, you know, Ferrari, but it's quite expensive, and you go, oh well, I don't want it anymore, it's a bit expensive. Like, the person you're about to spend your rest of your life with, the future hopes of this date, you know, this date of this interesting person that maybe if things go well, we might get, you know, might get on. You never know where it might go. I might end up spending the rest of my life with them. They could be this, for you know, this wonderful Ferrari. I don't know. Oh, I don't want to spend the money. I'll just drive a Ford instead. Fuck it then. No, I'm not into cars in that way, so I do drive a Ford. Yeah. Oh no, now he's doxed his car. There's lots of cars that are Fords, but you know what I mean. Like, you know, as a principle. Yeah. Like Ford Vauxhall, and it doesn't matter about the make of car. What I'm saying is I drive a normal car. I'm not interested in a Ferrari, but the person I want to spend the rest of my life with, I'm not going to penny and nickel and dime them, because to me they are like a Ferrari, in not an object, but you know, they're worth so much to me that no money would be any object, would it? Like, okay, I don't want them to make me have to go to some stupid expensive restaurant and waste my money for no reason. I probably wouldn't be dining with them if they were like pouring champagne on the floor. I wouldn't be like, yes, here's some more money for more champagne to pour on the floor. I'd be like, this isn't my future wife. But like, doing nice things together, having a nice time is your life, and I don't mind absolutely like being interested in doing it. And at no point does my like, if I couldn't think I could afford it, then I wouldn't suggest we do it, and I just wouldn't expect anyone to feel. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is just. I would the thought. Going on a date, well, going to dinner with someone, it's nice and everything, but then I have to pay. Like, that's just fucking ridiculous. Like it's bang, cha-ching, 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 jackpot in my mind. The transactional nature of the narcissist. I see this in terms of the experience spent with the person, and how there is no value that you can put. Price, no price. My parents, lucky as I am, took me to places and did things in my life that, like, okay, it must have cost some money to go on a holiday, but I remember the experience of being with them on the holiday. Yeah, Alan's thinking about the cost, the value of the money of the holiday. Like, my dad used to take us to dinner and teach us how to do the knife and fork and stuff when we were younger, and like do, you know, behave yourself at the table manners and stuff like that. Now I've got good table manners and I know how to behave in public. And like, my dad used to pay for things, and like, you know, I didn't as a kid think, oh well, maybe I should be putting some money in the bill. I just used to think that was a nice evening we had, you know. Like, so it's Alan's transactional nature. He's not thinking about the experience. For him, the experience is, I'll sit there with the woman while she listens to me talk about myself. That'll get her really wet, and then later on I'll bang her when I'm drunk. Like,
you arrange a dinner date and you don't get on. You're sat there.
Why on earth are you arranging a dinner date for somebody that you don't get on with? They didn't specify this had to be a blind date. Caroline Burns, welcome to regular. Big ups, Caroline Burns. Welcome to regular. Welcome to being a member. It's really lovely, this membership. I actually like it. Look at your hair. Lovely hair. Why are you, like, I mean, I would say as well, like, you don't want to, like, I would choose to go on a date with somebody based on a little bit of rapport first off. You know, I'd like see somebody and think, they look all right. I wonder if they're single. Excuse me. Do you have a boyfriend? No, my friend wants to go out with you. That friend is me, obviously, and I wouldn't do it like that, like a facile child. I'd like, you know, talk to someone like grown up and like, you know, thanks very much, All Gamer Official Channel. I hope I'm making sense. Yeah, it's weird to hear Alan talking these terms. It just strikes these chords with me. You know, you want to talk to somebody. This is good tips for anyone who finds it difficult to talk to. You know, oh, I fancy them, but I don't know if I should. Just go up and talk to them and say, hi, I like XYZ about what XYZ. Whatever it is they're doing, like, there's things about them you like, obviously. Not I like the way your bum looks when you do those squats. Not that. Although, in fairness, these days, who am I to speak? Maybe that's the right way to go about it. But usually, you know, I like XYZ about XYZ. You've noticed something about them. Like, I like the way you take a real interest in Russian literature. Like, that's a bad example, isn't it? Because who the fuck does that? But you know what I mean? I like the way you do this thing. My name is another good follow-up to that as well, because well, first of all, they're like, oh, hello, you've said something nice to me, I like that, and usually that makes them smile, because most people like it when you say nice things to them. And then, my name is, nice to meet you, and I offer out my hand in this like offer. If you don't want to shake my hand and you don't want to be involved at this point, you can just fuck off. That is up to you. But you know, I'll say, nice to meet you, my name's Scott, and then they say, hi, my name is, and then I've started a conversation. Now we're in. So you do have to pull your socks up now and just be like, listen, we're in now, I'm having a conversation. And it can be simple, you know, are you from around here? Like, you know, stuff like that. You, again, go into this thing about, the, you know, asking them questions. so that you can establish the information you sort of need to establish whether this is going well or where's it going, sort of thing, I guess. Like, have a natural conversation. It's just okay. Just talk to somebody. Like, it can't be bad. And then you're talking to them and you think, well, like, unless you've got those like weird, like, you know, massive weird crush on someone that you've had on for years and years and it's built up into this weird thing, then it could go bad. But normally, you know what I mean? And after a bit of a conversation, if it's going reasonably well and they're having a nice time and so are you could say, this conversation's going reasonably well. I'm having a nice time talking to you, but unfortunately, I can't stay here talking forever. I'm busy. I've got armchair detective business to do on the internet. So how about I give you my phone number, and if you don't hate me later on and think I'm some weird chuffer, I don't say that bit. I'm like, you know, not saying that bit. I'm just giving the framework. Like, maybe you will text me later. So here's my, I usually say it a lot more succinct than that. Here's my number. Can I pop it in your phone? Text me later, you know. And if they want to, and if they do, then things might happen further. Would you like to go on a date? We could meet up at so-and-so or whatever, you know. Give me a call. Give me a call. Nicole Kessinger. Give me a call. It's really simple, real simple stuff. But for Alan, he's turned it into this fucking, like, I'm surprised about all these years. He's not a hopeless romantic at heart, is he? He's a horrible grouchy, like, well, you had a fucking cider and I had an ale, and an ale's £3.50 and a cider's £4, so you actually owe me 50p more than you've put on the bill. Like,
Apart from that, it's too expensive. What if you arrange a dinner date and you don't get on? You're sat there in the first 5 minutes, right?
If you are sat there with someone on a date and you don't feel like you want to have sex with them and make a future with them, you can still have a really nice day talking to them as a human being and exploring their personality. And then at the end of it, you can literally say to them, look, I've had a really good time. I don't think it's going to work out between us as like a romantic thing. I just don't have that energy. But I hope that you've enjoyed having a good time with me. I'm having a party on like Easter. I'll invite you if you want to pop down. This is my email, and like, you know, I play Fortnite if you want to join in on a game. Like, you know, you can still be friends with people who you don't want to have sex with. And just because you went on a date and it didn't work and they turned out to like, he's doing the Ricky Gervais thing of like, the woman turned up, she was fat and ugly, I didn't want to date her, so fuck, what am I going to do now? Got to fucking talk to her now. Yeah, no, sorry, boring. You know, that Ricky Gervais date that he does with that woman. Like, oh fucking hell. Like, you can still have friendship and be nice to somebody. And you know what? If you have that attitude,
I couldn't be happier. Swish!
big ups, Grandmaster Sid.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. My name's Ellen. I like Shadows Chicken Bling Casino Knee Operation Art FBI MI5. MFI singing vodka being a grandad money nice hair black bed spying in Ukraine calling police and him going to prison. Do you still want to date me? Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Managed to squeeze a lot in there. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. A really critical point here as well is, right, and this one goes out especially, I feel like should be smacking up young boys' heads sometimes. Like, I don't know what's got into people that, I mean, a lot of people understand this and know this actually, so I'm not just talking in generalities maybe, or maybe I am, but the point I'm trying to make is that you can sit with someone who initially you, like, if you walk in a room and you spy everyone and you say, right, that girl there is the most attractive, and then the next down is her, and then she's the third most attractive, and this one's not the most attractive really, and like, you know, and then, so I'm going to work my way down from the top one. She's the most, hello, my name's Scott, you're the most attractive girl in the room. Would you like to be interested in some saucy business tonight? Because I've got saucy business on offer. No, you're already giving me that look and I can see that you're already cross. So I'm just going to stop talking to you and move on to number 2. Right, number 2, you're the next most attractive girl in the room. Would you like to go on a date? Like, that's not what's happening here, right? And it's not going to work, okay? Unless you only go for the top one. You think, usually for me, it's like, I think this person seems quite interesting, attractive, whatever. I'm not going to move down the rest of the room these days. When I was younger, I did have a tendency to maybe just try, you know, once I've been blown out, oh, sorry, no, yeah, I'm going off with my boyfriend. All right, sorry, right, fine, yeah, I'll go down the bar and talk to this other girl. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, so what's better, actually, is that if it turns out you're on a date with someone and you think, like, even if it's that blind date situation, they come in and you think, well, hang on, this isn't exactly the sort of person that I would normally be, like, honey to a bee, moth to a flame attracted to. It doesn't mean that they don't have something that's attractive that they have yet to unveil to you through their personality and their behaviour. And, like, there are really beautiful, like, people who fit all the sex tick boxes of being sexy, and like you can't hang around with them and talk to them because they fucking annoy you, and like you don't really want to put it inside them because like you just get repulsed by their behavior. Like it's a really weird thing, but like humans are like that. So somewhere in the middle is all of us. No one's really that supermodel, but like plastic and nasty, and you don't want to do them. And then at the other end, no one's really that fucking hideous and monstrous, but with a wonderful personality that makes everyone shout. Like somewhere in the middle is pretty much all of us. And actually, it's funny that I've been bringing up Nicole Kessinger tonight because she fits in this category, wild style. Like she's actually a reasonably plain lady. Like she's not like, you know, supermodel attractiveness. Like a lot of people in chat said they didn't think she was the most attractive person in the world, but she's reasonably good looking as well. She's working what she's got. You know, you got to work what you got. But it's also about your sexuality and how you are and who you are and like your personality, isn't it? So somewhere in the middle is all of us. And between us all, we can all find someone and get on. And like, I've been out with people who initially I would say, like, looking at your picture, I wouldn't have picked you on the list. I didn't put you in your list of pictures. Like Tinder swiping, I might not have swiped you on Tinder, looking at your picture on Tinder. But like I've had a really, like, you know, I suppose I could consider it in love with people who I went on a date with or had a liaison, a different way of, actually a better way of saying it is had sex with. Had sex with first before I learned who they were. But it turned out that I did quite like them and wanted to have more sex with them, even though they weren't really on my type like list. I was like, this will be okay for one time of sex, but I don't think I'm going to be having sex with them all the time. So we'll just do the sex the once, and then, you know, that'll be that. But it turned out that we did more than sex. We had a full relationship, and I was like, wow. You know, if I hadn't been open to this, if I'd have said, well, no, they're not exactly 100% my type, and I'm not going on a date with them, then, you know, if I'd been sneery, turned my nose up at them because they didn't fit an exact profile, then I wouldn't have had that interesting relationship and have my heart broken at the end and feel like really fucking unhappy. But yeah, it's interesting that Nicole Kessinger came out again, isn't it? Quite like her, don't you, Alan? Me, you. We've still got fucking 20 minutes of this because I keep talking. There's 15 minutes of this still.
And you order a starter.
You order a starter.
And she's dull as dishwater.
She's dull as dishwater.
You're going, oh, right there.
That's possible. That's possible. You might have seen someone in the shops and said, hello, look at you. I like the way your stockings go all the way up to the top. Can I get your number? And she said, absolutely. You look like that famous armchair detective. That's because I am that famous armchair detective. Shut up and let me get your number. And then she's turned up at dinner. She's done his dish over the starter. She's like, so... doesn't matter, does it, Alan? Because you can fucking talk about yourself, and then later on you can shag her. In fact, this is the perfect sort for you. Don't say anything, just sit there saying nothing. Dull as dishwater. That's fine for you, as long as they look attractive. It's like they're like Barbie doll. Then they're like perfect object. In fact, I personally like a girl who's quite stupid, because like they'll believe anything and you can do whatever.
And you're not getting any spark, and it's like, I've got to sit there through the meal. And
no spark is bad, but you know, that is bad. Like, I did have a relationship once who was very lovely. I still think about this girl from time to time because she was very lovely, really lovely person, but there wasn't really any sexual energy. And I was like, I felt like almost like I should be able to, you know, turn this into a sexual thing, but it's just not happening. We feel like we're in this sort of weird friend zone. So at the end of the relationship, then thanks, sorry, bye. But other girls where I'm not in a relationship with them or a friend zone, and I'm like, oh, I really want to quite have my ability to. Can I just have a little go on your shorts? Can I just touch your shorts? Can I pull them down a little bit, please? Oh, your sexy shorts. I'm thinking of Kylie there, really. But you know, Kylie with the hot pants in the music video. But like, you know, that Kylie effect. Yeah, like it's weird, isn't it, about that? It's just weird. So if you're on a date with someone, you don't really desperately want to have sex with them and they're boring, then why you want to date with them in the first place is my first question. And then my second question is, can't you still just like make nice of it? Like, can't you start, like, one of the benefits of being on a meal out with somebody is you get to eat the dinner and you get to be out still. Like, can't you make, like, is it that bad, Alan? Is this your fear of dating? Is because I don't want to accidentally be sat in a restaurant with someone who I don't want to have sex with, I've decided not to do that anymore. I've decided to bin off the paying for the dinner. We can just not want to have sex with each other in the beer garden instead.
At least they're just a drink you can get away.
With a drink you can get away. You're not obliged to pay for the meal and sit there through the dessert. with a drink, you can like do the Ricky Gervais and say, right, well, it's just the one then, is it? Back to work. Sorry, I've got to go. Yeah, like what an awful thing to do and be. Like, and why would you be on this date with this person? It has to be a blind date then, and you have to be able to bail at any opportunity. I mean, I feel better for the people that date Alan, that they have the opportunity to leave. Oh, sorry, I just got to quickly go over by the bar and just leave immediately. Sorry, Alan. I feel better for them for that reason, but
so the drink, you can get away. If it's not working right, get away.
Get away from that man.
I know what I'm doing.
You know what you're doing. Well, you don't need to. There's another thing, isn't it, Alan? That if you're taking out the people that you want to date, then going to restaurants is not the done deal, is it? At least in the beer garden, you can sit near the swings and the little slide, can't you, Alan? On your date, can't you? Oh, is that your niece? Is that your granddaughter? Yeah, we're on a date.
Where's she gone, that girl? I've got her name already. There I was. I thought I got a new girlfriend earlier on, and now I've forgotten her name already. Such is life.
To be honest, I can't fault you on that, Alan. The amount of times I've been having sex with someone and I've just thought, I really wish... it's one of those things that's, you know, when you're trying not to finish and you're thinking, oh, I'm doing a good job here, but I better not finish. She seems to not want me to finish. She seems to be pretty aggressively telling me not to finish. That's making me want to finish more, if anything. I'm going to have to think about something else here. Like, you know, at that moment, right, then thinking, what's her name? Oh, what is it now? She's going to want me to say it at the end. She's going to want me to... I'm going to have to try and pretend I know it as well. Oh, come on. She did say it earlier. I'm sure she said it earlier. Was it... Did it begin with an L, or was that one of her friends? I'm sure she said it earlier. Like, going through all the different names in your head. Like, no, it's definitely not this, because I would have known if it was this, because yeah, no, it's not that. Like, sure she said it earlier. Oh, don't you finish, you. Oh, don't you finish you either, eh? You. She's probably in there in her head thinking, I wish he'd fucking finish whatever his fucking name is. I wish he'd fucking finish whatever his fucking name is.
I could talk all the lyrics to 1970s music.
Big ups, Gary. Welcome to regular. You like that? You like that, didn't you, Gary? They're not being able to remember the... Thank you, Gary, for the membership. They're not being able to remember the girl's name, helping you to prevent yourself from finishing your night's activities. It's weird, that one as well, isn't it? Actually, that's a weird one. Like, so quite often, sometimes I've wanted to say, look, don't think that's the end. I know that's just happened, but like, it's not the end. Give me 20 minutes. I'm going to smoke a little bit of a reefer. You're going to stay right there. It's like I'm leaving the car outside the shop with the keys in it. I don't want anyone to steal it. I just want it to stay right there while I just run in and get my... I'll be back in just a second. Let me just, like, hang on, I need to just test my legs for a minute. Let me get some fuel in me. Let me get a little bit of a drinky. You stay right there. It's not finished. That's half time. How romantic. If only they could answer me back with that thing stuffed in their mouth.
Those were the days, 70s and 80s, isn't it? So true. Funny it seems. Spandau Ballet, brilliant. Through the barricades. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gold.
Gold. Always believe in your soul. You have the power to know you're indestructible. Always believe it. You're a toad. Alan Vinnicombe. I haven't got the words for it. It's just, oh, bad man.
Human League. Don't
Human
you
League.
Want me, baby?
Here we go.
Fleetwood Mac.
DJ Alan. So
Big
this
love.
is Alan Partridge
Big
in
love.
action.
That was music, wasn't it? Hey, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I'm still single. I'm too tight to buy my meal.
People, I'll tell you what, I'm not being sexist, but girls don't like it as well. If you say to, I'm not saying it to them, so I don't have this experience, but I'm imagining that if you say to somebody, like, I expect you to pay half at the end of this date, don't worry, we can calculate it by, you know, like, no point, like, most girls are going to think, well, this is a bit of a turn off. It's not very chivalrous. I mean, I honestly, I'm not trying to be sexist. Maybe I am being sexist, but I just think it's truth. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm an old man here. Maybe, you know, in the modern world, people don't see it that way. I don't know. I can't believe it though that you wouldn't understand. Like, you know, why shoot yourself in the foot by being a penny pinching bastard from day one? I suppose what it does is it creates a filter, doesn't it? So people who are either not in it for your money or just don't give a fuck or whatever, like people with a low enough self-esteem that they would say, okay, I'm going to get dressed up for first date, and it turned out instead of a restaurant he took me to the beer garden, but I stuck around for more. Like, I imagine there's a self-esteem issue. I'm not even being bad jokey here, but I imagine there's a self-esteem issue there, because I think, you know, I would suggest to people, if that was the situation, they had higher standards that they expected to people, then it didn't turn out that way, then they should just walk.
Again.
You know?
I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies.
Big ups.
Scott, your ideal date now is a Paula Yates type of gal. I knew Paula from Chelsea, and
She was
you would
cool.
have connected well.
She was hot as well.
She was a beautiful, fantastic human being.
Hot, I said.
Super chuffer owes 3 hugs.
R.I.P. Paula Yates, yeah. No, In the Bed with Paula was on the tellis when I was a kid, wasn't it? On Big Breakfast. I used to watch Big Breakfast in the Bed with Paula. That was a good move by the Big Breakfast. Thank you for the tippies. Jumpers for
Where's Shay
goalposts. In Bed with Paula. Jumpers for goalposts.
Shay sent a picture to.
You said that. Big ups, Brian James. Jumpers for goalposts.
Can you have a look, Elizabeth? Is there an email from Shay?
Is there an email? Can you have a look to see if someone sent me nudie pictures, please?
Armchair detective. With a
He's
picture.
he's like a dog with a bone on this, isn't he? He's really on this.
No. She's a plant.
She's a plant. She's a tin of pineapple chunks. There's one for
Human League is
you.
from Sheffield. He's bald now. He had this massive black hair. He's bald now. I used to have a massive black hair. To be fair, though, I'll be honest about myself. When I run into people I went to school with, they frighten me because they look older than me.
They always used to frighten you as well, didn't they, Alan?
They do. I'm not being like facetious there. Some of them, like, well, they're old men, aren't they? AD's not an old man, see? AD might say he's old. But I'm sharp. Fleetwood Mac, yeah, Riffer. Kate Mac bought my hoodie. Thank you, Kate.
We need to get that merchandise on. We're going to do the art competition, aren't we? Did I hear about the American lady who visited him, the state? Yeah, apparently an American lady did visit him, yeah. Filling me in here, the state of him, and expected to pay for everything. Expected her to pay for everything. Wow, true story video evidence. That does sound horrific, doesn't it? Like, worse than not paying for your date would be to expect them to pay for you. Not like, again, I think I sound incredibly sexist in the modern world, but there's still a part of me that just, like, it just is what it is. Like, imagine, I couldn't bear the idea. I would rather not go on a date with a girl, like, than expect, like, if she was doing really well, let's say she's a lawyer or something, like, and she's got loads of money and, like, lives in this townhouse in Chelsea. Oh, it's all going well for me. It's all going well for me. And I'm like this Russell Brand type that, like, bums around and smokes weed, and, you know, she takes me to the nice restaurant, she drops the credit card. Like, I'm going to feel bad about that. I'm not going to be able to afford to live the Chelsea lifestyle. So I'm not going to suggest that I take her to loads of restaurants in Chelsea, but I will be like, can I not take you to, like, the Burnie Inn? I'm joking about the Burnie Inn, but, like, I'll be like, look, I would say I can't afford to do all this excessive high end shit, but I still feel like I should be paying for some shit. So can we go to somewhere that's a bit more reasonable and I will pay? I know it sounds silly, but I'd rather that and me just outright say it and say what I'm uncomfortable with than just, like, nonce off a woman all the time. Like, just, I know it sounds really sexist and boorish, but, like, there would be exceptions. Like, if someone won the lottery and was like, you know, money didn't mean anything and we're just doing stuff together, I probably wouldn't question it so much, would I? But, like, in normal sort of terms, I just think it's really not the done thing for, especially a man of his age, in our country, in our social status and setup. You just don't ask women to pay for you. Like, you can ask your mate to borrow 50 quid because you're taking a girl out and can they lend it you, and, you know, you can do whatever you need to do to get the 50 quid to go to the... But you don't ask the girl, can you pay for my dinner? Like, it's just fucking disgraceful. If you can't afford it, don't do it. Like, if you think there's a problem with it, discuss it with her. And like I said, it's not that I can also accept, like, you know, like, it depends on the state. And we're talking about first dates here, aren't we? Really, realistically. Like... So I think down the line, if you've been going out with someone for a long time, like, you know, financial differences are different, aren't they? But on day 1, day 10, you know, whatever. You're not in a position where you're going into this because you want some financial benefit from someone. In fact, that should not be on the table. It should never be like, you definitely don't ask them to pay for your dinner. It's just fucking ridiculous. It's insane. Like, if he really did do that, like, and also she come all the way from America, and he's like, you know, she's already spent a lot of money, hasn't she? Unless he, because again, I would feel it would be obligated to me to pay for the ticket so that it could fly. Like, I wouldn't be expecting someone to pay stuff so that they could do stuff. Like, maybe it's something that my dad drummed into me. Again, like, old school values maybe, but I'm happy to stick to them, I think, in some ways. I'm not a bad sexist, but this is sort of sexism. I find it difficult to balance because I think no sexism, of course, you know, equality, but also equality to just accept that I'm going to be paying for the dinner. It's already taken care of. So let's not have this argument now. It's already been taken care of. Right? You can pay 50. See, the thing about paying 50-50, right? The thing about paying 50-50 is if someone wanted to pay 50-50 and they said to me, I will come on the date with you, but I want to pay 50-50, I would say, okay, that's fair enough. Let's go on the date. And then as the bill was, I'd go over and I'd just pay the fucking bill. And then they'd say, what about my 50-50? And I'd say, next time, sorry, I accidentally paid the bill. Next time, you can give me the 50-50 on the next one. And then I wouldn't bring it up again. And I'd keep doing it like that. I just wouldn't have it. I don't want to have I would feel like there's something going wrong if in some way I'm expecting someone else to pay for things that I've asked them to come and like enjoy with me, and it's not transactional anyway. I can't believe that Alan, like the whole conversation about his dates has turned into a conversation about who owes who money on a date. And it's not about that even. Like, in fact, maybe some of the best first dates I should have suggested, and maybe now I've had this thought, now we've talked about it all, maybe a good first date is something where you don't have to spend any monies, because then no one's obliged to feel like monies is part of the conversation. You can just decide whether you like people, whether you like them. And then these more difficult and sometimes a bit more nuanced aspects of who's earning the most money and who's expected to pay what in the real world, because it's the real world conversations that drag out the romance, isn't it? That drag the romance outside and give it a kick in. Those real world conversations don't really need to come into it on the first couple of dates, because I just want to sit on a boat on the river and just, like, the boat on the river is a bad one because you can't get away. But you know what I mean? Like, some people are having a barbecue out by the river. There's a band playing on the bandstand. Would you like to join us? We can just sit on our own under that tree, and if you like some of my friends, we can have a drink with them, and if you don't, we can just sit under the tree. You know, that might be all right. So there's no financial burden. Yeah, maybe that's something I've learned from this. But what I've also learned is that Alan's a cheap bastard, and it's no wonder he doesn't deserve a girlfriend.
He might be bold, but he didn't get a wig, did he? Like Dave. Did I say Dave's got a wig? Oh no, I've gone and split on him.
I'll tell you another one that gets me in trouble a little bit is I like to buy people presents that I think are thoughtful, and part of the problem is that sometimes thoughtful presents are a little bit expensive, but I'm not trying to buy someone's affection or anything. I just think I know they'd really like this thing, and they would really like it, so I'd like to like them to have it. Like you know, like, I don't know how to quite explain that, but I've tried to tone it down over my life because I think it does put people off. Like, you know, I bought you this. All right, calm the fuck down. But like, I think it's nice to give gifts, isn't it? It's nice. And someone bought me a really, really beautiful gift once as well, like a really thoughtful gift. I'd mentioned this thing about the thing from when I was a kid on like date number 2, and then when Christmas rocked around, like, she gave me this present, and it was like, you remember this thing that I said on date number 2 about when I was a kid, and you bought it for me? Oh my god! And like, I'd got her something generic. Yeah, but I do like in general trying to get like thought, like if you know someone and you knows ways to make them happy, making someone else feel happy is like part of the happiness of the you know, that's what the relationship is, isn't it? In a way, like learning about how to make someone happy, supporting them in their dreams and ambitions, and trying to give them little treats and things to make them feel happy. Like, isn't that part of it? Isn't that part of the joy? So Alan's precluding himself any of that, because if it costs any money, fuck it, we're not doing it.
What's happened to Dave? He's got pneumonia, hasn't he?
Whereas the truth is that no money can, you know, money no object. Like, money no object. Like, in some ways it really is. Like, you know, it's only, like, I don't live like Elon Musk. Obviously, it's not money, no object. I can afford anything. But if I can afford it, I don't want to have to like have like on stuff that I buy for myself. I go through a right rigmarole in a debate. But if you want a waffle, I'll buy you the fucking waffle. You know, if you want a hat at the end of the ride on the fun fair, I'll buy you the hat. Like, you know, it's not like living like Elon Musk here. You know, if you want to go to that restaurant or that restaurant, and this one's 30 quid more for the mains, we'll just go, and you want that one, we'll go that one. It's only 30 quid. In 20 years' time, I'm not going to look back on my life and say, do you remember that 30 quid I spent on that night out? She could have had fucking cheeseburgers. Instead, she had ribs. And I had to spend another 30 quid. I mean, obviously, they're non-vegan. She'd probably want to eat vegan food. But, like, you know, she spent an extra 30 quid on that date. And now, on our 50th wedding anniversary, I'm still fucking eggy about it. That 30 quid. Like, that's not going to happen, is it? So you're better off just enjoying yourself, letting that sort of thing go, you know, living a bit for the evening. Do your budget. Say, tonight I can afford £120 for dinner. I don't want to spend £120, but if it goes to that, I can afford it. Like, you know, whatever. And then go out and enjoy it and then forget it. And then at the end of the next day and say, wow, I spent all of that £120, but didn't we have a good time? Or, wow, we didn't spend half of that £120. That's a bonus for me. But didn't we have a good time? Just don't even think about the monies. Like, otherwise you're like ruining your life in a way, I guess. Thank you. I'm so grateful as well to everyone that's donated money to me today, because I feel like I'm talking like I just go around spending money here and there. I don't. You know, I'm talking about if you're in a situation with someone that you are romantically, you know, the date situation sort of thing. I'm not on a date every day. So I hope I get the opportunity to do this again sometime soon. But a little bit of lavish here and there, it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. You know, live a little, enjoy yourself, enjoy your life, especially if you're trying to enjoy it with someone that you really enjoy. I think that's cool. And big ups, Kathleen. Yeah, things don't make people happy. You're absolutely right. You know, and therefore, like, the experiences are so important. And it's, I think, on these expensive dinners, for example, like you go to a nice restaurant that makes you feel, you dress up like you think you've had a special experience. Maybe the meal is the thing you remember, but I don't think it is. I think it's all the other stuff around it, like the special night out, the feeling special, the waiter pouring the wine for you. Oh, thank you very much. You know, like, the being, you know, there's a feeling and a creation of a vibe, isn't there? And you know, maybe walking afterwards and, you know, talking and, you know, stuff like that. I think, like, it's so much, like, instead of we sat in a beer garden like I do every day because I couldn't be asked to spend the money, like, you're not going to look back and think, I wish I had that fucking £120 again. That's ruined my life now. But you will look back and say, I'm glad that time we went to that restaurant instead of the Burger King. You know, I'm glad we just took that extra bit and just went to that restaurant instead of the Burger King. Little things like that. And that's a funny one with COVID. Like, I was really quite aggrieved that there was this big push towards, we need to open restaurants instead of save people's lives from COVID. But I do appreciate when I went back to restaurants after, because I didn't go every night all the time. I did a lot more when I was hairdressing because I lived in the town closer, and you know, I was earning cash and going to restaurants more. But you know, the ability to go out as humans and socialise and be in these places and have this, like, it's like experiential life, isn't it? You know, you're out of your house, you're in the environments, and they're nice environments, and people make an effort, and they're clean and tidy, and people aren't spitting on you like Alan suggested earlier. And, you know, it's not just the back end of a bar. And, like, I'm not saying that we should live like posh people, hoity-toity, but it's just nice to have nice times out, isn't it? So especially on a date, like, making people feel special and having a nice time. I can't understand how Alan equates it with £60 saved, good job, well done. It feels like he's missed out on some aspects of his life here.
I love painting. That's my best painting today. You can't see it in this light, but if you go to my community page, you'll see it. Really good. Big head. Big head.
Thank you, Waffles. Keep buying the lottery tickets.
So I can get it on here. Now that is art, but you can't see it in this light.
It's raining
Look for
again.
yourself.
I couldn't be happier. Swish! And
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent
Big up,
tippies.
Sid.
Scott, I would love to see Alan on 90 Day Fiancé. It would all end in tears. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
What it is I have to go in drag. I have to do the, you know, the beard, tight shave the beard, have the eyebrows thinned out, and get the makeup on, get myself on one of my famous wigs, get myself dressed up, and I have to catfish Alan, but I have to catfish him as myself in drag. And he's going to fucking go for it as well. He's going to love it. It's going to tick all his boxes. Quite a masculine looking woman. Actually could be quite an androgynous masculine looking woman. Like, could be a young boy dressed up in stockings. Who's that from the back? Oh, I like this one. And then me and Alan have to go out on a series of dates, and I've got to edge him all the way. First base only, I'm afraid. A little bit of second. First base, and then I've got to edge him all the way. And then at the aisle, I do the makeup off. My beard, I don't know what we're going to do. We'll have a veil for the beard. My beard. She's got a beard. The beard will be unveiled. It'll be me. And can anyone know any reason why this man should not wed this? And I'll turn. I say, and I'll say, what about me? And he'll be like, who's that super chuffer in the room? And then he'll realise suddenly it's come from his darling wife. That's that voice come from his darling wife, and it's me. I'm super chuffer. I'm your wifey chuffer. It's a bit late now, Alan. Do you want to marry me or not? How did this come out? Where did this come from?
Community. The colours are fantastic.
The colours are fantastic. He got cross here. Look, he dropped the phone. He's angry.
And that is art, but you can't see it in this light.
Fucking fuck. You can't see it in this light. It was really good painting as well, Mommy, but you can't see it in this light.
Look for yourself on Community. The colours are fantastic.
Look for yourself, you fucking ass. Angry Alan. Discontent.
My friends used to say to me,
these are the winters of our discount tents. There is something on his screen in those glasses, isn't there? There is actually something on the screen in those glasses. Ooh, and I promised you all a video after this, and it's now nearly fucking 1:30 in the morning, but I do need to drop the video at some point, so we're still going to drop it after this, I suppose. What are my numbers looking like now? Well, you're doing well, all of you. You've not tailed off completely. You're sticking with it. Maybe it's because we're having interesting conversations. We've managed to turn a 25-minute patron into a full fucking extra hour on this stream. We're up to 4.5 hours now. Got the patience, got the stamina. We'll be good. There's another 10 minutes of this. I keep needing to go for bathroom breaks though, because I keep filling up on juice.
black hair. I don't want black hair. Pierced earring. Leather trousers.
Who?
And a number of girls chasing me. They said to me,
Alan, I thought he was talking about someone else. He's talking about himself. He used to have black hair, pierced earring, one pierced earring, and leather trousers. A bit like a Tom Jonesy sort of.
you will die alone. I said, what do you mean? You will die alone. He was right.
Someone said that to you that you dated. And she was right. At this point, you're like, laugh, ha ha. It's funny, I'm going to die alone. Like, what the fuck? I've never seen anything more poignant, expertly put, self-aware, tragic, comedic, shocking. Like, there's so much wrapped into that. There's so much wrapped into it. Like, Steve of the Dead could do a 6 hours on that.
You will die alone.
Who said it?
Leather trousers. And a number of girls chasing me. They said to me, you will die alone. I said,
a number of girls that were chasing you said to you, you will die alone. Scabby lips.
what do you mean? You will die alone.
He's got something going on the side up there as well, hasn't he? I mean, people get herpes. You could have herpes. Oh, I've got a fucking story about that. I can't even tell it. I am clean. Just know that I'm clean. Just know that. Such a bad story. Such a bad story. Just know that I'm clean. I had to go in the fucking. Listen. I had to go in the kitchen and find the rubber gloves. It was the bathroom. There was a little bathroom off the bedroom. I had to go in the bathroom off the bedroom and find the gloves, the rubber gloves. Determined. I'm determined. Back in there. All right.
He was right. He was right. He was jealous at the time, but he's right. I will die alone. Where it's going. Show a photo. Oh no, I can't be bothered to get it. What? Show? Oh, young AD. You all know what young AD looked like. He was a monster.
He was a monster. You just described yourself as a monster. What the fuck? Gold.
Show a photo. Oh no, I can't be bothered to get it. What, show? Oh, young AD. You all know what young AD looked like. He was a monster.
Nothing's changed.
Young AD was a magnet. Hang on.
A magnet.
Just for those of you who haven't seen young
Did
AD.
you get a lot of punani? Did you, Alan?
I'll get one. They're very rare. Young AD is very rare.
Very rare. Fucking going through loads of photographs of himself on the phone. It's difficult to see what he's flicking through in the reflection on his glasses, but God help us, wouldn't you like to see all the pictures that are on his phone?
Here's young AD. Young AD. Look at that smile. Look, white. Look at that.
White. He's obsessed with the whiteness of his teeth, isn't he? Young AD. There he is. Handsome fella. Slightly psychotic. One eye looking off over there. One eye looking for you. One eye looking at you. He reminds me of Martin Kemp from EastEnders. What do you think of that? He'll take you on a date, but he doesn't listen. I mean, back then maybe he wouldn't mind paying. I don't know. And the thing is, the irony of all that we've just been saying, Alan will give a hooker £200 for 15 minutes. Like, so don't tell me about paying, being cheap. You know, Alan will expect like a 14-year-old girl to earn her £150. So this is Alan all the time. Lovely Alan. It's making me hornous looking at Alan. I just want to kiss him.
That hair. Look at that physique.
Physique. You can't see your physique. It's mainly your head.
Look at those features.
Features. It looks like your face. Look at this. Alan is Jesus. The truth is out. You can tell because his inner light is shining through.
Come on, be fair.
Be fair. And what do you want me to do? I can't grade you as an attractive man. I simply have not the capability. I don't, like, I can see when someone's good looking. I can see when someone's not. But I don't think Alan's necessarily like super hot. But he doesn't look like, in that photograph, he doesn't look like a horrific mutter. But he has got one eye looking off in a funny direction.
What's that? I miss him. Him would have 1 million followers on YouTube, wouldn't he? He'd have 1 million followers, he would. I was born too young. I was born too late. If I was 30 now, I'd be a millionaire.
That's what it is. That's your problem. You were just born out of time.
No, you know. Didn't notice. I didn't notice the deterioration in myself. It was slow. What you want is one of those pictures like Dorian Gray, don't you?
Oh, you understand that now. We talked about that the other day, the picture of Dorian Gray. I understand the deterioration in myself. I tell you that. Like, that's why I think I should get a wife pretty fucking quick. Because it's all downhill from here. But like, this is life as well, isn't it? You just sort of have to accept it.
Put it at Dorian Gray, Dorian Gray. That. It's just like, I don't even remember him. Riff Raff. Nice hair. Too hot to trot. Yeah, no, it was too popular. Then I was a DJ. Imagine. Every night, Saturday night. Hey, AD. No. Alan used to call me those days.
Yeah, they didn't call you AD back then. No, obviously, yeah.
Young AD.
I don't think they called you Alan either. I think they had other names
Young
for
AD
you,
would
didn't
be a
they?
brilliant YouTuber.
Kiddie cunt.
Where did it go? The 80s. That's
Certainly
my Wham
not
days.
certainly
Wake
not on
me
nice
up
dinners.
before you go.
Oh, you like Wham? You are a Wham. It certainly didn't go on nice dinners, did it? Wherever it went.
My favourite song back in the day.
He got some lovely girls got shagged by the Vinnicombe. That's what he's telling us. Alan Vinnicombe got out there. Oh, back in the day when I was a DJ, I used to do some shagging.
1970. All Right Now by The Free. It had that bluesy feel.
Good calling chat there as well. Narcissist much mid Sarah. Account closed. He's a pure narcissist. I forgot. I keep forgetting tonight for some reason. My brain keeps lapsing. I should call him out on the incredible narcissism. At some point to get a picture. He's got that picture on his phone as well. bearing in mind. I don't know why I've got a couple of pictures on my phone. We got the photographs out the other day. We were looking through them as a family, looking at some old pictures. So I got a couple of pictures of me when I was a kid, and I tweeted them. But like, who carries around a photograph of me at my very best, my finest? You know, this picture I've got of me at my very finest best when I looked at my very finest best when I was younger. Oh, this is my best picture of me. Here, it's on my phone. Hang on, let me show you.
A great riff, isn't it? All right now, baby, it's all. Yeah. Rogers.
Yeah.
All right now. Oh, that was ahead of its time, that song. Still sounds good now, doesn't it?
Do you remember that chewing gum advert, and they were having like the saucy time on the bus, and then she was like, here, have half the chewing gum, and he's like, fuck that, I'm getting off the bus, we're having more saucy time, you chuffer.
1970, 50 years later, 53 years later. All right now by the Free.
I would be getting off the bus as well.
I went through different phases. I went through my Deep Purple and rock phase when I was at school. Black Sabbath. Black Night is a long way from home. That's when I was at school. And then I bought the Tommy album from The Who.
Lovely.
So in those days, you know, I was like long hair.
My dad took me to go and see The Who. That was quite an experience.
Into the heavy stuff. Edgar Burton Band. What else?
Rolf Harris.
That sort of stuff.
Gary Glitter.
And then I discovered soul music. And I got a scooter. And became
Scooter.
a mod.
A mod. You could tell he was going to be a mod, like, as opposed to a rocker, couldn't you? He was never going to be in with the biker gangs, was he? But Alan's like, I'm not picking mods over rockers or rockers over mods. I'm just saying, like, you know, he fancies himself. He thinks he's well smart. Like, he's not going to be in the rough bikers gang. He's a mod, isn't he?
Changed to Town and Motown and reggae.
But then he's into Motown and then reggae, so he's not.
Town and Motown and reggae.
Oh, the mods did like that, didn't they?
Didn't stay into the heavy rock for long.
No, it didn't stay. I was thinking he doesn't stay as anything. My guess is that he doesn't. I mean, I'm really interested in this. I'd like to hear what Alan was like through the years. But my guess is he's going to chameleon-like keep changing because he's not going to fit into any group. He's not really into anything. He just wants to be someone in a group and like seem like he fits in. So he'll wear the clothes and, you know, pretend like he's part of the costume. But he's not really. He's always a lone wolf, isn't he? So this is actually quite interesting. I'm just going to skim that back a little bit. Nice face, Alan. And I'm going to quickly go bathroom break. I can still hear all this. I can't see your chat, though, while I'm in the bathroom. So you'll have to type it in really big capital letters. Rolf Harris was an artist, and Jimmy Savile was also a DJ.
And then I discovered soul music. And I got a scooter. And I became a mod. And then it all changed to Town and Motown. And reggae. Town and Motown and reggae. I stuck with that. Didn't stay into the heavy rock for long. Not long. Only like 3 years in heavy rock. Cream, yeah. Badge by Cream. Ginger Baker. Ah, those are the days. Jimi Hendrix. All Along the Watchtowers. Play the guitar with his teeth. Eric Clapton. Layla. That's a classic, wasn't it? Layla. Layla. Got me on my knees, Layla. He did that with a band, didn't he? He invented a band for that one song. Layla was by Derek and the Dominoes, right? Well, he's called Eric Clapton. Layla was Derek and the Dominoes because he did it on a different label. So because his record company wouldn't let him do it, he went to another label and formed a band, and he did it under a pseudonym. Derek and the Dominoes. Best record he ever did, I think. You Look Wonderful Tonight. Oh, one of my favorite girlfriends. Oh, you're wonderful tonight. Stop taking me back to my childhood, guys. Those days are gone. The LP, yeah, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, yep.
Oosh. It's what you pay for on the Patreon.
Paradise is half as nice. Amen Corner. That was old. That's the old days, isn't it? Kinks. Lazy Sunny Afternoon. Lola. La 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 Lola. Those are the days. Live the moments. I live too long, am I? I've got too many eras.
It's dying off a little, right? We're going to finish the end of this.
Again.
Big ups.
I couldn't be happier. Swish and then flush.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Scott, big shout out to our Slinky Socks. Brilliant videos.
Big shouts out, True.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I did highlight her earlier in the episode. I certainly did. Well done, Slinky Socks. We've got this unlisted video, Angry Alan Yearns for Steamy Affair with Nicole Kessinger, which is my review of his thing yesterday. It's ad suitability is a problem. Ad suitability, I've requested it be reviewed. You're supposed to wait a week and see if it gets reviewed and it gets the ad suitability. If it doesn't, then it's ad unsuitable and it doesn't get suggested to many people. If you release it before that, you don't get the money on the advertising or the monetarization, all that. I don't care too much about that, but it does mean it's not going to get suggested to many people. So my plan was to launch it at the end of this episode, not thinking that we'd be still here at like 2 in the morning in my world, talking into the microphone. So I don't know if everyone's got an appetite for another 2.5 hours of this rubbish, but when should I release that? Because if I don't release it quick, it becomes last week's chip paper because it's yesterday's react. So I think I still release it at the end of this episode. I set it up as a premiere and release it, and anyone who feels like going on and watching more and being in the chat can do that. Because otherwise, where does it get released? You know, I wait a week for the ad suitability and then I release a video about what Alan said last week about something. Seems a bit mad, doesn't it? So I think I might just drop it, you know, in the middle of the night, so to speak. I mean, it's nighttime everywhere for someone, isn't it? But I might just drop it after this. So anyone who feels like sticking around for that, there's more. And anyone who doesn't, like, we've got another 6 minutes of Alan's drivel now. I don't know what he's got for us at the end of Patreon. I don't think he saved the best till last, I'll tell you that.
I miss the old days, Sam. Yeah. Oh, when I was young, right? And imagine like being 20 and you listen to a 68-year-old and they're going, oh, I remember Glenn Miller. Glenn Miller, those were the days. Yeah, the moments of snapshots, like photographs, that's photograph, is a snapshot of my life. Music is a snapshot of my life. I can listen to Layla, it takes me right back to where I was. Layla, see?
Except you heard Layla repeatedly lots and lots of different times. So are you saying you always get taken back to the one first time you heard it? Or are you saying that it takes you back to a general feeling of a time? Or is there a particular evening that it made some special moment? It's not the same as a photograph. And I don't believe you when you say that. I think that you're just using a cliche because you speak in these cliches.
In the mood. 50s, the oldest record I can recall. Ring, ring goes the bell. Who's that again? Ring, ring goes the bell. He also sung My Ding-a-ling. Want you to play with my ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. He also did some my earlier stuff. No particular place to go. What's he called again? Black guy.
Are we talking about Sammy Davis Jr.?
No particular place to go. I can't remember.
What's going on, Alan? Chuck Berry. What am I saying? Chuck Berry. I mean, I'm not expected to necessarily be like bang on with all my pop trivia, am I? But I should have known that. Chuck Berry, My Ding-a-ling, yeah. Alan had more chance at it, but we both got 0 point for that. But then Alan just invented the question out of nowhere, so...
Julie Garland, no. Chuck Berry, thank you, Welsh Pam.
Well done,
Chuck Berry, yeah.
10 points, Welsh Pam. Welsh Pam used to come around my shows on the Nicola Buddy stuff. I had no idea she was an Alan person. She was very welcome. She had a good time in our chat. Turned out she fucking hated me all the time. She's an Alan chuffer.
He was probably the first music I liked. I was about 40.
Good night, anyone who's going off. Like, listen, I'll tell you what, everyone that fucking sticks it out for the premiere next, like, big shouts out to you as well. I don't know if it's a good idea to release it. Like, in theory, I'm doing myself a disservice because, like, I'm more likely to get more views if I hold it back to a better time when more people are online and all that business. But, like, it'll just end up out of sync otherwise, like I said. So we might as well just roll it next. But shouts out to everyone that's going to bed as well that joined in, became a member. I'm actually quite surprised. Like, people told me we want memberships available on the channel, and I said okay, I will look into it. And I made it like a little, like I said, soft launch tonight, and I'm surprised by how many people have decided to become a member. I think I'm amazed. Like, it's wonderful. Thanks. Wow.
13 maybe younger. My granddad used to love opera. I'll go in his house and it will be La Bohème.
I fucking love opera myself. I'm not. What's the word? I want to say educated enough. I'm a bit educated enough. You know, I can understand a bit of stuff, but I'm not knowledgeable enough is the right word, actually. Like, you know, I can't remember all of it, and it's hard to learn a lot of different things at the same time, I guess. Like, from the orchestration to the musical performance, the vocal performance, what's actually happening in the opera, the different language. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on at the same time. But Oh Mio Bambino Caro is like one of the finest things I've ever heard in my life. Yeah.
And stuff like that. Your Tiny Hand is Frozen. He was into opera. He used to have the albums. Do you want to be good? Yeah. Well, we're going back in time. Back in time, guys.
I wonder if that'll get me copyright playing on me about
Ding-a-ling would be censored today. My ding-a-ling.
Do you think my ding-a-ling would be censored today? Don't be fucking ridiculous. Have you not heard like Nicki Minaj and you know, the new breed of female like boss gangster rappers? Have you not heard some of that? And even like, you know, because it's anti-chauvinistic by being like super like feministic, chauvinistic, like super sexualized in some ways. There's a lot of interesting aspects to it, but some of the things they say, like, what do you mean it'd be censored today? These days, did you hear what Eminem said in his career? Like, did you hear what they say in the songs, Alan? You think my ding-a-ling would be censored? Or at least your Welsh pound does.
I remember the Beatles came to the ABC cinema in Exeter.
Did
Couldn't
they?
get in, but I stood outside and saw them waving out the window. Beatles.
You couldn't get in, but you are. That's such an Alan's such a tragic case, isn't he? The Beatles came to Exeter. Oh, his little heart leapt, but he couldn't get in. But they waved to him out the window. I promise they did. Honestly, Alan, they're waving at you out the window. I promise. Look, that's the Beatles. Meanwhile, up in the top window, you know, some bloke with a mop, not connected, waving at the little, you know, poor sap in the. Honestly, that's John Lennon doing the floor. He likes to make sure the floor's clean before Paul McCartney comes out. Honestly, John Lennon's waving at you, Alan. Wave to John Lennon.
Exeter, 1963 or something. I was only 8, 8 or 9. Opera's fantastic. Iconic. A lot of people love Judy Garland. She was a flawed individual, wasn't she, Judy Garland? Too young. She started too young. They put her.
I don't know much about her, but of course she's in absolutely classic films, isn't she? That I totally love. So Meet Me in St. Louis. I think I'm right in that, am I? And stuff like that. You know, totally bangers. So yeah, and in her prime, totally would bang her as well, wouldn't I? But probably not now.
On drugs to keep her awake and drugs to make her slim and drugs for this, drugs for that. She ended up addicted. I did have some 78s. I'll tell you the 78 I had, that was my mum's, by a guy called Max Bygrave. It was, I'm a pink toothbrush, you're a blue toothbrush. Will you marry me in May? That was a 78 by Max Bygrave. How old are you, AD? I can go back. That's as far as I can go back. No one's ever heard of I'm a pink toothbrush.
Fucking pedo.
You need hands, yeah, you need hands, Max Bygrave. I remember the black and white minstrels. Mammy. Where did they go?
They're racist.
I'm going to go to bed. This is ridiculous. You're taking me back to nothing. I'll be like 5 in a minute. My mum's favourite was Matt Monro. Matt Monro. Portrait of You. You need hands, yeah, you need hands, Max Bygrave. I remember the black and white minstrels. Mammy. Where did they go?
What happened to blackface?
Right, I'm done. I'm going to go to bed. This is ridiculous. You're taking me back to nothing. I'll be like 5 in a minute. My mum's favourite was Matt Monro. Matt Monro. Portrait of You. Matt Monro.
Listen, right? We're right at the end of this big chunk, and I'm going to put on another big video next if anyone's got the stamina for it, or anyone's joining late and, you know, around the world or whatever, staying up. We're going to do a video drop next, but this is an important point in the midst of it all. Alan is a delusional narcissist. I know. Oh, you can't diagnose because you're not a doctor. Shut up. Alan's a delusional narcissist. This process that he likes to do towards the end of the evening to make himself feel better as the dark approaches. Because what's going to happen when he switches off the computer, he's going to sit in that room upstairs on his own and turn out the light and sit in his own fucking thoughts. And his own thoughts are pretty fucking dark and horrible because he's left there on his own and he's like sad and lonely and scared. Yeah? So to prevent that, he constructs a fantasy castle. Like, there is a castle on a cloud. Not many people go there that are bad. I like to go there in my sleep. Alan, my castle on a cloud. Like, he just needs to get up in his head about, like, life is good, and, you know, these women online are like my mommy, and when I was 8 I liked Captain Scarlet, and this is a good song, and the old days were good, and you're like my mommy, aren't you? You're like my internet mommy, aren't you, Nancy? And everything's okay, and I'm going to drink my cocoa, and then I'm off to bed, mommy. Like, this is like working up a delusion. Like, this is a process. He's done it multiple times now on his patrons. He saves it for the end times of his patrons. It's like a thing he likes to do. He likes to reminisce over these things before bed. This is for him, of course. It's not for his patrons, is it? But it's like we see this pattern of behaviour. Part of it is the narc rage, but this is another part of it. The building of a delusional castle where life is good and Alan is wonderful and mommy's still going to give him a kiss on the head before bed. And it involves deep, almost hypnotic nostalgia in some way. Like, it's the way I see it.
Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa, I love you. That was a guy called Matt Monroe, used to be a bus driver. Yep.
And these reminiscences and these conversations, like, part of it I used to say is that Alan likes to make his audience feel like, you know, he likes to make them feel like they're childlike. Like, he likes to make them feel like, you know, comforted by this reminiscence themselves, because they fit a demographic. So if they're in this demographic, they will also remember this, and they'll also like this, and do you remember this? But also I feel that for Alan,
Lisa, Mona Lisa, I love you. That was a guy called Matt Monroe, used to be a bus driver.
For Alan, he should have people around him that he can do these, like, you would normally have these conversations with your close friends and family. Do you remember back in the day when we used to play this song? You know, do you remember in the car when Mom was going through, like, for me and my sister, it would be, do you remember in the car when Mom was going through the divorce and she used to play Les Miserables, and we used to have these fucking 4 tapes, and they used to be like back and forth turned over in the car, and then it was Cher. We used to have Cher when Mom was going, we used to listen to a lot of Cher when Mom was going through the divorce in the car. But, like, to everyone on the internet, like, you might find some humour in what I just said, but you don't remember being in the car and listening to Cher or Les Miserables. So, like, you know, this is like a reminiscence that he's bringing his audience along with, but really it's because Alan hasn't got any friends or family that will reminisce with him. It's kind of sad in a way, isn't it? Like, he's filling that void with the people in his patron.
Yep.
It's like a warm cup of cocoa for him before bed.
I can keep talking, yeah. My mum loved Matt Monroe. And Tom Jones. Green, green grass of home. The green, green grass of home. I think that was his first one. Was it Not Unusual, or was it Green, green grass?
I will say, you chuffers in chat, you know, and in the Discord as well, you're becoming quite the community, aren't you? So there's something good in that. But you should also understand that you don't feel required that, or I don't feed off you for my own, like, comfort before bedtime. Do you know what I mean? It's like a different kind of group, isn't it? It's like a different kind of behaviour going on. Like, I'm really enthused and grateful to all of you in chat and in the Discord, and, you know, the members and the tippers, because you're the ones that make this, you know, what it is. For Alan, he sees these people as a sort of soundboard for his delusion.
Grass of home. Not sure which one. Born Free, blimey. Roast Pam, Tom Jones. Yellow polka dot bikini. That's a comedy one, wasn't it? Come outside, Mike Yarn. That's enough, Delilah. Right, I'm going to bed, guys. Thanks for watching. You are keeping me going. Thank.
He's laughing there because Delilah was the song when he did Empanadas, and that's got connotations. So somehow it all comes back round to Nicole Kessinger, doesn't it, Alan?
God, the patron. As I'll be on the skids. It's not unusual. Guys.
He mentioned money again at the end. He said, I shouldn't ignore the patron, else I'll be on the skids, which means unless I won't have money. He's basically asserting to these people, he's like putting a lot of guilt on them, really. A lot of like, you know, please don't leave. In fact, what it feels to me, I think last month he had a big push to try and get new patrons, and I think it didn't work. I think if you think about the follow-through numbers, the click-through numbers, let's say he got maximum 5,000 on one of his big episodes about Nicole Kessinger and the study group, and the follow-through click-through rate on that, like even if it was like 10%, like 10% of 5,000 people, it can't be 10%, can it, that sign up to a patron? That would be quite a huge amount. Can't be that. Like, can't, like, I don't think he's got that follow-through rate. I don't think he's got that, you know, I don't think they've signed up. So I think he's now, he thought he was going to get double bubble on the patron, and that they would pay at the end of the month and then pay on the first of the month, haha. But instead that didn't happen. He didn't get lots of new ones. So now he's saying to the people that are already in patron, who are still in patron, please don't fucking leave. I think that's what he's saying.
Back. It was his going, thank God the patron. As I'll be on the skids.
But in a funny way, like he's not saying I'm really grateful to you. You know, I further extend my vow to create interesting content and create value within Patreon that makes it worth your while. He's saying thank you for giving me money, otherwise I would have no money.
Sorry, Mike, go on. That's enough, Delilah. Right, I'm going to bed, guys. Thanks for watching. You are keeping me going. Thank God the patron. As I'll be on the skids. It's not unusual. Guys, he took me back. It was his fault. If I could give him now, that guy would be a millionaire YouTuber. Wouldn't you, son? Yeah, I would. Sure would. Elvis has left the building.
Using your image of yourself on your phone as an action figure of you in the past to act out your delusions that you would have been $1 million YouTuber before bedtime is one of the strangest narcissistic manifestations I've ever seen a grown adult. I think that is one of the, like, if he could have had, you know, if you could have downloaded that, 3D printed it, and he's got an action figure. Like I've got the little guy from Dark Side Phil, haven't I? I've got my little Dark Side Phil guy. Alan would have gone, oh, good night, Alan. I would have been the best YouTuber ever. Yeah, you would, Mr. Ted. Mr. Ted, you and me, we would have gone places on YouTube if only we could go back in time. Well, don't worry, Mr. Allen. At night, when you go to bed, you can go in your magic time machine in your head and go back and kill all the trolls in your dreams. Can you, Mr. Ted? I think we could have a really good time in my dreams if only we could go there quicker. Well, take this right hypnol that your mother's left by the bedside table and fucking get off the bed then, you bad chuffer. What do you mean? Don't be mean to me, Mr. Ted. Mean to you? You wait till you see what Mr. fucking Big Ted's got to stick up your bum when you get in bed. What? Get up there, you bad naughty chuffer. Right. So, you know, that would be Alan's. It's tragic, isn't it? It's tragic. It's absolutely tragic.
Wouldn't you, son? Yeah, I would. Sure would.
Yeah, I would. Do you listen, it's absolutely tragic. Tragic's not the word. Hang on, what have I done here? I've opened GarageBand. I don't want to open GarageBand. Fuck off. What I want to do is open. I'm like an old chuffer on my phone. Open pictures. There's pictures, and then where's my favourite pictures? They're not easily findable because I don't have them. Here we go. Here's one. Here's one. Here's a good one. Here's a good one. It's tragic, isn't it? Look. So, I like what you were saying about going on dates. About, would you pay for me to go to New York? Would I pay for you to go to New York? Would you pay for me to go to New York? Well, I don't mind, you know, what class. I have to sit in business class. It's getting a bit, well, you sure though? You said you would. One night at the Plaza or two. Oh, I'd like to. Yeah, I bet you would. You put out though. I put out like a fucking jackhammer, right? Give me a little kissy. It's tragic what he's doing. It's not. Don't say that about my dad. It's tragic what he's doing. Don't say that about my dad. Listen, you get down my trousers. Putting pictures of my daughter down his trousers. Get down my trousers. I've got to fucking talk on this phone. Get down my trousers, you. Oh, I love it. Oh, I'm going to call you on vibrate. Put me on silent, you fucking bad boy. What? You're right. Go on. The cat's right. The cat says stop it. The cat says stop it. Got to kissy that now. Smells like my crotch. Smells like my cunt. Sorry, that's his name on YouTube. Okay. 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 Actually, I don't know whether I should stop, like, because some people are going to watch this live now, and then they're going to be like, a video drop is a bad thing. But I'm going to start a quick question and answer. Not a question and answer. I'm going to start a quick poll. Do you want the fucking video now, or is that too much? Do you want video premiere now? I can't spell. Do you want a video premiere now? Yes or no? Get your votes in, because it's either the end of the episode and it's nonites, or some people have an appetite for the premiere and they click yes, and then I do the premiere and you get to watch that as well. I'm hoping yes is going to win. It's pretty 50-50. It's pretty even. So if you think it's a bad time for a premiere, then you fucking get on that. But if you think you really want more and you're prepared to watch it, because what he did yesterday is he did the poor bastard. What he did yesterday is he did psychic powers. They all think it's Chris Watts at the get-go, and it was a Nicole Kessinger episode, really, and we did react to it on the Twitch. And if you want to watch it, it's on a video that I'm going to upload. Ready, right? It's ready to go. It's looking like yes. It's looking like yes. And the only problem is it's unlisted, limited. But because I've had so many members, I don't have to worry about that. So the members, I could have done this members only, limited ad suitability. And if we wait a week and we get the ad suitability, then release it to the public. But the members tonight have all paid in and bought you all a lovely, and because the poll is basically saying yes, they've all bought you a lovely premiere. So I'm going to set it now, schedule it now. It's set as premiere. It's the 5th of the 9th. That's now. And right now is 2:05 in my world. So I'm going to set it for 2:10. It doesn't have a 2:10. It doesn't have a 2:10. Can't you do the numbers? 2:10. That gives us 5 minutes. So don't panic. That gives us 5 minutes. 5 minutes is a long time in YouTube terms. 5 minutes is a long time, isn't it? Is there anything I wanted to watch or do before we finish? We could listen to that song again of Alan singing. 5 minutes is a long time setting up a premiere. I'll do it it's 2:05 now, so 2:07. I'm going to do it 2:07, so it gives you just a minute. Set up premiere classic. No, have the calm one, have the quiet one, ambient, 1 minute countdown. Save. So that's September the 5th, 2:07 a.m. That's in just a minute. Actually, I need a bit more time because I want to say goodnight to you all, don't I? I'm going to be in the premiere for a bit in the chat as well. I'll put 2:09 now. Right, set as premiere. Ready. Schedule. Right, and then what I should also be able to do is at the end of my live stream now, I should be able to edit this and send us there anyway as like a sort of customization. Is it redirect? That's it. Is it redirect? Redirects allow you to send people to other places. Okay. This one. Save. Perfect. Okay, it's all lined up. It's all lined up. So from here, we're going to go to... I've been teasing it. I've been teasing it. If you want to join in chat, you want to be there, you're the members, you're the mods, you know, I'm going to get some food. It's late night. I want to be on the main stream tomorrow on Super Chuffer. I want to keep pushing. I want to start doing more content. Let's get back into it by talking about cults and having some fun, and then we might turn into doing a couple. I think I might do some edited content about this Nicole Kessinger and all sorts. But for now, non-ites everyone. Thank you all for all of your lovely support tonight. I'm surprised. You know, you said I want the members on. I was like, I don't know why you do. There's nothing on offer. You fucking just love it. You love it. You've got your green things and your numbers, and here is day one of memberships. Thank you very much. I'm really grateful. And everyone else that isn't a membership, you greys out there, you greys. I love you all too. It's really lovely to have you here. It's really nice for you to spend the evening talking nonsense with me about this chuffer. So thank you very much. You be good. And if you can't be good, you're naughty.